And we are live. Howdy, 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 Mr. Dead Horse. What is going on?
What up, man?
Just hanging out here in the southern, eastern, or actually, I'm southwestern in Florida, but I'm southeastern in country positioning. But other than that, what's going on in the Utah, my friend?
Nothing, man. How's the weather in Florida today?
Oh, hot and humid. You know, that's the way. It's either nice or cold or hot and humid, but 99% of the time, hot and humid.
All right.
All right, we got a couple of people out there in the 67 Rebel SST AMC. What is going on, my friend? Good afternoon to you too. So, Mr. Horse, what do you have on your little workbench there in front of you?
I have a future firearm. That's what I have.
Oh, a future firearm. That sounds absolutely mystifying.
Yeah, it's like giving birth to a baby and you don't know what it's gonna be yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you buy both male and female clothing. Well, that's what we used to do, and we used to bring back one or the other when we found out that the baby was a boy or a girl. Nowadays, we just keep both sets in case they decide to switch genders.
Let's see here. Gotta findangle this mouse here. I'm setting up my camera right now. Adjusting it.
We'll check it twice. You got to make sure it's not naughty or nice.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think I just unplugged this. Alright, how does my audio sound? Am I talking through my camera mic or my mic?
I don't know.
If I sound far away, like really far away right now, then I'm talking through my camera mic.
just hum a single tone, like a doo.
Here, listen. Can you hear like a shitload of like loud tapping?
No, I hear
Okay,
it
then
far away. I hear the
yeah,
tapping far away when I crank my headset volume.
yeah, I was tapping right on that camera mic. So.
Okay, so you're getting your mic. Tap on your mic. Yeah, I can hear that.
For some reason, these things always like to switch around what mic I'm using, and I really don't know unless I ask. Okay, I think I got everything ready here. Oh.
AR Guns, what's up, brother?
All right. So, have you ever watched the Polymer 80? Did you ever watch me do any of my other Polymer 80s?
No, no, I have not had the the luck to catch you when you were doing them before.
I've done on someone's live stream. I did one. Maybe it was Heavy B or Smeggy or someone. I did one on someone's live stream, and then I did one live on Instagram.
For some reason, Smeggy sounds familiar.
Oh, the
Uh,
snowman. You had the snowman icon.
yeah,
Yeah,
G Web's good
yeah,
friend.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. He was living over the last. I think that was he living over in California when?
yeah.
Yeah,
He moved to California a while back. He was from
right.
like
For a
Michigan or
job,
something.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The poor bastard. Can you
I
imagine that
know.
having to go to California for a job?
No, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. I would. I mean, I understand some people have to do. They go to school, they learn how to do something in the technical field, and there's just no other real place to go other than it's like Silicon Valley for being on the cutting edge of tech and stuff. That's where you go. You have to. It's like where we used to have the cutting edge of car technology was Detroit, Michigan, back in the when we still made everything here in the United States when it was awesome. They still make a lot of car parts in Michigan, like for Dodge and Chevrolet and Cadillac and oh, I'm seeing pictures. Do you want me to make that bigger or you
No, that's fine.
okay?
You can keep your ugly face up there.
Now what we're looking at there, Dad, is just the lower half of the pistol in that
Just the
box.
frame.
Yeah, okay, just the frame, the grip
Yeah, this
frame.
is the jig right here with the frame inside of it, so to speak. And I got it taped together because these jigs don't always, some of the corners don't always sit and play nicely together. So
Okay.
I just
When
taped it
you
up to make it real nice and secure, so it actually really has the frame clamped in there. That's one of the biggest mistakes people make is that they don't really squeeze the jig together and tape it like this or anything like that, and then just a little bit of sloppiness in this jig where it's peeled apart causes the frame to move around inside, and then that's how people are getting their holes drilled wrong, and then their frame rails don't fit right, and then they're like, oh, polymer 80's garbage, or, what I mean, or something
yeah.
like that. But it's literally just little things like this, like taping the jig together. But I got a little drill press here with my trusty Dremel in it, and I'm gonna drill a couple holes in it, and go from there. I'm using metric bits, 4 millimeter first. I'll do both sides with the 4 millimeter, then I'll swap bits to the 3 millimeter. And if you're looking for these bits for a Dremel, um, you got to order them from Dremel Europe, from over somewhere in Europe. These ones came from Germany, and I got them through Amazon, and they're pretty pricey. You're looking at about, you only need 2 bits, but you got to buy a pack of 4, so you're looking at about $30, just for the bits. you know?
Right,
And
but you guys got to realize a drill, like a drill, it will spin a bit slower than 2,000 RPM. It all
usually 1200 or less.
yeah. I mean, if you've got a an expensive hand drill, you can get them up to 1,500 RPM, but that's going to be about it for a hand drill. And these Dremels are capable of moving the chuck at an excess of what is it, Dead?
30,000.
30,000 RPM, and that will actually bend a drill bit sideways and throw it out of the chuck. I've actually done it not using the right drill bit in there for scribing and thrown one, bent one sideways and thrown it out of the chuck. That's how much force that little thing spins up. So
Now,
definitely wear eye protection. And Dead Horse, real quick question. You're saying you have to drill halfway into that on one side and then flip it over and drill it back into it and finish
yeah,
it?
because you want to use the guide on each side, and plus you want to prevent any kind of deflection. So you want to keep that hole that you're drilling just nice and tight and straight and short. So I'll pop through this side, I'll flip it over, and I'll pop through the other side. But you don't want to drill straight through. Uh,
Okay. That
and
makes perfect sense. Yeah, because that drill bit could walk,
yeah,
and
no, and
then
that's
by the
exactly
time it,
what happens. A lot of people have thought that they know better than the manufacturer, that the company that makes this thing, right? So there are plenty of videos of people like popping straight through, and they think that like, oh, because it does. It's kind of like one of those things that kind of like seems like it would make sense. Like, oh, if I just went straight through, everything should be in line. But in the real world, it doesn't work out that way.
no.
So, and one thing like the manufacturer says is, they don't want you to use a drill press because they don't want you to lock this in a vise. And if this is locked in a vise in a drill press, then that sets exactly where you're plunging, and most people aren't capable of lining it up as precisely as needed be. So they want there to be float, so this jig aligns with the drill bit. So they don't want it locked up unless you're doing it with a hand drill. And then you lock this in a vise standing straight up like this, and then use a hand drill through each side, and that works good too. And that you can, if you take your time and you're careful, the hand drill works too. But the drill press here, I'm gonna basically let this frame float. I have it butted up against uh, the stand here on the drill press, so it doesn't want to sit here and just spin around. But I'm testing it too beforehand and twisting this drill bit and the jig and just making sure that it's perfectly aligned before I even turn the thing on, right?
Yeah, because while you've got it where you can turn it with your hand, you can see
Yeah.
if it's straight in
Well,
that hole.
it'll align itself. If it's rubbing up against one
Right.
side, it'll push this whole jig around to where it's centered, with the least amount of friction. And you can also just kind of look at the jig and see if it's like wobbling around or doing anything funky or weird, and it's not.
Some plastic surgeons use Dremels.
Yeah,
Only the good ones. Only the good ones, AR guns.
and that's one hole right there. Now I'll flip it around, and I'll just set it back in this jig, and I'm going to spin it by hand,
To yeah,
and
to
just
align it.
and I don't know if you saw it, the whole jig kind of jerked there when I first started spinning it by hand, but that was it self aligning, and
Ah,
and now it's not moving at all, so I know I'm pretty almost
centered.
set up right.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost. It's got a little bit here.
Good afternoon, Warsaw Patriot.
So now let's do the same thing again. And that's a 4 millimeter hole all the way through that puppy. And then I'll swap bits here to a 3 millimeter bit.
What do you just have to stick the little the tool into the actual Dremel chuck, the hole, and just break it with the little wrench it gives you?
Yeah, it has its own little stop on it to
Right.
lock the chuck. I just press in here, and I
Oh,
want
really?
yeah
Mine doesn't have that. It's got just an opening where you put an actual bit backwards into it, and it so that you can lock it.
Yeah, no, this so you just push a little button on the front, and it locks it. And then for the front hole, I'll just make sure my depth is good. Now this bit's a little shorter, so I need to adjust my stop here so I can go down a little farther. There we go. You can talk to.
Oh no, yeah, dude. I'm pretty. That's pretty cool. I like building airsoft. That's just it can't get over that 5.5 millimeter little BB.
No, it's 6mm, I think, in airsoft.
Is
Yeah, they
it a
use
6
six.
millimeter?
Yeah, I think they use 6. Yeah, they use 6mm. But then they have like certain places that use like a great big like 9mm for certain things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard about that. Those are the ones that they use in parking lots to play those games with because they don't break windshields and they won't leave a dent in the car paint in the actual fender.
Yeah, they're like gel filled or something. I think they're kind of like a paintball, but they're not a paintball. I can't remember what they call them.
The upper gets to be whatever type of slide he puts on it. I don't know if he's got the upper handy.
Yeah, I do.
You do? You have it
Yeah,
sitting there?
we're gonna do the frame. Oh, it's in a box across away from me.
Oh, next time you get up, grab it and show it to the guys. They want to see what the top of it looks like.
The slide.
Yeah.
Okay. Just removing some plastic on this. Okay.
It's like Freedom Day on YouTube.
Alright. Now I'm done with this thing. Oh, we'll set this off to the side.
So that was all 3 holes?
Yeah, on both
Okay.
sides.
And you just fill with the little drill press on the little Dremel press when it goes completely through and clears
Yep,
that first half.
Yep. There's like a little pop
Oh, okay.
that you can easily feel. You can actually almost hear it too, like this. And another thing about the Dremel is that there's very little mess, as you can see. It's
Yeah, because it spins so fast, it burns through it. It ain't no playing around. Like when you use a drill bit, I've seen in other videos that it big long strains, and sometimes you have to clean the holes up because there'll be little burrs on them and stuff. Boy, my cat is talking up a storm.
Perfect. Your cat is talking up a storm.
Yeah, she's been meowing all day. Just.
All right.
Yeah, where's the best place to purchase one of these right now?
So
Is
Botac, it depends on really exactly what you want. On
right.
if you have a specific color or size, like you want a 17 or 19 or Glock 21. So I've had to kind of buy from a little bit of everywhere right now, depending on what I want. But like if you just want like a normal Glock 17, like black, or what other color did they have that was cheap? I think maybe cobalt, which is the dark gray.
And that's a nice color, if you ask me. That's a pretty good color, the cobalt.
The cobalt, yeah. And
Yeah.
this one's just a black frame, but $99 at Botac
Okay.
and at Armor Ally. And then, but like FDE was $150, at one of those places. But somewhere else, FDE was only $129.
Yeah.
But then
Base.
somewhere else, OD Green will be $150, and then somewhere else, OD Green will be $110. So like it really kind of, if you're not picky, the cobalt or the black ones are the ones that are like $99, like right now at a lot of places. Like that's like what I would just go with. It's.
Right.
But if you do want that special color and want to pay the extra for it, man, like Armor Ally has some deals. Armor Ally has a deal right now where you can get like a 17 frame and a 45 frame. For the Glock 21 or 10 millimeter, for like $240, $230 shipped, like 238 or something, which is a pretty good deal. It's okay.
So basically, when you what are you doing right now?
Just sticking a little file in there, just cleaning out any like little tiny burrs or anything like that.
Oh, from where you just drilled it.
Yeah. Like on this, you see here, on this like rear uh, pinhole, like you can see that there's like a little bit of piece of plastic kind of covering the hole that just kind of like folded back over, right? So I just stick my little round file in there just a couple times back and forth, just very lightly. I'm not sanding it. I'm just literally kind of grabbing that piece and pulling it out using the file almost, right? And like that pinhole has it right there, a little piece on there. And I just stick my file in there.
A dead horse.
Yeah.
67 Rebel SST AMC is asking, do they have the P80 in 10 millimeter frame like the Model 40?
Yeah.
I'll,
It's a 21 frame, but yeah,
okay,
you
the
can do the
40.
long slide. Yeah, you can put
Okay, the
40 or
40 is a long slide, 45. And
yeah.
is that a 5-inch barrel?
I think it's 5.3. I think it's over
Okay.
5. Yeah, I want to say it's like 5.3 or something like that.
So basically, 67 Rebel, you would buy the Glock 21 frame. You would basically want the big.
PF45 is what it's called.
It's called the PF.
Yeah, the PF45 for like the
P,
polymer.
yeah. polymer frame 45,
Yeah.
and that is also the newest one that they've done. So it's got a couple of upgrades over
Yeah, I got one right here. Yeah, that's
yeah.
pretty nice. Okay. So everyone wants to see the slide, huh?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I get these parts. So here's the slide I'm going to use for this one. It's wet and oily. Ugh.
Oh yeah, look at that.
This is made by Spinta Precision out of California. They've made a shitload of the barrels I own, and they're like my go-to barrel maker. And they made my wife's upper receiver for her AR, and for all her barrels are Spinta Precision barrels, and they make really
That's
good
nice.
stuff. Yeah.
What color is that? Is that
It's
black
black. It's just
nitrate?
got oil. Yeah, it's
Oh,
black
okay.
nitrate. It's just got oil all over it.
So it gives it a little bit of a glaze look to it, and a little bit with the oil.
Yeah, it's just it comes like pretty well packaged, like in a sealed plastic thing, like all their stuff does. Like they do
Oh,
a
that's
really
good.
good job, like packaging, dude. Like I don't know anyone that actually does a better job packaging than they do, but and then all their stuff comes like with an extra heaping of oil and
That's good, because if those products are put in storage, you want to make sure that when you finally get down to those last few slides that they get
there's
sent out, they don't rust.
yeah, it's got a bull nose and front serrations and
Oh, that's pretty. That
that's
looks like a longer slide.
it's a 17 slide.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just yeah. Yeah.
Kit Kat likes it. She said
Yeah.
she likes it.
This is what we're gonna do the 22 TCM in, is that slide right there. So there's the 22 TCM barrel. That little tiny barrel. Yeah, look at that little cute thing there, David. It's like a man's 22. It's like that's what it is. Right,
Yeah, AR guns, you can do 1911s as well. Dead Horse has done a few of the 80%
Yep.
1911s.
Yeah, I got a stealth jig, a Phantom stealth jig that I've had for actually a long time. I actually did a 1911 before I ever even did an
Yeah.
AR. So, like before I had ever even built an AR, I made a 1911. But it can actually be cheaper buying the jig if you want a hand lap to slide, hand lap to frame fit. It's kind of actually cheaper to do it yourself to get a certain type of fitment.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see here. So this one, did I put? No, I didn't. So I have to grab a sleeve here. Where's my sleeve at? I need a firing pin channel liner. Where are you at? Oh, probably in this box of parts. Old Lenny McGill just barely came out with a video saying like how hard it was for them to get the trigger housings for Glock right now and stuff, right?
Right.
And like the day before that came out, I had like bought one from them, like on eBay at like a good price, like right from the Glock store, you know. And it came today, and like 2 days after I bought that, they came out with that video. I'm like, it's so hard, like da 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 da, like we're working to get them back in, and no one has them, and like I was like, I just bought one from you. What are you talking about?
Well, they got hit because I
No, what it
know.
is, what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's usually it's like an $8 part, right? They
Right.
sell. They're not like ripping people off like some of the like some people are on eBay trying to charge $50 for
A little
just
piece of plastic.
with just this the housing, right?
Yeah,
And
I've
like
got one right here.
the 45 ACP ones for
Yep.
$100, right?
Yeah, that's what
But
I got.
Gluck store is selling them on there for like $15. So it's like, yeah, they're selling them for twice as much as what they're usually go for, but at least they weren't like, $50.
Oh, I hope it doesn't supposed to have a bent pin on the end of it.
Oh yeah, it is.
A pin? Is it bent
Yeah,
off to one side?
yeah. That's the 9mm ejector, bro.
9mm.
No, yours is that one's probably the 45, so that one's
Yeah,
supposed
it's
to
a
be bent too.
45.
The
I
40
didn't want
one,
to.
the 40 one's like, I think the one that's pretty straight. All right, so I gotta, I guess I'll
And
just do the
what's the
slide.
41 for?
The what?
You said the 41 is pretty
The
straight.
40, the one for the 40 cal.
Oh.
It's pretty straight. Like that's, I don't know. Do I got one sitting right here? Let me see here. I should have one like right here. Where are you at?
Hey, Vanessa, what's going on, girl? We're just hanging out.
Where are you at? Oh, I got one here somewhere. I'll find it. I'll show you in a second.
Yeah.
It just barely came in the mail today, so I don't know what I did with it. But it's a Gen 4 trigger housing, and I needed the Gen 4 for a different gun, but the ejector I'm going to take out of it and swap because I need that ejector for this build, which is the Smith & Wesson
Okay.
S840.
It had to be a fourth gen part to fit in it.
Well, no, the 4th gen trigger housings for that Lone Wolf frame.
Oh, okay.
But I needed the 40 ejector for the Smith & Wesson frame because the Smith & Wesson is a 40.
Yeah.
So I'm Frankensteining some stuff up. So what do you expect? Now, I always look at these, and this one has some like flashing on it that I don't like. And when you press this in, that flashing will like curl in. I don't like that one bit.
What are you working on?
I just cut, see these little strips of white? I just chamfered my firing pin channel liner because it had this like little bit of access
Oh, a
plastic
little
on it.
lip,
Yeah, that would have folded over and then
and
could
then
have
broken off, and then gone down into your striker.
yeah.
That's not a good. That's not good.
So I just
So
kind of look for that little piece of like really thin ass plastic to kind of be sticking off of it. And
right,
I'll just take a really sharp knife and I just kind of, it's hard to do on camera right now, but I just kind of spin it up against that blade, and then any little thin piece like cuts right into there
right, and
and
peels it off.
peels it right off. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not trying to take off much or anything. I'm just trying to get that thin ass piece off of there. And then
yeah.
I'll just
Just
take the slide.
anything that may shear off
Yeah,
from the spring and striker moving back and forth against it.
yeah. And I'll just drop that liner down in there.
Wes Covina's here. Hey, Wes Covina, what's going on, brother? He says the slide kits I got off of eBay had the wrong plunger depressor springs. Dead horse. Did you hear that from West Covina Dodge?
Yeah. My slide kits are Alpha One and Lone Wolf are my slide kits. So I don't know what
Which one he got?
yeah which brand, because there's several different a bunch of different companies make them, and some people just kind of put kits together.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
sometimes if they don't have the right parts, they'll use what they have just to get them out the door, hoping that the
like
customer.
his firing pin safety spring right here is what he's talking about.
No, he said
The
the plunger. Yeah, his firing pin
or
safety
the
plunger.
or this plunger right here, the plunger for the extractor, because this is the extractor, depressor, plunger, and this, like, we call this like the firing pin safety plunger too, but just firing pin safety.
Right.
But
West Covina, was it the firing pin safety plunger? Or was it the what he calls it, the plunger depressor?
yeah, that okay. So that's for the extractor. So
Yeah,
that's
for the extractor then, West
yeah,
Covina.
yeah. So
The
he's talking
extractor,
about this
yes, that's
spring
what
right here is
would
wrong.
not would not fit on the end.
Well,
Yeah,
sometimes it's not the extractor; it's this little tip, because they have LCI and non-LCI, and LCI is loaded chamber indicator ones, which will be
right.
different, and they'll be shorter like this, and the non-LCIs are longer. So if you have a non LCI
Extractor.
extractor,
You need
or
a
vice versa.
non-LCI. Yeah.
So I took this apart just to show you. So I'm pretty sure this one actually has a firing pin channel liner in it.
Oh, it came like that?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
that's what I see inside there. It looks like, yeah, it looks
Yeah,
like it
they
already. So
probably
that's
used just a
cool.
factory Glock.
Well, I didn't know that. So it looks like it already has a firing pin channel liner installed. So that's cool. But so I'll take the striker, all right, and I'll set this right in the top of the gun to put that together, right on top of the slide. Bam. Let me see if I can turn that up a little bit.
Yeah, what was the other kit that you recommended besides Lone Wolf, the
Well, I don't
Alpha?
know. I don't know if I recommend it, but Alpha One.
Alpha 1.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
that's the
you haven't
oh
used it yet.
no. Well, that's the one I'm using right now.
Oh, okay.
Is Alpha
So
One, and
we'll see how this one turns out.
you know the Alpha One looks very similar to Lone Wolf in a lot of aspects, except for like the trigger housing and stuff like that. And because I bought some Alpha One upper and lower parts kits, and a lot of the parts do look like they're probably Lone Wolf parts, but some of them I'm guessing are made in Japan. So, or I mean not or China. I mean, so,
Yeah.
but And bam. And I'll pull back down. Make sure these are lined up to the side. There we go. So when are you gonna do one of these?
I have a bunch of parts laid out on my shop workbench right now. I've got all the stuff to finish, I believe, the lower receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lower grip frame. I have. I went and bought a bunch of stuff that you told me, to check out and see what I liked and what I picked out a couple things, and I just ordered up some factory stuff from the Glock, and then most of it's like Vickers, and I've got a lightweight connector. I ordered a tin colored trigger, a tin colored pins for the lower, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a skeletonized full size Glock 21. I'm doing it in 45 auto, and then I'm going to buy a 10 millimeter conversion barrel for it. And I'm just going to shoot the 45 ACP, because the only 45 I have, unfortunately, is a Glock 30. And I really want a full size Glock, but the bottom line was the P-80 had a better grip frame angle. It was more like a 1911 without the big hump in the back. So I was interested in that. And
Exactly like the 1911.
yeah,
Yeah.
I want to do that, and then have the ability to shoot 10 mil with it by just changing barrel and magazine. And go ahead and load some 10 mil, which I think I have to buy dies for, because I don't have 40 dies either. But that I'll worry about that down the road. I've got 45 dies, so I can do
Why
that.
don't you have 40 days?
I
What the heck?
didn't. I did not. I haven't owned a 40 in probably.
You're just a 40 hater like everyone else. I see
No,
it. I
I
see
owned 2 or 3. I've owned 4 or 5. I owned a couple of SIG 229s when all they came in was 40 caliber S&W.
it.
The
Ooh.
229 was, yeah, they had the 228 and 9 millimeter, but if you wanted 40 caliber, you had to get the 229, and it gave you the stainless steel nitrided slide and barrel. It was the FBI gun that they had chosen for, and this was back in the 90s when I had a few of them. And I also owned a 228 SIG and 9 millimeter. They're a compact, um, size gun, hammer fired. They're still kind of big, but it was when SIG was starting to get some requests for smaller size duty guns for officers that wanted to carry like closer to a 3 3/4 or a 4-inch barreled gun. AK-47 production. What is going on, my friend? Finally, a good recommendation.
Here we go. All right. And then I already kind of cut a little V-notch in this with just my little snips here, just to remove a little bulk material. I just cut all the frame rails off with just some end nippers there. You can
Oh,
see
did
that.
you get those end nippers that you sent me yet?
Oh, the special like fingernail clipping ones that I want?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna get those.
I
But
might Santa might send you something.
oh, look,
Santa Claus.
here's my Gen 4. So there's the one from the Glock store I told you I ordered. So this is for 40 cal, the Gen 4. But the 41 is pretty dang straight. The ejector on that, it's got the
Crazy.
yeah the 9
I
millimeters.
I can't believe that this one that is the ejector on a 45 pistol, because that is
Yeah,
ridiculously
yours is
small.
kind of like way curved out and over, and the 45 one's kind of wonky.
Yeah, I had years ago. I was, oh my gosh, me and this kid, Damon Pratt. If you ever come across this video, brother, me and him were out. We were driving in the woods and we were trying to find a party. And there was this way out in the Ocala National Forest. And we had been going for through these trails, and he had a little 2-wheel drive Chevy with a V6 in it. And it was a nice little pickup truck, but it wasn't a big truck. It had regular street tires on it. It was a 2-wheel drive. We were driving around because these girls had invited us to this party, and we could hear the party, but it was through the palmettos, and you couldn't drive to where everybody was at. And it was wet. In Ocala, it gets rain quite a bit. So we were hauling, but we thought we were finding our way there, and we ended up coming up on a big, huge puddle. And I told Damon, I'm like, listen, man, get going real fast and cut around the outside edge of the puddle. Don't go through the middle. Damon goes back. He starts going about 45 miles an hour, and I'm like, Damon, you need to go faster than 45, bro. It's gonna suck the truck down, and you need to go up on the right side of the shoulder or the left, because don't go through the middle. We don't know how deep it is. He ends up hitting right in the middle, sucking up water and blowing up his engine in his, like, I want to say it was 6-month old Chevy Silverado, or it was Sonoma. I think it was Chevy Sonoma, a V6 pickup. It was a nice little truck, but he blew the engine square up in it. So we're sitting back there in the woods for 4 or 5 hours. Finally, a guy that hunts out there comes through with a big old CJ7 and says, "Hey, you boys want to ride out to the front of the woods?" And we were like, "Please." He drove us out there. So we're sitting around out there, and I was able to get cell phone reception and call my dad and have him come all the way. It was about an hour and a half drive from Orlando to get out to where we were. And but while we were out there, Damon's like, I got this Glock 21. I'm like, well, let me shoot it, dude. And he's like, well,
Oh,
it's got a little bit of an issue. It doesn't eject very well. So I go, well, what's the ammo you're shooting? I look at it. He's using good ammo. It's like Corbon, I think. So I start setting up targets, little empty beer cans and stuff, and all this stuff, and I'm firing it, and I'm having extraction problems. I look down at the extractor and I go, "Hey, Damon, have you looked at this extractor?" And he goes, "No, what's wrong with it?" I pull the slide back to where you can see the round coming out of the chamber, and it's a brand new cartridge. I didn't shoot it. And you look at the end of the extractor, and like I would say 95% of it was just gone. It had just broken right off. And I'm like, how long has this gun been doing this? And he's like, ever since I bought it. And I was like, oh my goodness, dude. And he bought it used. It wasn't like he bought a brand new one, but he bought it used. It was a third gen. And I ordered him a $6 extractor and put it in there for him. What are you
okay.
showing there, buddy?
So I so this is the 40
Oh, wow.
ejector. That's the 9mm. So see how the 9mm kind of curves in?
Yeah, and the 40 straight up.
Yeah, and then the 45.
It looks like it curves more than any of them.
Yeah, it does. I got one right here. Let me see here. Where's my 45? Well, you'll have to show your 45. You show your 45, how much it curves.
All right.
My 45 is buried somewhere right now.
You got it buried.
Yeah, but and I think I want to say I might be wrong about this. Maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that 45 and the 10mm take the same extractor, or I mean ejector, but the 40 and 9 are different, and the 40 is different from the 10mm. Even though that you think 40, 10, like same thing, but I'm pretty sure that the 10mm was the
All
same
right.
one.
Let's see here. See if I can show this. Let me see. Here's the best way to. Can you see that, dead horse?
No, you're not on the camera. There you go. Yeah, I'll hold it a little farther away. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
You can
Look how
see it?
bent that thing is. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It looks like they did surgery on that thing.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I wonder why they bent it like that. Why they had to cook it over like that to get it to eject. It's got a fat ejector on it, though. It's chunky. It's probably no bigger than any of the other calibers. It's just probably the size of the actual piece.
I don't know.
AK-47, what's going on, brother? Hating a caliber is similar to hating a rock.
Yeah, exactly. I never got the caliber heat thing either, man. I'm okay. I like all calibers. I like everything that goes bang. You know, I mean that's my thing. Is I like everything that goes bang bang.
Well, you were a big 25 ACP guy, weren't you, back in the day?
Oh yeah, anything other than 9mm. Now see, like now I say that about hating on calibers, but let's just be real. 9mm is not a caliber. It's it's a
Well,
less
it's
than
first
less than
off.
lethal option line of defense. It's
Well, yes. Well, then you got to remember the 9mm is it. Well, it's in the metric system, which immediately tells me it's bad news.
the saying the metric
I'm just
system hasn't put a
saying.
man on the moon.
I the metric system didn't put a man on the moon. They were dealing with American standard.
Is this cord long enough? This cord might not be. Yeah, that should be alright. Right, David? We're gonna make it work, right?
Oh yeah, we'll make it happen.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen, Captain.
That's right.
Alright, let's get in some tools here. Bzzz. I'm hooking up my corded Dremel. My Dremel, what is this one? The 3000. Okay, come on, stretch.
You're
It doesn't
you're
quite want to
turning
sit on
on.
the table. It wants to fall off the
Are you turning on? What is that? A little Kenny Rogers in the background. I think I hear. Is that Kenny?
table. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. I'm just setting up my little drill here. And you sure do have a Kenny Rogers fascination lately.
Dude, don't even mess with Kenny and
Yeah.
Dolly. Don't mess with Kenny and Dolly.
Have you been watching like The Gambler or what?
Oh, dude, don't. Yeah, I've got the Gambler on LP cassette. I even broke one of the Gambler tapes because I would flip it over and play it so many times it finally wore out and it snapped. And my dad put a little piece of scotch tape on it and put it over, and it just it was messed up a little bit for a tiny bit, and then it would kick into the rhythm.
Yeah. Have you been playing that on your Echo, on your Amazon Echo
Oh
from
yeah,
now on?
dude. On my girl. My wife is jealous of my. I don't want to say her name because she'll wake up.
Yep.
Oh, that is a good one, dude. Ruby, don't take your love to town. Heck yeah. Oh, Ruby, don't take your love to town. Hey, and I'll tell you, y'all,
Y'all.
I'll tell you,
Okay,
my
Hillary Clinton.
no, 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 no. I'm no Hillary Clinton. I have been a fan of Dolly Parton since the early '80s. My mother every Christmas would play Kenny Rogers, Elvis Presley, and Dolly Parton, and then the Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers Christmas special album, and where there would be like 3 album in there, and you would get and she'd put them on, and we would dance all through Christmas, and she'd cook. We used to have a really good time. And then when I met my wife, she worked for a fellow over here in St. Pete that owns a big, at the time they sold all kinds of mortgages and things like that for veterans, and he also owned an underground studio, recording studio, one of the biggest in Florida, and had Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers record songs there on multiple occasions. And basically, she got to meet them. So, and Dolly just turned 75 years old a couple months back.
How loud is that coming through the mic?
I cannot. Is that irritating to anybody out there?
Because I can mute, and you can just
Yeah,
sit
he
here and
can
talk.
mute if it's bothering to anybody out there. It doesn't sound bad to me, Dead Horse. So what are you using a bit just to dig down inside that thing?
Yeah, just to take off some more of the what was left of those little frame tabs that I cut off.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
I just cut off the bulk of them with the tool,
Right.
but you gotta like kind of take care of the rest of it. So I'm removing more bulk with the Dremel, and then once I get down so close, I'll switch over to files and then eventually sandpaper.
Oh yeah. Is it Aba? He goes, love the grip on the P80s with the utility of Glock. It's what
Yep.
Glock should have been doing
Yes.
10 years ago. And as I'm reading this, and I believe your name is pronounced Aba. Is that it? I kill names, but if I'm pronouncing it wrong, I apologize. But Dead Horse here, that is what he's been preaching to me for, I don't know, since I've met you and you had the P80s.
Mm-hmm. Like, you know,
You were like, you always have said, dude,
it
these are
made
what
Glock it
Glock.
made Glock like fun again to me, and like something
It
I
made
actually
Glock
want to
good
shoot.
again.
Yeah, like it really did, dude. Like they fixed everything people have been bitching about, right? A 1911 grip angle. Remove the stupid fucking finger grooves. Give us a real Picatinny rail. Give us the double undercut trigger guard. You know, give us a stiffer frame so the gun's not so susceptible to limp wristing. Like just like and then on top of that, they did beefier slide rails and just like and different colors and cool stuff like 19 long slides, right? So you can put a 17 slide on a 19 frame and just cool stuff like that, right? And it's like I if Glock was doing this like 10 years ago, oh my gosh, yeah.
Okay. Ahab. Ahab. Okay. Sounds good, brother. Got you dialed in there. Yeah, I agree with you, Dead. From what I've seen from these, they look really cool.
They did a really good job. Like the version 1 frames are kind of sketchy because of the no rear rail, but even those are like, done, and that was like their first attempt at it, right?
Right.
And to gain like popularity, like, from people like to kind of see like, hey, is this going to even be a thing? Do people want to do this? And then people like me bought the Gen 1 frames and were like, yeah, you know, do it again. This time do it better. And they did. So they definitely did. All right, so that's what it looks like after I kind of dremeled it. You'll see there's high spots on each side, so it's kind of like a crescent from where I kind of get close enough with the Dremel. And then the rear ones. All right, let's see here. Now I'll take the Dremel again by hand, and I'll just kind of touch off these crescents, and this is where you got to be careful because I don't have a jig to protect me from making a mistake with the jig on it. When I was removing the bulk of that material, the jig acts as kind of a way as like if I make a mistake, I'll start hitting that jig and I won't remove a bunch of material off the frame accidentally, you know?
Right.
And but now is where I got to worry about it because now I don't have that. And I could just totally just right now go to files and all that, but I've been dremeling long enough, you know, the whole garage gunsmith, let me grab my Dremel thing, that, that I feel confident that.
He's like, your head's warped on your car? Let me grab my Dremel.
Yeah, dude. How did you know? Trying to get a good. There really is no such thing as a good angle doing this. Trying to get this on camera, just you know, there's just really not. And I don't like to spend too long in one spot because I don't want to burn it, the plastic. And if anyone's wondering, my Dremel speed right now is about 5 on the Dremel 3000 here. So I'm not exactly sure how many RPMs that is on this one, but my little makeshift Dremel holder's failing me. Are you there, David? Oh, we lost David.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Oh, I was like, my Dremel was slipping out of its little, was vibrating out of the little holder I have right now. I was gonna fall on the floor.
Don't drop your Dremel.
I know.
Don't drop the Dremel.
I gotta fix the way this is getting held on here. There we go. That should probably work.
I just sent my buddy, he was a truck driver, a link to the so he can listen to what we're talking about. He drives right up by you, right in Utah and stuff. And the north, he goes all the way from down in Georgia all the way up to near you. So if I come out there, I may be using him as a transpo, get me as close as I can.
Yeah,
he said he could
hitchhike
hook
back.
me up with like a tractor trailer guy that has like a stuffed animal on the front of his truck and a small little box in the back to throw me in.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. What is everybody talking about? Or whatever. I'll do my best, brother. Jig is really for the holes. The rest can be done with Snips and Dremel and files. Yeah, it sounds like you've built a couple of these too. Let me see if I get this right. Ahab.
Ahab. Like, or yeah, like Ahab or Ahab.
What is my cat doing? My wife just got here. I will be right back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, dude.
I'm alright. I just gotta take the trash out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, we go do that. Happy wife, happy life, right? Do women have a saying like that they say about their husbands? Like the happy wife, happy life thing? I wonder if women have a saying like that. When it's Let's see here. I'm not really reading the chat. Let's see here. I'm just taking a file, taking my time. There's really no hurry to do these, right? Like, it's not a race or anything. I would just advise anyone doing one of these that they're pretty easy to do if you have patience for them to turn out right. Everyone that I've seen who's kind of screwed these up has just really screwed them up just from not having patience, trying to do it like a faster, easier way that they think, something like that. Can't wait to do the Poly-80 wolf lower I got. The lone wolf lower. That thing looks pretty nice. They did theirs a different way. It's actually kind of more like a Glock. You actually epoxy the frame rails into the frame, believe it or not. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. I got the 19 size frame sitting right here. I haven't got a slide for that one yet, or a barrel or anything for it yet. That one I'm thinking of doing an entire lone wolf gun with a lone wolf slide and barrel and parts kits. So I'm just kind of curious how good of a gun can lone wolf build. They're kind of one of the OGs as far as like the Glock aftermarket and Glock parts go and stuff. I'm just really curious how good of a gun can they basically build now. And I think they sell it complete too, like a complete gun of that basically. That's ready to go. Called the Timberwolf, maybe? Is that what it's called, the Timberwolf? I think the 80% version is called the Freedom Wolf. Let's see here. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Let's see here. You got the Lone Wolf G26 slides? Yeah. They have a custom thing. You can go to their website and design your own Lone Wolf slide, and pick exactly like what serrations and what, and it's all like virtual on their website, so you can kind of see what you're designing and pick like a different style of cutouts or slide, or bull nose or blocky, rear bull nose. Like it's pretty neat. And that's what I think I'm going to do. Is I'm going to order one of those custom slides and kind of sit there and use that program they have on their website and pick out exactly what I want, and then I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I heard a ways back that Lone Wolf is making their own barrels now, because I think before it was basically like back in the day, like 20 years ago or whatever. I want to say that it was Storm Lake that was really making Lone Wolf's barrels. But someone told me, I don't know, maybe like a year or something ago, I think, maybe 2 years ago, that Lone Wolf had like started making their own barrels sometime in the past, and that they're not really made by Storm Lake anymore. I think my old Lone Wolf barrel I have, that's a conversion barrel for my Glock 23 to 9mm. You know, that barrel's probably like close to 20 years old. You know, actually, yeah, it probably is 20 years old now when I think of it. And David's making that wife happy. He probably got conned into taking out the garbage, and then the dishes, and then who knows what else. Oh no, my dogs are going crazy. Yep. The link's up there in the side chat there on YouTube, and Echo will be back here in a minute. We'll be able to add people to it. I'm just kind of focusing on what I'm doing right now. Just gently and carefully filing down this frame. This is the boring part of everything. But I take my time on mine. Like I said, it's not a rush, and like honestly, I could stop right there, and like this would fit and be just fine. Like it really would. I like to go a little bit more than this, and then I like to hit it with a little bit of sandpaper some wet sandpaper, just a little bit, and then I'll come back with some wax and a buffing wheel, and I'll buff these tabs where I cut. And man, it looks like, I mean, if you do a good job and really smooth it out, like it'll look pretty factory where you can't really tell. Like, was there a tab there? Did you buy this, or did you did you make this? And just some kind of like armor all, like black shine, like made for like black plastics on your car and stuff like that. That's all you use in a little cotton buffing wheel. And I think my stuff is called like McGregor's, like liquid black or something.
Yeah, it's silicone. You hearing me?
Yeah, nope.
No?
Can't
Okay.
hear you.
Yeah, I had to get something to nibble on. What's going on out
I
here in
told
the
you to
West?
do that. I told you to do that before you.
I know I was fine before, and then my blood sugar crashed. Uncle Jim's out there. What's going on, brother?
All this excitement
What
has
about
you.
the ATF 80 thing? What is he talking about? The ATF
Oh,
80?
the ruling, right? So like they came through and what they want to do is they want to make it so like slides are now considered like part of the firearm. So slides need to be like meet the ATF requirements of like a name and all that, and they want to reclassify a certain type of gunsmith that you can take your gun to and have it basically engraved, so it meets that you're the manufacturer, and just a bunch of bullshit. And it's open for opinions on the ATF website right now. So you need to go over to the ATF website, everyone, and leave your opinion that Americans have been building their guns here in America themselves since before this was America, right? Like it dates back to like 200 years before this was America. We've been building our own guns here, and it's as American as apple pie. Word it however you want. If you're too lazy to type something up, places like GOA, Gun Owners of America, and Firearms Policy Coalition have like pre-typed things that you can basically copy and paste and send, and that works too. But also call all your representatives, call the ATF, call everyone you can, write letters, do everything you can, because it's not going to stop here with these. If you think it's going to stop, like, oh, this only affects the guys who build ARs and polymer 80s, like, no, we're talking like everything from like black powder to BB guns to airsoft to paintball guns. It doesn't stop. We got to draw a line in the sand. So the people who are like, oh, this doesn't affect me, I'm not interested in building one of these things, I'm not interested in building my gun. You don't want that attitude, because this is the line in the sand. What's going to happen when that line gets pushed to you? And now you're sitting there with your shotgun being like, oh, I never thought they would take my shotgun. Come on, guys, help me. Help me, like, protest this so they don't take my shotgun. Like, do you want it to get that far, all the way down the line to the guy who only only owns a shotgun, right? Or a guy who only owns an air rifle, or a guy who only owns a Nerf gun, like Australia. Like they just banned Nerf guns in Australia. Do you want it to get that far down the line to where your kids can't have a Nerf dart gun? Like, right? This is how you stop that from getting that far, is by fighting stuff like this. Whether you're interested in doing it or not, fight for this right. Because without this right here, everything else goes. Everything else goes.
Yeah, that's
They can.
exactly right. Anytime they start in on something like this is just a precursor to the whole plan that he's got laid out already. If he's picking up on polymer 80s and this type of thing
ARs and yeah,
and
AR
ARs,
loaders and
he's gonna
AK
go.
flat kits, everything,
Yeah,
muzzle loading kits. Like,
he's going to make every part that you need to build a gun a serialized part that needs an FFL transfer and background check on. This is his whole idea of universal background checks, is making every part you need. So if you need to replace a magazine or a firing pin, you will have to go through a background check 4473 for it. That he's going to build a whole new um, record keeping bureau, more pencil pushers, more big government.
Let me tell you guys something. Nothing was ever won without defiance. What I'm doing right now is called defiance. This is me flipping my middle finger at them, saying, fuck you, don't mess with my right, I'm going to do this. Right? Right now, it's perfectly legal for me to do this. It is not against the law. Right? And
Right.
how was prohibition overturned? Was prohibition overturned by a bunch of people stopped drinking and then fighting it through the legal system, or was prohibition overturned because of defiance? Right? So that's, defiance is a big part of this. And then supporting the companies that give us the ability to build our own guns and customize stuff and have stuff that we can say, hey, this is my one-off thing. No one has a gun like this in the entire world. I built this gun, right? And the ability to do stuff like that, these companies we need to support too, because these companies are on the front line of defense. Polymer 80 just paid $40,000 in legal retainer fees for lawyers to fight this. To fight for our rights to be able to build your own gun. And that's an important thing. So supporting these companies, supporting the GOA and FTC and NRA and whatever organization you see fit is an important thing to do right now. And more so, write an actual physical letter in paper, um, you know, to your representatives. It's a lot better than an email. And demand that they don't let Biden do this and that they don't let the ATF do this.
And I also recommend, if you're sitting at home and you're retired or you no longer able to work, that you work your finger on that phone, because I have been.
Yeah.
And I've been calling even the Democrat office and telling them, hey, look, there's a bunch of Democrats now that are gun owners for the first time. And guess what? We don't want our rights taken away or trampled on. And you just tell them that you will not support them and you will vote against them when when they're up for election. They get enough of those calls every day. They're going to be like, hey, look, I'm getting all this pushback on all this, gun control stuff. And I'm starting to get pushback from Democrats. They're going to say, I'm not going to vote for this because I don't want to lose my position and my cush job. Because really, government, those jobs, they do the least required just to get by. It really has gotten that bad.
Reasonable term limits for all politicians. No more lifelong politicians will fix a lot of stuff, dude. Just, period. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The one way we can put control on that is the same reason why we don't have a dictatorship. Is reasonable term limits for our president. There's no reason that if we have a president that can only spend a max of 8 years in the White House, that we can't have senators and congressmen and mayors and everyone else down the line abide by that same thing. Maybe even shorter. Maybe 8 years is too long for them. Maybe 4 years. Okay, you can be mayor for 4 years. That way you can't fuck up too much shit if you're a bad one. Kind of
Yeah.
thing. And then, yeah, it sucks because then if you have a really good one, you're like, oh, we want you for 8 more years, but that'll just inspire there to be more good ones because what do they want their legacy to be? their days as a politician is over after these 4 years. So do they want to do a really good job and be remembered for actually helping the people, before they become what? A normal citizen again? Oh my God, they're going to know that going in that, hey, I'm not going to be a senator for the next 55 years and live off taxpayers. In 4 years, I'm going to be a normal citizen. So I want the stuff I do right now to help me out in 4 years, to help me out and everyone else, right? They're going to do a better job with that, kind of mentality, knowing that they're just going to be an everyday nobody again, in 4 years.
Oh, you want to hear some scary shit?
Have you been checking remind you checking the back room and all that for anyone that might want to join, or have you been keeping up on that Kimosabi?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're the only ones. Just so everybody knows, there is a. Oh, yeah, here comes somebody right now. Bam. Um, what does this say? Who
You can take
is it?
me off the big screen right now because all I'm doing is just filing. You can put it back so you can see everything.
Somebody.
Oh,
Uncle
it's
Jim.
Uncle A-hole.
I've been trying to get on here for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's bad. He's bad at that. He's bad at checking his that
That's
back room.
okay. You guys know more about StreamYard than I do. Doing all this other stuff. Yeah, baby.
He's learning. He's getting pretty good at it.
Better than me. Just a flunky.
No, I don't know.
Just a.
You run a pretty good chat, so it's very enjoyable.
Well, not lately. we have
I
our,
have to
yeah.
chuckle because I didn't even know. I didn't watch the last Saturday night chat, and then
Oh,
I watched it, and
so
boy,
bad.
the ending was very, very volatile there. But hey, it's all in good fun.
It was so bad. I was pressure washing, so I started having some beer and stuff in the morning, and it just continued.
I think we've all been there. I mean, I know I have.
Yes, I've been there more than once.
I like me some cold beer when I'm working, and yeah, it just I had too much too fast, and then my son started bringing some. I don't know what that was, but oh my god, that took me out quick.
Oh,
Oh
was it
no.
like something hard, or was it like some?
Oh yeah, no, it was hard. It tasted good. It tasted good, but it had bite. Yes, it had aftermath. People, I'm sorry. What you gonna do? Pat had a
Okay.
good comment, but I can't. Pat, if you're listening, I couldn't click on it. It was a YouTube thing, and your comment doesn't even show up. So I liked your comment. Just wanted to say thank you. Okay, done.
Well, I think that, like, when I look back at, like, the baseball teams I was on, the football teams, everyone got into a scrap with somebody eventually, right? And got on someone's nerves, or did, said something or did something. That's just it's not that we should be concerned about. It's how we handle it after, right?
Yeah, it's usually not strangers either. It's someone you
Yeah.
know really good.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if
It's
it's a
like
stranger,
because
then we don't really
if
care.
it was a stranger, you just be like, well, I'll just never talk to that person
yeah,
again.
it's more like a brother and sister fighting all the time. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your family, but you could really rip each other good because you're family.
Yeah.
So what do you got there? 19? What frame is that?
This is the
17?
17.
17. Okay.
Yeah, but I got a bunch of frames here. I'm going to be doing the 45 ACP, the a 19. I already got like several of them. Like Like there's a 17 one I did like a couple years ago in the Polymer 80.
Yeah. See, I like the grip way better than the
Yeah,
Glock.
the 1911 grip is this, and here even the 26
Yeah,
size. This one's a couple years old now.
the
Is
Glock
this?
grips suck. I take the
Yeah.
finger grooves off. Yeah,
Yep. I agree.
that on the 19, it's hideous where that first finger groove is against the trigger guard. Oh my gosh.
See, I have long, skinny fingers. Okay, so when I grab a regular Glock frame with the finger grooves, it makes my fingers separate when I grab the frame. So I'm grabbing it like this with my fingers separated. That feels unnatural to me when I grab a gun.
Yeah,
I
that.
want my fingers together when I wrap around. That feels natural to me. I don't like that separation of my fingers. It's
Yeah,
always bugged me. Like
yeah. The full frame is bad, and then when you get to the 19 frame, and that first finger groove just squeezes my fat finger, and so I take them off. I take them off and stipple them. I still have a 19 to grind. Drives me nuts. Oh well, they're not perfection.
have you thought about doing one of these Polymer 80s?
I thought about it, but I got my three left, and I don't know, maybe a 10 millimeter or something.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yes, I'm like, yes, I'm getting me a 10 millimeter.
Because I had a 10 and I loved it. Shouldn't have sold it. Same with 45. I love that one too. They're fat though. It's a fat frame.
Yeah,
But I think,
and this like so the Glock, even the SF Glock 21 frame, which is that short frame, right? So it doesn't have as much as that rear channel in the back.
yeah,
Even that the SF model feels just like big in my hand, and I wear a size large glove, and it still feels like abnormally
yeah,
big and chunky.
they're a
The
brick.
Polymer 80 frame feels just like the 17 frame. Like I mean, the 45, you can't tell
Yeah,
them apart. I mean, it's
that's
so close that
that's
it's
why I want to do it because their frames are better. And they're already undercut too.
yeah, the double undercut, beefier slide rails. Like so, here's a 45 frame. So I got a 45 frame right here, and let's open this up. So here's a 45 frame. Here's the 17 frame. And when I put them, like, I mean, like the difference, I mean, they really did like the minimalist. They
Way,
are so close to each other as far as like grip size that if I kind of mix them up, I can't just tell by picking it up instantly which one's which. That's how close it is to the 17 frame.
yeah, that
But
looks way better. Yes.
all right, hold on one second. Someone's at my door. I gotta go see who this is.
Me too. I think the family came home. Yeah, that looks a lot better because they're a little bulky when they get in the large frame.
What was that?
The frame looks way better because
Oh yeah,
they're
yeah,
bulky in the large frame. They're just bricks.
yeah. I have a 30 and a Glock 30, and all the Glocks. I've got quite a few of them, and I get them because they're a good self defense pistol. They're uglier than hell. They look like a brick that somebody put a stick on. I think we lost Uncle Jim. I think his wife and son may have came home. So Texas, hey Texas Outlaw, what's up, Mike? What's going on? Broke loaders out there too. DJ Play Nice, what's up? Yo yo, brother, what's going on? Oh, hold on. I think Uncle Jim has come back.
Yeah. I had
Boom.
solar
Uncle
powered.
Jim.
Yeah, I had solar powered guys. I don't know what Uncle Jim had, but I had solar.
I
What are you
bumped.
doing with solar power?
Trying to sell a solar power.
Oh,
I
did
don't know
you?
if Uncle Jim's getting that down there, but we get those guys here now like every week.
Solar power guys.
I'm not
Yeah,
even
I
joking.
don't know what that they're selling it all over the United States because it's in Florida too. I get people that call and I get guys that stop by and they're like, "Hey, we're in the neighborhood putting some so you know you're not. Stop lying. You're not in the neighborhood. Nobody's putting that on their roof in Florida." Okay, Michael is coming in too.
Michael Signs?
Yes,
Oh,
here he is. Oh, he's fixing his hair just as I click on you, Michael.
it looks good, Michael. All right.
The what's that?
It looks
Oh,
good.
yeah, we clicked on you just as you were fixing your hair.
Oh, yeah. I had to cut it a little bit. I was gonna go all the way down, but then I was like, I'll let it grow out a little bit again. I don't know. I'm kind of like on the fence of letting it grow out again. I used to have hair like down to like the middle of my back, long, super curly hair. Um, Anybody familiar with the guitarist? Well, he was the guitarist for Megadeth, I think, for a while. And then I think he went out on his own. But Marty Friedman. Anybody familiar with Marty Friedman?
That sounds really familiar. Who was he with?
Megadeth,
Oh,
but
okay.
I
Yeah,
think he played for somebody else too, because Friedman sounds really familiar.
yeah. He played for several bands. I don't remember exactly which ones.
Well, what years
I
are
know.
we talking here? The
Oh,
80s?
definitely late '80s, early '90s. Yeah,
Well, okay.
early to mid '90s. Yeah, because he was with Megadeth from like early '90s to mid '90s.
My bro.
But yeah, he had like long curly hair. That's the way my hair looked.
I went to a Megadeth concert once, and Dave Mustaine was talking about how they were just up in Idaho before they came here, and how that they got banned from ever going. I guess I'm not sure if it's the whole state or just Boise or what it was, but I guess they're banned from playing there again. And he's
Huh.
like, yeah, the mayor of Boise like called me the devil, right? And he's like, everyone knows that Ozzy's the devil. And then the crowd just went like wild, and then they started playing like Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath songs, and I was
Yeah,
like,
baby.
that was cool. Like if you've never heard Megadeth play Black Sabbath, they do it justice. Like they know it, like they do really
Oh
well.
yeah.
I'm going to have to look that one up.
We have this for you. Okay.
Yeah, that was at the Salt Palace, Uncle Jim. The Salt Palace.
Yeah, I tell you what not to do is cook a frozen burrito and cut off a piece of it and throw that in your mouth without a drink. It busted open, and it's got hot cheese and beans in there, refried beans, and I just melted the top of my mouth. Something fierce.
Man,
Yeah, that was hot. I was like, thank God I had a mute button. I was like over here crying and on the side.
so have you done one of these outlaw? Have you done anything like this? Have you built your own gun, ARs, Polymer 80s, anything like that? No. What about you, Echo? Have you done an 80% AR? Did you ever do one?
Nope.
No, I have not done an 80%. I'm getting ready to. I'm getting ready to do a 45.
Yeah, you already got your frame and all the lower parts. You're just waiting
Yeah,
to pick out slide stuff now, right?
yeah. I just got to get a slide barrel and slide parts kit, and and some sights. I'll probably just throw some cheap Glock plastic
No,
sights on it.
no, 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 no. We can get you like Ameriglows for like you're gonna end up spending like $20 on Glock sights when we can get you a decent set of Ameriglows for like 40.
Yeah, don't do that. At least fiber optic. They're cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many good companies are making those now.
And they're so nice, the fiber optics. Do those have steel rails now?
These?
Frame rails, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, front and rear.
Oh, wow, that's a big improvement.
And
Okay.
like look at how massive the front is. Like the front is absolutely massive compared to a
Yeah,
Glock.
you got me in trouble now. I want me a 10 millimeter. They got steel rails now.
Yeah, I think Armor Ally had the 45 frames for $99. And
Oh,
I think Bowtac did too. Bowtac.com. So they had
holy
the
crap.
45, but they only had them in black for the $99. I think if you wanted like FD or gray, I think they were charging like $129 or $119 if you wanted a. But in black, maybe cobalt too. I think it was black and the cobalt. You could get those for $99.
Yeah, I don't really care what color. I just want a 10
Black
and
goes with
1.
everything, so you can't really go wrong with the black.
I always start with black, yeah, but I can also coat, so it doesn't matter. I can airbrush whatever. But it's better to just get them the way you want it all the way through. I like the frame size in the big frames. You know, I like how
Yep.
they made it, and the grip angle.
Well, another cool thing about the 45 frame is you buy the 45 frame and a Glock 21 slide. Don't get the 10 millimeter slide. Get a Glock 21 slide. And then if you get the Glock 21 slide, then you can get a 45 ACP barrel, a 10 millimeter barrel, a 40 Smith & Wesson barrel, a 357 SIG barrel, and a 9 millimeter barrel. Not to mention all the other cool calibers like 440 Corbon or 45 Super or this 460 Roland or just any of the other cool stuff. But it opens you up to about 13 calibers. Like just having that frame and that slide,
What
you
about
have like a
the
13
ejector?
caliber gun.
What about the ejector though? Ejector,
So
extractor.
about like 98% of people say the 45 ACP ejector works great for the 10 mil or the 40 cartridge.
Okay.
A couple percent say, "Hey, I've had issues. I've had to swap it out." Right? And or as far as the extractor goes, the ejector is not a problem between 10 and 45 because I'm almost positive it's the exact same ejector. But the extractor is the thing that once in a while some people say, "Hey, this doesn't quite work for me." Other people say it works fine for them.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, 10 and 45 would be nice on one frame.
And like on my Glock 23, I have the 40 cal ejector and the 40 cal extractor. And when I shoot 9 millimeter through that, like I don't change anything and it works just fine. But I know other people say that like, oh, when I change my Glock over to 9 millimeter, I have an issue. So it's just kind of like a hit or miss thing, I think, where you might have to change out an extractor, you might not. But as long as you're not using a 9 millimeter uh, ejector, that's the one you got to worry. The 9 millimeter is the dangerous one to use with 40, but you can use the 40 with the 9 millimeter problem.
Okay. I just want a 10 for hiking around. I used to be into 10 big time. I gave a lot of my brass to Mig though.
And 10 brass has been like I've been kind of like keeping an eye out for it and looking for it, and it's kind of hard to like range brass. I haven't seen any range brass at all, and like new brass, I've only been able to find like Starline or something like that right now.
Yeah, I'd have to check. I have some on my favorites that have range brass once fired, and they used to have 10. But yeah, most of mine is more than twice fired because I gave that to Meg. The good stuff, one or twice fired. I got some ratty 10 mil. I got plenty, I think. Anyway, I want to get back to the 10 for hiking around. It's perfect for everything out there.
I want it because I could have one gun with multiple calibers that are all the exact same barrel length, right? And I think that would be good for some pretty good testing. Having being able to truly compare. Because the problem I see with like a lot of the tests I watch, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm going to compare 357 sig to 10 mil, but the 10 mil will be out of a 3.5 inch barreled gun or something, and then the 357 sig will be out of a 5 inch gun, and things like that." I'm like that barrel length's going to make a difference there. So like I want to see apples to apples testing, so to speak.
Also, if you're using factory 10 mil, it's dumbed down. It's not.
Oh yeah, it's 40 basically.
Yeah, it's not like the Irma stuff, the original. So.
Yep.
Well, unless you're getting like buffalo boar or something like that.
Yeah.
Buffalo Boar. What's the other guy's name? He makes magazines also. What was his name? Oh well.
The Corbon stuff was loaded pretty good.
Corbon, and there was
Yep.
one, I forget the name of it. I had some of that ammo that if it hits something hard, it doesn't do anything. If it hits something soft, it expands. What was that ammo?
Oh,
It was-
frangible?
No, it was an exotic ammo. It was really weird stuff. I think I gave that away. Maybe I got a box somewhere. I don't know. But it was
Hey,
hot.
Pony 47, what's going on, sir? He's saying hi to all of us, so I just wanted to say hi back to him.
When you were
Yeah.
doing 10 millimeter, Uncle Jim, what was your powder choice? Like what powder?
I
were
wasn't
you?
loading for it at the
Oh,
time.
okay.
But I own most of the models they had available. So the old Smith & Wessons, the Javelina, if you ever heard of that.
Yep.
Big old long slide one. Yeah, the Dan Wesson Bobtail Commander. What else? Oh, I had the EAA Witness, which is like a big CZ.
Yep. Did you ever have the Bren 10?
No, they were too
Pricey
they
back
were-
then.
They
Yeah.
were pricey. Someone tried to remake them, never went through. I always wanted to. The Bren 10 though was kind of a little fragile versus the EAA was built like a tank. The only problem is the recoil spring was way too light, so I beefed that up, and it was awesome. And they came with a 22 top end kit too. So you got a package. You got 22 mags and top end and 10 millimeter.
Wow.
Cheap. Yeah, that was really good. And it was kind of like this nickel boron coated frame that had blotchiness on it. It was weird. Yeah. But it was like $300 and something. Unless you got the kit. And it went up to like $450 at the time. For both cal.
That's
What
about
else?
how the
I had a Kimber that was a 40 and it was reamed out to 10 because Kimber didn't make 10s at the time. It was like the
Ooh.
first gen Kimbers. And I found it at a gun show. Someone reamed the 40 to 10. That thing worked perfect. It was a stainless, full size 1911. Yep. I'll never forget that one because some guy was holding it. He wouldn't put it down. He's at the counter at the gun show, you know. And I'm like, put the thing down. Just put it down.
Jim's in the back, like
Yeah,
waving
the
his
guy
hand
over
around
there-
like a Jedi. He's
Yeah,
over
the
there,
guy-
like,
He's like a Jedi.
you will
guy
put the
wants
gun down.
500 for it. Just put it down. And it took him like 10 minutes. I was like ready to. And as soon as he put it down, I grabbed it and said, I'll buy it. Oh, man.
He's just like set it on the table, one for 3 seconds. Are you done looking at this,
Yeah,
sir?
what are
Oh,
you
you
doing,
are?
right?
Okay, let me just go ahead and buy this now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go ahead and buy this.
And then he looked at me and it's like, too bad, so sad.
You snooze, you lose.
Yeah, you don't think around when Kimber didn't even make one at the time. So it worked great. So whoever did the reaming on the throat was awesome.
Should have been like, he who hesitates masturbates.
That's right.
Hey,
That's
how do
right.
you make somebody a moderator?
Next to their name, you can click on it, and then it'll show make moderator, wrench, whatever. So right side of their name.
I think it's like the little dots or something like that.
Yeah, you'll have 3 options. Whether you mute them or make them a moderator, I forget what it's called, but it should be self-explanatory.
Okay.
Yeah, the Kimber was probably the toughest buy because the guy wouldn't let it down. Just let go of the thing, will ya? I'm breathing on the guy. He could feel me breathing down his neck.
Now, I've owned a couple Kimbers, and it sounds like you might have too, Uncle Jim. Like, I haven't found this, like, there's like a misconception that Kimbers don't work or something, and I haven't found that to be true. I've found that some of them have extremely tight tolerances and literally need that 500 round break-in period unless you start, like, using some baking soda toothpaste on the slide rails and lapping it yourself. Like, I found some that are that tight, but I haven't found one that was just like, or at least I haven't owned one that's been like what I would call garbage or bad.
Yeah, no, I've had like 3 of them, and they all work good. My first one was as soon as they went to Yonkers, New York, because they were in Oregon, and that's when they were super small. But as soon as they tooled up there, I bought a Commander size, and it worked perfect. That was an aluminum frame. And I don't know what they put the mag disconnect thing, or not the mag disconnect, the plunger disconnect thing on the beaver tail. I didn't care for that. I always owned the ones that were older. They were Series 70s.
70, yeah.
Yeah. And they all work good right out of the box. And they shot good. No idea what they're like today. But when they first tooled up, they were very nice. Their tooling was all brand new. Everything worked. One thing I wanted was the revolver, the Smith. 610, what was it called? 610? Or the Course, but you can't get a Course, they're way too much.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't pay that much for one. I don't.
The Course were ridiculous, even back when they were cheaper. Yeah. But that's fun. You can shoot 40, 10, in the same cylinder. Yeah. The Smith was a good one. The police trade-in ones, they didn't like the 10 or whatever. Man, those are good. Those were good semi-autos. They're a little bulky. They're heavy, but they were good. They were cheap trade-ins, too. What were those? They had the 4510. What? Oh, man, 4010, I think it was, that I had. Should have kept that one. Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm excited to have 10 millimeter. I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, the Glock 20 I had was, I bought it used. It was cheap. And then these were the early modified Glock days. They had a set screw where you can adjust if you want to call it the sear on it, you can adjust the striker. I don't know what they're doing to them now, but that actually, I dropped that thing in and it worked really good. And a friend of mine had to have it, so I sold it to him. And that was a Gen 2 or 3? Gen 3. But the frame, the grip was just huge.
Yep. And that's what I like about this Polymer 80 is it's like man, it does not feel like a 45 ACP frame. It feels like the 17.
You're selling me on the Polymer 80 right now on that.
Like if I close my eyes and pick them each up, I can't tell which one's which, and they feel that similar. It's just like
Yeah, that's a huge difference then.
If you're gonna get one, you better get one soon.
I know. I haven't kept up on all these stupid laws coming out.
I mean,
well, that doesn't mean that they're going to get banned because we're fighting it pretty good right now, right? And it's kind of all of our duty to, tell people like, hey, if you haven't sent an email yet, if you haven't sent a letter, if you haven't made a phone call, because like I said, it's that. Like I said before, it's that line. Do you even if you're not interested in doing this kind of stuff, do you want to let that line move all the way back to where they want to take what you are into?
right.
You have to. You don't want it to get to that point, so stop it here with this.
Yep. Should have been done with the bump stock. Should have been done with a lot of things, actually.
Yep.
And that's the thing is they keep moving the goalpost. They keep chipping a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. They get you. They lull you into this sense of, oh yeah, they know better than I do, or whatever. However you come to grips and try to justify the bullshit that they're feeding you. And yeah, when it comes down to it, I mean, it's a bunch of bullshit.
What happened? We lose Uncle Jim?
Oop, yeah, I guess we did.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he's back. I was like, where'd you go? There he is.
You flipped the wrong switch?
Well, to look at the side chat, I got to click on it, and I don't know if you guys are doing the same thing, but it's like a see-through screen where you can see the chat on this device, and then I click done, and it knocks me off. I'm supposed to click the X. I think I need to click the X if I look at what's going on in the chat.
Well, don't feel bad. I'm still trying to figure out how to make DJ a thing because when I go on to his like where he's at in the chat, I can only click on it and make it show up like this, or I can click on the three dots. And when I click on the three dots, I get put user in timeout or block user, and I try to get on there and roll my scroll wheel, and I don't get any other selection. So
could be he might not be subscribed to you. That's probably why.
No, he is.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, I just don't have any clue.
Are you comfy, Michael? Haven't seen you in a while. What's going on, man?
Oh, not much. Same old crap. Different day.
No rant videos or nothing.
Nah, I'm kind of. I can't keep up with the bullshit. It's impossible. It's impossible. I'd be putting. I'd have to put out a video every hour on the hour every day until this thing stops, which is not looking like it's going to be anytime soon. I mean, just the amount of just unbelievable shit that is going on right now. I mean, and the fact that the media is not talking, I mean, not a lick about anything.
Yep.
It's just ridiculous.
It's a total mind blow. You don't even want to watch the news. Yeah.
Oh, I stopped watching the news, like mainstream news, years ago. Well, when my dad would just like have Bill O'Reilly on nonstop. It was just like,
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, bad, bad.
Yeah, I mean the amount of just unbelievable crap that's coming out of this administration is just unreal. Did you
Yep.
see Jen Psaki going after that reporter?
No.
Oh man, this reporter. God, I forgot what she asked. She's like, she was like, what do you think about these people saying this and this? She straight up was like, who said that? Who's saying that? And like she put the reporter right on the spot, like thinking like, oh, she's gonna list this list of names of people that are saying bad things about you. What? So you can go and dox them or what? Like what the hell? Like I was sitting there watching this and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like this is like some high school shit right here. Like this is shit that would happen in fucking middle school. And this is supposed to be the goddamn White House press secretary? What a fucking cunt.
Oh no, she's a dingbat. She can't even answer questions. I'll
Oh
get
yeah, she
back to you.
hasn't answered
Yeah.
a single fucking question.
No.
Yeah, I'll circle back. I'll circle back. She's
Yeah.
circled back so many freaking times. She's a fucking top.
No, it's bad. It's bad.
Sorry if I'm going off a little bit too much, but yeah, I mean the level of just moronic hypocrisy and bullshit is just unfucking real. Why? How in the hell we're not in a full blown civil war right now is fucking beyond me.
I know, it's amazing, huh?
The okay, you got the oil, the gas, the whatever, the oil pipe, the Dakota pipeline. They shut that down. They shut it down. Quote unquote. You know what they're actually doing with all that oil? They're
It
putting
was
it on
cyber attack.
trains.
It was
Well,
cyber
no,
attack.
they're still moving that oil. They're just not using the pipeline. They're putting it on trains. And who owns those fucking trains? Fucking what's his name? Not Soros, but that other son of a bitch.
Yeah, and Biden loves trains. He loves
Oh
trains.
yeah, and he loves trains.
Hmm.
What a jackass! I mean,
No, the cyber
unfrickin'
attack.
real.
Yeah, the Dead Horses cyber attack was on the East Coast. That was those gas plants. They provide for
Yeah,
the airplanes and gas up over there.
which that too, that whole cyber attack bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit on that too. You know, when Trump was in office, it was reported that we had like I think the most cyber attacks in 12 years or something like that in like 2 years or 3 years or something. We had more cyber attacks in those 3 years than we've had in this country in over 12 years or something like that. Um, and ever since the election, that just all stopped until the other day. Come on,
Yeah.
that's bullshit.
And he had it where we were self sufficient again, and all this
Yep.
stuff was going good, and everything got ruined by this puppet.
Yep.
Do you think he's a
Executive
puppet for China,
orders,
or do you think he's a puppet for like some
globalist.
the Rothschilds or
It's
something,
It's a
right? Like,
globalist thing. Yeah, it's a
yeah.
Marxist.
It's not one. It's not one government or one group of people. It's an
It's the
amalgamation
big
of
picture.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's all of these elitists that are just so freaking wealthy. They're beyond wealthy. They control everything because money talks and bullshit walks,
And
and
it,
that's the
it
way it's always freaking been.
and it drove them nuts because we had this maverick president that wanted to do
Yeah.
something for America, and they want America to fall in line with Europe and all the other countries. And it's like, no, we're not like that. And here we go.
Yep. And then what was the oh well okay, so you got the oil deal, which is bullshit. So now they're going to blame this cyber attack. It's going to drive prices through the roof. They're still moving this oil even though they're not talking about it. and they haven't told anybody about it. Very few people know about it, but there you can find information on this on YouTube and the various other websites and stuff. What was the other big thing? Well, then you got the snafu at the border, which is just, I mean,
a cluster.
Oh, it's beyond a cluster. You had freaking Kamala Harris just the other day meeting with the president of Mexico, walked out in the middle of the freaking meeting because she had other things to do. Unfreaking real.
She was avoiding the border thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Ugly.
Oh, it's beyond freaking atrocious. And the thing is the Mexican president, maybe at first, the relationship between him and Trump wasn't the best, but after a while, they worked things out, and they had formed a good relationship. They were working together. The border, I mean, had reached a level that it had not seen since like the 80s. Of like border security and efficiency and everything. Being from South Texas, and being that I grew up just miles from the Mexican border, just a few short miles from the Mexican border. I have a multitude of family members that either have worked or, are retired now, or are still active duty, either in law enforcement, working for a sheriff's department, or a municipal police department, or working for Border Patrol. My cousin, one of my cousins, his best friend was I forgot what his title or position was, but he was kind of up there, not way up, but I mean, he was privy to the information that was coming from the higher ups. I'll just put it that way. When Obama was in office, I went down to Texas because my cousin that I'm speaking about, his mother had passed away, and I went down there for the funeral. So his friend, who we had grown, I mean, I've known this guy since he was a kid, since I was a kid. He was older than me. We went to school together. My cousin and him went to college together. They were roommates for a long time. I mean, they've known each other since childhood. So he came to the funeral, and at the time, I'm not sure if he's still working for the Border Patrol, but at the time he was working for Border Patrol. He showed me personally a picture that he took with his phone of the letter that was sent from Barack Hussein Obama to the heads of the Border Patrol, telling them, instructing them, forcing them, tying their fucking hands and telling them to stand the fuck down and let everybody just walk through. So I saw that letter myself. Well, I mean, a picture of it. But it was from the desk. It was from the White House. It was from Obama. Had a signature on it. And it said in plain fucking English, "Don't do your job."
Yeah.
So I got absolute zero respect for any of these fucking piece of shit Democrats and any of these crap career crooked ass piece of shit politicians. They're all fucking shit. Republican, Democrat, don't fucking matter. They're all criminals. They've all scammed us for decades now. Fucking goddamn Biden has been in our government for almost 60 freaking years, or 50 years. No, I think it is almost 60 years. He's been in for what, 54 years or something like that?
45.
45.
It's almost 50. He
there you go.
went in 73 or 74, and I was born in 72, and I'll be 50 in November. So he's been in office quite a ways.
Yeah, I was thinking 45-ish. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was born in '79, man. So I mean, that son of a bitch was ripping people off since before I was even born.
Yeah, why would we elect someone that spent so much time in office and
And
hasn't
what has
gotten
he
shit
done?
done?
Yeah,
What has
and
he
he's
done?
he's never
Nothing.
accomplished anything.
Oh
He's
no,
a,
yeah, he has. He's accomplished racism because haven't you seen
Yeah,
all
well,
the
yeah.
shit back in the '70s where he's like, I don't want my kids like growing up in a jungle with black people and da da da.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like he has said like more racist shit than like
Well, he
anyone.
is a Democrat. You've got to
Well, I know, but
Okay.
remember
like,
the
but
Democratic
like I
Party
don't get
was
why.
based in the south of Mason-Dixon line.
But all the people who voted for him were all the ones screaming like, stop racism and stuff like that, right? But yet they voted for like the biggest racist in politics. So I don't get.
Well,
Well, yeah.
it's
They
it's
they
it's like
scream.
this. If you're a racist, you don't stop being a racist. Like I've known a lot of older black and older white men, and in their 70s and 80s, and it was common practice to be segregated away from each other. But you'll never meet a more racist man than like a 70, 80-year-old black man, because he actually had racism upon him. You know what I'm saying? Like there was things that he wasn't allowed to become because his color of his skin. That those things don't exist today. You can be whatever you want to be. We've had astronauts. We've had a president of the United States being an African American, and there's no limitations as long as you put yourself, you know, in the way of being into that. Okay, if you want to be a president, well, you better have really really good grades, and you better apply yourself in all those different programs in school to get yourself where you want to do something like that in politics. But the bottom line is most kids, they just want to make, be able to make some decent money, and you know, raise a family. And I think that's most of the countries like that. And I think that you've got your extremists that, float both ways. And you have a movement right now, like we had in the 60s, of a socialism type of thing. And that's kind of like what I've been noticing in this country. There's this big passion or curiosity with socialism, and I'm just like, socialism is communism light, and I'm not anything, don't want anything to do with that shit. It doesn't work. Every country that's ever tried to use that type of political regime has been exactly that, a tyrannical government that profits the rich, and the poor get the shithole. Here you go, this is what you get. And these kids today, I think a lot of them that are pushing this socialistic behavior are more or less just at the point where they just want a handout. They want mom and dad's money to continue on, and they don't have a plan B. Like eventually mom and dad are going to die. I unfortunately had that happen to me a little early, but it happens to people that way sometimes. And I had to realize I had to make a living for myself, or I was going to be sleeping under a freaking bridge. And I don't know, maybe they're used to getting the handout. Maybe they don't want to do the work. Maybe they have tried and they can't. I don't know. But there's definitely a breakdown with morality with our younger generation, and it's not every kid, because there's still a ton of kids that are got a mom and a dad in their life, and they're turning out fine, and they're applying themselves. It's usually the kids that have a little bit of a tough time, and some of them just say they just don't want to
they just want to kind of give up.
Hey, Dead Horse has a Fordham. You got a Fordham?
A what?
Fordham.
What's that?
Dead Horse. Do you have a Fordham? Thought I saw a Fordham.
Oh,
To grind.
that vice I had.
No, to grind a Fordham.
Uh, this.
Oh, it's attached. That's a Fordham.
Yeah.
It's like a Dremel.
Yep. I didn't know that's what it was called. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I think when I bought it, it was called they called it like a Dremel pen or something.
Well, it goes to a big motor that hangs off of a thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Fordham.
Okay.
Oh, that's what they call that flex tool?
Yeah, the motor is hanging off a stand. And
Yeah, it looks like an IV almost.
it's like a Dremel on steroids. We have a Fordham. It's awesome. But yes, they want racial divide. That's part of the theme, the plan.
Divide and conquer. They can take more rights from us all if we're not.
They want racial divide, and they want you to rely on the government. So we will take care of you. So we're going to support you instead of being independent.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to spark a race war for decades already. For well over a decade.
Oh, yeah, 60s, 50s, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the end of the 50s, start of the 60s.
Yeah, it was the end of the 50s into the 60s. Then it happened for a small little time in the 70s, when you had the rise of the Black Panthers and everything, and other, extremist groups and hate groups and stuff. KKK was still pretty strong, in the 70s and stuff. By the 80s, all of that kind of started to lose its flavor, I guess, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
And
people start.
Yeah,
well, I was going to say people started just saying, "This is stupid." Like, I don't want to be associated with any of these people, whether they're black or white.
Well, they had the
screw that, and then
to label Republicans as being racist. Everything's racist. Anything you do is racist.
Oh, well, that started.
They're the ones. They're always pointing the blame for what they do.
It's all projection.
They're the ones.
Yeah, it's massive projection. Oh man, I mean it's to the point where it's like it's so obvious that it's like it's almost laughable, but at the same time it's laughable because it's so freaking insane that it's just like, wow, God, you're literally gonna sit there and call me a racist while you're spewing anti-white sentiment and labeling everybody by the color of their skin. I mean, it's like, geez.
Yep.
Bizarro world, man.
I couldn't believe Echo on your last chat. You were talking about the Quran and stuff. I'm like, oh, you're asking for it. Oh my God.
The what?
The Quran.
I thought YouTube would have trashed you right away.
Oh, the Rona?
No, the Quran.
They don't want to mess with me. They don't want to mess with me. No, the Quran. The Muslim Bible, basically, their holy book. Yeah.
Well, they can't really attack you for talking about the Quran unless you're like bashing it or something. But God forbid you start talking about the Bible. Oh, man. Hellfire and brimstone raining from the sky. They'll come after you. They'll send their hellhounds after you.
Yes, they will.
I'm going to attempt to look at the side chat again. If I get bumped, look for me.
Yeah, I will. I'll keep you right on touch.
All right. Let's see. Comments.
And if
Kingpin's
you
out
really,
there, and MCK is too. Vanessa's
Yeah.
still hanging. DJ Play Nice is still out there.
All right. Click the X. If you're on a device like mine where you have to look for the side chat and then come back. Okay, click the X. All right. Don't click done. If you click done, you're done.
You're done.
if you click done, you're done.
Yep, one and done.
Chat lives matter. Vanessa kidding.
Vanessa.
Uh,
That's funny.
let's see, CLM.
Cowboys lives matter
That would be funny.
or chat life. Oh, chat life matter.
Yeah.
Chat lives matter.
So what are you doing, Dad? Where are you at?
I pretty much have the frame rail tabs all done, and I'm just working on this center channel right now. I cut it with little snips. Cut a big bulk of the material out, and then I took the what did Uncle Jim call this again?
Fordham.
A Fordham. I
Yep.
took that, got the rest of the majority of the material out until I got close. And now I'm just switching back between little files. I have a diamond file and then a regular file. And I'm just kind of switching back and just taking my time like I did I like everyone I've seen mess up on these has just because they were like in too big of a hurry. Like they were trying to do it in like 10 minutes or something, like it's a race. And like everyone I've done that where I wasn't in a hurry, it turned out great. My very first one I did, that was the one like, oh, I'm going to cheat and like I know more than they do, and like that was the one that turned out to crap, right? And and after that first one, I've slowed my roll, and everyone's just turned out beautiful.
Yeah.
That the patience thing is like the key to these. Is just patience, take your time, and
Yep.
just
You
when
can
you get
never.
close, go by hand with files and sandpaper, and just this
You
is
can
how
never.
Browning made guns back in the day, except he was working with metal. But what I'm doing right now is how Browning did guns back in the day.
Yeah.
Like,
You can never go back once you take too much.
yep. Have you been to the
You can
Browning
take away, but
Museum?
you can't put back.
I haven't been to the Browning Museum. I would love that.
Oh, guy up in Ogden, it's awesome, Uncle Jim. You need to check that
Huge,
out.
huge Browning fan.
Yeah. Make sure you
Where's
bring a
that at?
camera in Ogden, Utah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's
that's
not.
where his factories were and stuff, and like his main place to stay for his adult life and business. And he was LDS, and um, but like his buildings are still here. And you can like even his house. I've been in his house and seen his house where he used to live, and if you ever do go up there, Uncle Jim, hit me up before you do, and I'll give you the address of his house. I'll give you the address of his one store. I'll give you the address of his factory, and they're all within like 10 minutes of the museum. So you're
Wow.
not driving very far to go to his house, and
Yeah, it's not that far. I'm surprised I haven't been there yet.
Oh, it's absolutely awesome. We've done I think 2 live streams from there on a gun website's YouTube channel. I went up there with him and we did a live stream up there and walked around, and
Wow.
the curator took us around and talked about the guns and stuff. And some of those guys up there really know a lot too.
Cool. He was the
19,
man.
the 1911 is our state's official gun. We actually have an official gun in the state of Utah. It's 1911. It's our state gun. That's pretty cool.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, he was the man, baby. I like how fast he was and how good he was.
Yeah.
He could whip something up for the government or whatever quick.
What's up, Patriot in the Dark? Nice to see you around, brother. Hope everything's going well with you. So basically, Dead, is there colors, different colors of plastic inside that thing? So,
No,
okay,
they had that on AR lowers,
right.
but the ATF made those illegal because it wasn't made one piece like that. They would pour a piece of plastic, right? That would be like, your black. And then the parts that you needed to actually take out, they would fill that with like a white plastic, right? And the ATF's like, since it wasn't originally created in one piece, you basically created a gun and then filled it full of plastic. That doesn't make it not a gun anymore, right? So they
Right.
stopped that like very fast.
Oh, but putting a lock and a thing where you can't put your thumb through with plastic, that makes it all right though.
Yeah.
So stupid. So stupid. I mean, god dang. Talk about freaking blatant hypocrisy. I mean, gosh, that's why I have no freaking respect for any of these government bureaucracies or
Oh, no.
anything.
Like I can take a Glock like this, and that I'm building right now, and I can buy a 16-inch barrel for it that they make, and then I can put a stock on this, and I can build this as a rifle essentially, even though it's on this frame, right? And then I can take an AR and put like a little short, like 6-inch barrel on it, or 10-inch barrel, but now all of a sudden that's a pistol. This is a rifle. Like their definitions and everything, they don't know, man.
Stupid.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think
stupid.
they do know, but they do it just to entrap people.
Oh yeah,
To get the
they know
one guy
exactly
who
what they're
doesn't
doing.
realize, oh, I'm not allowed to have a stock on an AR pistol. Like I saw another guy at the range with it. Well, his was an SBR. Yours is an AR pistol. They have the identical same parts. Everything's identical between the two guns, except for this has a brace, that has a stock. Like that's the only difference.
And that one
So
costs
stupid.
$250 more for a tax stamp and a year wait.
Yep.
200. It's
Yeah.
like a can.
Yeah, 200. Yeah.
I
Oh,
have
Like,
an S,
200.
yeah, I have an
isn't it
SBR.
like 250 or something like that?
200. It's exact. It's been 200
200.
since
Everything's
1936.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So back in 1936, $200 was a lot of money. So that
Oh,
was the
hell
way.
yeah.
So that was the way only
Yep.
so rich
That
people
was
Dude,
just
cars
get it.
only
That's
cost
insane.
$400 for like
Yeah.
really,
So
like nice
nowadays it's
cars.
not the same thing. But back then it was a way to keep gun, at least NFA items out of poor people's hands, which they
they
considered
thought
poor
people
people to
would.
be more likely criminals. That whole
Yeah.
law
Yep.
is rooted in prejudice and racism and
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
that was to keep guns out of black people's hands.
yeah.
Like
Yep.
the NRA actually defended. I remember something where black men weren't allowed to own guns, and NRA came forward and I believe donated a bunch of lever action Winchester Model 94s, and there was something where they held off a group of people that were going to try to do something to them, and I can't remember the story. I wish I remembered the
Was
story. Does
that
any?
Tubman? Was that Harriet Tubman?
It might have
No,
been.
Or
no,
I
no.
can't
Tubman
no?
was. This was. I know what he's talking about. This is like that huge ass massacre that happened. There's literally movies based on it. Like they
Yeah.
burned down
Well,
half the city.
there was like a massacre, but then they organized and they were able to get together and they got a bunch of guns because they were going to come back and finish them off. And then they showed up and they realized, oh shit, they're armed, and they stopped.
Yeah, baby.
The history guy has a whole thing about it. Actually, the history guy channel on YouTube, and I can't remember the name of it. Do you guys watch that guy, the history guy on YouTube?
I've watched a couple of his things that he's done.
God, he's awesome, dude. That guy is so awesome.
Have to check them out then.
I watched one where he was talking about the guy who started John Deere tractors. and he goes all through how he actually started making small cast things out of cast steel and iron for farm equipment that they were using, like plows and stuff like that. That's how he got started. And he when the steam tractors started, he started making steam tractors. And dude, it's like a killer story. You see this guy, and then the first internal combustion engines and stuff, and that's about the time that he died. But John Deere carried on from there till the company that it is today.
Yeah, those great American stories are freaking awesome like that.
And that's what that history guy does, is all sorts of things, but he does a lot of like war stuff, Navy, Air Force, Army, like any kind of
Yeah.
war stuff, right? Where he might
Yeah,
be talking, but
military.
he might talk about an entire battle, or he might talk about the guy who made a certain tank or a certain gun, right? Or about the certain gun, and he'll go in like the backstory and stuff that you never knew, like and like, oh man, like his stuff's like done really, really good. Like, yeah, the history guy on YouTube.
DJ Play Nice wants to know y'all talking about the raids in Kansas. He's talking about, let's see, United what is it? Stand? United we stand. Okay. That's what he's trying to say. I'm just trying to see what they're saying here.
Yeah, what was the you guys were talking about old movies the other day. What was that movie with Jimmy Stewart about the carbine, the guy that invented the carbine?
Oh, Carbine Williams?
Where he had the
Carbine
trophy,
Williams, yeah.
the trophy carbine that he won.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know the name of the movie. I remember the movie.
Yeah, Carbine Williams.
Carbine Williams, yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, where they're doing a shoot.
He was a moonshiner, and he got I think he got caught or something. He went to jail, and then when
And
he
he
was in
designed
jail,
the gun in jail, yeah.
yeah, he designed the gun in jail for the, I think, for the local sheriff's department or something like that, or for the people that were running the prison or something too. Like, it was really weird. But yeah, that's a really crazy story. Pretty good movie too. I'm not a big Jimmy Stewart fan, but that was a good one.
And that movie doesn't do it justice to the real story. It really doesn't.
No, the
like
book
just like
is
no movie
phenomenal.
does. No movie
Yeah.
does a real true life story justice, right? But
And I forget the name of the book too,
but
and
the,
I
the
used to
true
have a
life
copy of
story
it.
is even crazier than the movie. Like, it's even
Yeah. Yeah, the movie covered only maybe a third, if that, of what he actually went through.
Yeah, there's an interview you can find where someone involved with that movie, I don't know if it was the director or one of the actors, but they literally say that they had to leave so much out of that because it would have made the movie unbelievable. But the stuff they left out actually happened. It was true, but they had to leave it out because people wouldn't believe it.
I think I've seen that interview. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's great. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's nuts. You ever seen the interview with or where Johnny Carson had one of the Newton boys, the last of the Newton boys on? He was already in his 80s.
Yeah, like Wayne Newton, the singer songwriter.
no, the mobsters.
Oh, the mobster.
Yeah, they were brothers from Texas, from South Texas, and they went up into Canada, pulled a bank robbery, and I think that was actually how they got caught, because they were kind of doing like the who was it? Was it John Dillinger? Was the one that would go into the banks and just kind of sweet talk the the
Yeah.
cashiers and get the money and walk out without having to pull a gun or anything. So they were kind of trying to do the same thing. So they were known for pulling these heists, and they would just schmooze, the people in there. Of course, they were armed, but uh, they wouldn't be violent. Like that's the whole deal, was they wouldn't be violent. They would go in, they would clear out the bank, and then they would just walk out and drive off, without hurting anybody. But when they pulled that job up in Canada, one of the security guards got shot or something, and I think he ended up dying. So that's what got him really, on the wanted list. Well, one, because it was an international job. They crossed you know county lines, or I mean the the whatever, the national border.
State
It went into
lines.
another country.
Oh,
That,
oh.
and then the fact that they killed somebody too. So it was a big deal.
They're always like, yeah, and they killed somebody, and there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then there was that.
Oops.
Everything was going good until we
Sorry
went up to
about that.
Canada and. And actually, I think in that interview, he kind of talks about that. And he was like, "Yeah, kind of felt bad for that guy, but what are you gonna do?" Was kind of like his response. Yeah, them guys were they were kind of a trip.
Yeah, I like to hear the stories about they have when they do a good movie about like the one that had Woody Harrelson and who's that other fella, and they were doing the the Highwaymen was the name of the movie.
Oh, yeah,
It
that was
was
about
very well done.
yeah, Bonnie and Clyde,
Bonnie,
the
yeah,
two
Bonnie and
officers
Clyde.
that
Yes, yes, and
yeah,
in like that era back in the 30s, that was a well done movie. And I tell you what, they had the way they portrayed those two old. They were what do they call them? Those are Texas Rangers,
yeah,
and
I think they were
they
Texas Rangers.
yeah, they were Texas Rangers, and they got rid of the Texas Rangers, um, and the woman, uh, what they call her, Maud. They called her Maud, and Maud was this real powerful woman that was governor of the state of Texas, and
Yep.
she had helped got rid of the Texas Rangers. Well, they brought them back. Obviously they're around today, but she brought back two of the old time Rangers, and this was a real story that they brought them back to capture Bonnie and Clyde, and it was just kind of cool because that I'm older now. You kind of you see Woody Harrelson and this other actor in the movie, and they used to be like 20 years old, riding horses, chasing people on horseback, shooting and stuff. And now they're out in these cars, and it's cold, and they're like, it's kind of uncomfortable. And Woody Harrelson's talking about how the car is kind of uncomfortable, and it was just funny. And when they went to the gun store to get ammunition, he went into this gun shop. I wish I remembered. Hey, in the side chat, who in the movie The Highwaymen? It was
It was
Woody
Kevin
Harrelson,
Costner.
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
Kevin
Woody
Costner.
Harrelson
Yeah,
was waiting
Ke-
across the street.
Kevin Costner
Mm.
pulls up his wife's car because it had 88 horsepower. It was one of the new flathead Fords V8s, and he pulls up to the gun store, and they're in Texas. And he walks inside the gun store, and he's looking around, and there's freaking BARs on the wall, Thompson machine guns, and he's like, "Give me a couple of those
Yeah, a couple of
BARs,"
those,
and
couple
yeah,
of
and
those.
he's like, "Give me 2,000 rounds of
You know what he's
45
looking
ammo."
in when he does that, right? When he's walking around doing that, he has an American Rifleman magazine, and and he's looking at like the different guns that American Rifle magazine had in it, and that's what he knew, what to ask for on a lot of those guns.
Yeah,
right?
he
Because he didn't know about like
all
like
the new style guns and what
yeah,
they did. He found out that Clyde was using a BAR that he had modified. And this is another thing that I wish that this movie would have gone into is the actual gunsmiths that these gangsters used. These guys made fully automatic 1911s. They had a lot of cool stuff, and they were all modified by these fellas that had done military armorers and stuff like that and have worked on guns, and they were changing like major components and shortening gas systems up on these BARs and stuff that they were building for Clyde. And they were paying cash, on hand to these fellas. And there's been a few of these gunsmiths that actually wrote some books, and you can research them. And they were like the gangsters guns, I think, was one of the name of the one of the books. And you can look up and read about these gunsmiths that had stories with them interacting with these really well-known bank robbers and guys that used to shoot up cops and people. And the interactions with these gunsmiths and their ability to just take guns off the shelf. That, I mean, you got to think, back then there was no aftermarket catalogs. There were no, if you needed something built, they had to manufacture that out of bar stock. You know what I'm saying? And some of the stuff that they came up with, it looked like it was actually manufactured in a CNC machine. That's how good some of these old gunsmiths are. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Actually, I think there was one movie. Was it Public Enemy? Was that the
with
one with
Johnny
Johnny
Depp.
Depp about
Yep.
Dillinger? I think there's just a small part in that movie where they do kind of talk about that a little bit, because there's a scene where he goes to a farmhouse, with his crew. It's Dillinger with his crew. They go to the farmhouse to get one of their cars. They had left a car there to get tuned up, and they were swapping cars. And the guy, well, they had a mechanic and they had a gunsmith, and the mechanic obviously would work on the cars, and the gunsmith would work on the guns. And he walks up to him and he hands him a Thompson. He says something about the action or something. He did something to the action. So it's a real short clip, but I think that's in that movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it kind of touches on a little bit on what you're talking about. And yeah, you're absolutely right. They had Dillinger, what's his name, Nelson, all those guys that were into, that used Thompsons and BARs and things like that, stuff from that were, kind of military grade, or were used in the military, because a lot of these guys were in the military, and that's how they knew how to work these guns. And like you
Yeah.
said, a lot of these smiths were like military armorers or whatever, or worked for a manufacturer at one point in time, so they knew, you know, how to smith and how to work on guns.
Well, yeah, they had they mention it in the story, just barely in the Highwaymen, but John Dillinger, and Dillinger and about five or six other of the big name gangsters that were around. They robbed an armory in, I want to say it was in either Kansas City or Colorado, maybe. But they talk about it very briefly, how they
He
knocked
robbed a
out.
police station when he escaped and was
Mm,
arrested. He made a wooden gun and fooled the police, thinking that somehow he had smuggled a real gun. But
yeah,
he made a wooden gun and then took their real BAR and all their weapons.
yep,
That's how he got the BAR, was right from the police
Well,
when he
that was when
escaped.
he robbed when he got his friends out of prison.
No, he got himself out of prison.
Well,
he,
yeah,
he
but
was arrested. He's the one who escaped. His friends
but
went
he
in.
actually broke into a military
A
armory.
military.
Yeah.
Yes, and he stole all kinds of
It
guns
was
and
the
hand
National Guard. Yeah.
grenades and stuff like that. And I can't remember where it was, but those guns. If you guys watch a few of the other movies, when a Dead Horse, one of y'all just mentioned his name, Babyface Nelson. When they
Oh
got
yeah, Nelson. Yeah.
when they got Nelson, um, that was when they caught him up to all those guys, and they were staying at like a hotel motel type thing out in the woods kind of thing. They
Yep.
and the FBI came across them just checking on all these little like motels, and they pull up and they find them there, and they basically get them by surprise, and they get out of there. They are able to escape. There was a little bit of gunfire, and I think they shot both those guys, those police officers that were FBI men. And
Yep.
then they got in that gun battle, and they got Nelson, Babyface Nelson. They got him that night and shot
Yep.
him down. But he had his Thompson, and he went down with that, as the story goes.
Yep. And that was a hell of a firefight too.
Have you guys ever held a World War II BAR?
I have. Yes, I
They
have.
are a chunk. They are heavy. I
That
can
is a
see.
beast.
Oh yeah, the poor guy. Usually they went in squads, and the poor guy that had to carry that thing, and they have mill marks on them. They're so cool. Just they were like quickly produced, big old hunks of metal.
Yeah, the
Big
government
ass full
actually
auto 30-06.
the
Yep.
government actually withheld putting them into our soldiers' hands for longer than they needed to because they were afraid if Germany got a hold of one, it would benefit Germany more than it would help them out because their gun was so good.
Yeah, they lay down some fire, but they're probably
Yeah.
very. I've never shot one. They're probably mellow because they're so heavy. It is a hunk of metal.
There was another one. Was it Remington? There was the BAR Browning automatic rifle, and then there was another one that was a 30 caliber. That was a Remington, I believe. That we don't really hear about, but it was actually in the militaries, where they do the competition, where they enter all these weapons to be the next military battle rifle. Well, when the BAR was being contracted for, everybody put in your version of what we want. They tell them what caliber and what they want it to be able to do and how much they want it to weigh and what it, and then everybody comes up with their design and their test weapon, and they bring it out and they shoot the hell out of them. And Remington had one, and that's what I liked about Highwaymen. They actually mentioned that rifle because he gets one. He's like, give me one of those BARs, and give me that new 30 caliber Remington automatic there too. And when I saw it, I was like, holy shit, that's and those guns are worth a fortune if you can find one of those, because they didn't make very many of them.
Hmm. Trying to
Interesting.
picture that one.
Yeah, it looked a little bit like a BAR, but it had on the top of it. It had like It almost looked like what you see on like a Mossberg shotgun now to keep the heat down. Kind of like some like what would that
A
be
heat
called?
shield?
Like a heat shield, and it came all the way down the top of it, and basically it had a wood stock on it, and it looked just like, like a hunting rifle that they had like done like a bunch of modifications to, and where they, like, because I've had various semi-automatic hunting rifles coming through my shop before, where people would bring in the old Who made that damn thing? They made God, what were they? They used to rust. The chambers used to rust on them. They were made by God damn it. Were they Browning? They might have been a Browning, but they had semi-automatic. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was a Browning rifle. They call it a BAR, but it is not a BAR semi-automatic or fully automatic. It's a bolt action. I guess Browning kept the name BAR and makes a bolt action rifle. The Browning BAR, I guess that's bolt action rifle. That's what they stand for now. That's pretty cool. I just kind of put that together in my stupid head, but the new BAR they sell it in various different configurations. You can get it in a heavy barrel, light barrel, various calibers, long action, short action. But I guess they kind of basically, I think they use that name to kind of spring up something. Because I mean, if you hear of a Browning BAR, you're like, the first thing you think of is not a bolt action rifle. You're thinking of the old, full auto BAR.
Yeah, small machine gun.
Yeah, those were like the
Side chat was asking Model 30, Model 8.
Model 30. And this one says Model 30. Remington Model 30. I think that might have been it. Is it the Model 8? I think it was the Model 30.
Well, if you guys ever get a chance to fondle a BAR, pick it up. You will laugh. It's going to make you smile. It's funny.
Well, heck, even a M1 Garand is a beast of a rifle too.
Yeah, but this is like twice the weight. I mean,
it's I
is
mean,
a brick.
The BAR is it's a
but just
huge
looking
rifle.
at it and everything.
I've seen one in person, but I didn't. It was behind the counter, so I didn't pick it up. But
I never
it's
got
freaking massive.
I never got to shoot the one we had, but I got to play with it. And I was just laughing the whole time. It's like, damn, some poor guy had to hike 20 miles with this thing.
Plus the ammunition.
Monster around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, plus the ammunition.
Yeah.
Could you imagine feeding that? Could you? I mean, I bitch when I carry my I got a little ammo deal like the military use. It's got 4 M16 pouches on the front, and each one holds 3 magazines. So basically, you got 6 magazines on each side. So 3 times 6, that's 180 plus a 30 round mag in your weapon is 200 and what is that, 210. So basically, that's how I carry my kit. But could you imagine trying to carry 30-06, like that many rounds of 30-06? I remember stocking the boxes of 30-06 at the gun shop, and you'd be putting up the 5.56 and like 300 round packages, 400 round boxes, and you're just throwing it up like, you get down to the 30-06 and you're taking 20 round packages, and you're like, Jesus criminy, you're like, that's a brick of weight, because you look at the bullets and some of them things are like 180, 200 grain bullets, and they're like a long action, and you're just holding them in your hand. And this was back, in the 80s. Now you got Lapua, and you got a lot of guys shooting like Dead Horse, the 50 BMGs. And those rounds, that's just like, literally a pound of powder. That would, let's see, hold on, 4 or 5 rounds, Dead Horse, you can use a pound of powder in 4 or 5 rounds.
Almost 30 is what I get out of a pound.
Almost 30 rounds.
30 rounds, yeah,
oh wow.
Almost.
Yeah, about
Oh,
28. Yeah,
That's where
about
you're
20.
pouring like directly out of the bottle into the cartridge case.
No, I did like about 28, like 28
just
rounds. So.
just get one of those like big
The
plastic
funnel.
scoops.
Yes, actually the funny thing is Dead Horse sent me. I've got this thing, and it's probably sitting right over here or over here where my powder is. It's a little deal from Hodgdon that goes on to the replaces your powder lid, and it comes with a. Is that it?
Oh, the little spout thing.
Yeah, the little spout, so you can pour directly out of your powder bottle,
Yeah.
and without spilling it. And I was like, that's good because you can use that and just pour 50 powder, just fill the brass up to the shoulder, and just be like, that'll be good.
Oh
I'm
man,
curious to
speaking of
hear what
50
else.
cal.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys what you guys thought of that whole thing. I bet what you're gonna say.
Oh, you know where I was going with that, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
The Kentucky or what? Yeah, Kentucky ballistics.
Yep.
Did you all see that?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. The 50 BMG community is absolutely just. Yeah. It's all over.
Man, oh, that is every reloader's worst fucking nightmare.
Yep.
Did you see that, Jim?
Oh yeah, yeah. I went and watched it
Oh,
because everyone was talking about it, and it looked like
brutal.
somebody sold those off as stock rounds maybe and reloaded them
Yeah.
really funky.
Yep.
Probably wrong powder,
That's.
everything.
Shotgun powder.
Yeah, it
Yep.
had to be wrong powder, all kinds of weird stuff going on there.
Yeah. People
But
were trying to say it was a plug barrel and this and that. I'm like, nah,
No.
dude. He shot.
No.
He shot the round previous. It went through.
it
It
hit the
wasn't a plug
target.
barrel. It was just. It. Yeah. It was just too high a pressure that somebody messed with that. Either it was a what you call it, a tainted round. Something bad had gotten into it, or it was just an overcharged round.
Well,
Well,
and
Or
yeah,
that's
Dad,
kind
and
of
go
those
ahead.
common
rounds
in.
were like really old and shit, and so yeah,
Or
he
wrong
had no
powder.
idea.
Could have
I
been
think it
wrong
was
powder.
shotgun powder personally.
Yeah, could have been wrong powder.
Yeah,
I think that
it was
someone
either wrong
used.
powder or overcharged. That's my.
Well, someone. So these rounds are half the weight of the average 50 BMG round, right?
Yeah.
So they're less pressure, right? You can
Yeah,
use the same 50 BMG powder in them, right? You don't get to take advantage of the full velocity capability of 4,000 feet per second. So if you use a slow burning 50 BMG powder, you might only get 3,000 feet per second out of them, right? Yeah, and stuff. So someone got the idea of like, hey, like how can I get the 4,000 feet per second potential out of these? And they had a problem finding the powder for the right powder to use with those slap rounds. So they got on quick loads or something and was like, oh, okay, so theoretically, quick load says if I use tight wad shotgun powder with a 350 grain projectile, like AKA like close to a 1 ounce slug, right? Or 1 1/4 ounce slug of a shotgun, like, like what can I get to be safe? And then taking that up to, 54,000 psi. But realistically, those slap rounds function at about 46,000 psi. They're
Yeah.
about 8,000 less than the average 50 BMG round because of how light they are.
Yep.
And so someone was definitely, and that's why exactly why Kentucky Ballistics never says in the video where he got those rounds from. Because any one of us who bought from like American Reloading and bought some 50 BMG slap rounds and our gun blew up, we would be out there saying, hey, I bought this damn ammo from this place. Don't buy from them or don't buy this from them because it's dangerous. The fact he didn't call anyone out on where he bought those rounds tells me either him or his dad or his brother or a family member reloaded those rounds for him,
Yeah.
right? And and
Or it
that's
could just be
exactly
somebody
right.
that he knows. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, well, he was telling everybody he pays like $100 a round for them damn things. So somebody
Jeez.
saw his channel as a way to make money and had some reloading equipment, and he probably does know. The guy probably came across some components, or you know what I was even thinking was if you look at 50 caliber powder, it's huge balls. It's like they're huge. They're like BB size balls almost. And if that ammunition rode inside a tank and was beat to fucking death, it could cause that powder granules to
Even
start
then,
breaking. You don't think it would have.
it would have to be more than that. It would literally have to have been put in like a vibratory tumbler for like a day. You know what I mean? Like it would
Yeah.
have to be something that severe, I think, for that powder to break down, which isn't out of the realm of possibility because a lot of manufacturers will reload ammo and after it's all loaded, throw it through a tumbler and polish live loaded rounds. That is a common practice of remanufactured ammo,
Oh,
right? It
oh,
really
that
is.
is
Like,
just
yeah, like watch any reloading play, like any reloading company that does reloaded ammo. Almost all of them do that.
oh,
And that's how they polish everything all nice and loaded ammo, and they don't realize that hey, depending on what powder I'm using, this could affect that, could make it
yeah.
smaller little bits, which could increase burn rate. And so it literally might have been something as simple as that too. Is that someone was like, oh, I'm gonna make these rounds nice and shiny, like
Crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, if someone did that and it shattered a bunch of that powder into light, thin, and it would just ignite and it'd double its burn rate almost. And if you did that, you would get a pop, and it probably would do that. I'm not a big fan of how that gun is made.
no. I say you remember that since the day that thing came out, I've been preaching against
Yeah,
it too.
I
It's
I'm not
just
taking screw threads and trusting my face and my entire body with screw
on
threads. I'm
paper the
just
gun's fine. In the real world where shit happens, the gun is not fine. It is not. Like when I asked Noreen about my 50, right? And they told me like mine would have shrugged that off and kept going. Like it wouldn't like it would have been like nothing. My gun's made to withstand 120,000 psi, more than double
Damn.
the 50 BMG. My
Holy
barrel
shit.
is this big around, right? Like that big around. Like that Serbu's barrels like that. Mine's like this. Like
Damn.
my 50 weighs more than twice than what that one does. Like that's how much steel is built into mine. My gun, both front lugs can fail, and just that rear handle lug will hold the gun. Like you know what I mean? Like that's how
Jeez.
strong mine's overbuilt. And that's like, remember me telling you all the reasons why I picked mine, dude? The safety thing was a big part of that for me because I have 250 grains of powder, underneath my cheek.
Jeez.
Like like that was a big factor on the 50 I went with, was that whole safety thing.
Excuse me for a second, guys.
what are these emojis? What is this thing DJ Play Nice just put up? What is
An
that?
ear. An
An
ear.
ear?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's saying he's listening.
Uh,
Yeah, that's an ear.
okay.
All right. I think I'm ready to start polishing some rails and polishing some stuff. Everything seems to
Did
be
you
fitting nice. Ah,
did you get out more of that stuff? All of the inside goodies
yeah,
out?
yeah.
Well,
Frame's
hold
pretty
on.
much done. The only thing I'll do
Let
after
me.
this now is I'll come back with some wax and some of that like dashboard stuff, like Armor All. I have it. It's called like Black Magic or something. I can't. I think it's McGuire's or Armor All, and all this
You got that
citrus
black
oil.
magic?
Yeah, So these little white spots where I did the tabs, right? I just come back with a cotton buffing wheel like this and the Dremel, and I just and I hit each one of those, and then it looks like it almost looks factory, like there is never anything there.
Crazy, crazy.
But now I'm going to polish up the rails and my connector and a couple parts on my cruciform and the bird's head on the trigger bar. And then I will put the frame together. And this, the side goes together lickety split. I gotta throw some sights on it real quick. I think I have some sights to throw on that. Look at that. I bet you don't got a hammer this cool. I know you're proud of your hammer, but I know you don't got one this cool. Echo. See.
Look at you.
Look how this is like a baby hammer.
I got a little miniature. I got Shoe Boys. The guy that handmade in America by a guy in his garage lathe. And he's been doing them for the last probably 20 years.
Well, I know. He sold them to Brownells forever.
Yeah. But
now,
I met him.
Now he only does it, like, you got to email him to get one.
Yeah.
That's the only way to get one.
Yeah, I think some DJ Play Nice was asking me about a Shoe Boy, I think, or somebody was. No, you know who it was? Was it AR Guns or AR Reload? Maybe American Reloader? I think it was American Reloader. He was asking me about them. If you look them up online, it's SHOO Boy, Shoe Boy.
Show, like more like show, like SHO.
Yeah, but he's like Shoe Boy. It's his last name.
Clean up aisle 3.
What was that?
Oh, I just said clean up aisle 3. Yeah, superfine sandpaper or polish will bring the shine back to plastics if you're.
What, like almost like a rouge or something?
Yeah, if you're doing stocks or something, it's rubbing on one side, you can use really fine sandpaper or polish it like he's doing, and it'll bring it back. Unless it's got like a blasted look to it.
Right.
Dead Horse, have you ever watched Johnny Glock?
Oh, yeah, for years.
Yeah, he's a character. You can see through his evolution of triggers and all that.
Yeah, his triggers are amazing. Actually, I've actually pulled one of his triggers before, and he does a really. That's how I pretty much do my triggers, is based off of him.
Yeah, he really gets into it and like dissects everything and then finds another way. And yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, you can see the one I touched, and I don't do very much. I just shine it up. That's all I'm really trying to do.
What was that, brake cleaner?
No, the Heiko stainless steel cleaner and polish.
Okay.
That's just the
It's
bottle.
a very like for anything that's rough, I'll pull out more of like a rouge, like a jeweler's rouge, like this. I got like white, yellow, black. I got different levels of coarseness for the jeweler's rouge here.
Yeah.
But when it's like already really nice, it just needs to be shined up. Then I just pull out this stuff.
Liberal Tears. That's what actually is in that bottle, is Liberal Tears.
Oh, he's got a modern Dremel.
I got two of them right here. I got a
He's
corded
a
one and this one.
yeah. We're all tool addicts as well, Uncle Jim.
All mine are older black ones.
Yeah, that's all mine are too. Like the really first ones, the Moto tools that first came out with.
Mhm. Oh, baby. I just had 3 roast beef sandwiches with horseradish and au jus, baby.
That sounds
Wait,
delicious.
from Arby's or homemade?
Homemade.
Oh
Oh,
my
that sounds
god! Oh,
delicious.
even Arby's sounds good right now.
Yeah, it's almost time for a nap soon. Oh, 3 was one too many. But the horseradish, baby, oh, I miss that. I had a craving for that.
Yeah, I eat at Arby's a lot actually. I'm on the big roast beef and horsey sauce and yeah. And for some reason, I don't feel like Arby's is as like bad a fast food as like anywhere else almost.
So, you guys were talking about movies. Last night, I click on a free movie on YouTube, and it's supposed to have Robert Mitchum in it, right? Because I like him. So I watched the movie for 2 hours looking for Robert Mitchum. No Mitchum in the movie. 2
What
hours
movie
of
was
my
this?
life. It was the right title. They both had the same title, but whoever did the video said Robert Mitchum and showed a picture. And I'm like, when's he going to show up?
You're like halfway through the movie. You're like, man, this a lot of the movie's already
Yeah,
gone.
it was an old Western. I felt like such a sucker. Oh my gosh. 2 hours of my life I'll never get back.
You get to the end of the movie, you're just like, when are they going to bring him in? Because there's not much of
Yeah.
the movie left. What kind of character is this going to be?
Yeah, at least whoever posted the video should have done a little blip at the end, a picture of him. Rotten bastards. I was pissed.
You rotten bastard. Oh, that's funny.
Have a good one,
That's funny.
AR Guns. Have a good one, brother.
Yeah, you guys were talking about El Dorado yesterday. It was on this morning.
Oh, wow. I love that movie.
El
Yeah,
Dorado.
check out
Well,
check out what is it? TV Plus or Pluto TV. They have a Western channel. They've been showing it a lot lately. Rio Bravo and El Dorado. They've been showing a lot lately. Oh, and Big Jake too.
Yeah, I went on a Charles Bronson binge, and he was doing movies way back. He even did
Way
Machine
back.
Gun Kelly. He even
Yep.
did a Machine Gun Kelly. And his life story's kind of interesting.
Yep.
He went without that name for a long time. His other name was, I forget what his original name was, and then they changed it to Bronson. I was surprised how many movies he was in back in the day, a long time ago.
Oh yeah, he was a big actor in the 70s and in the 60s.
Oh, he was even in the wax museum one with where he was
Vincent Price.
Igor.
Oh
Huh?
yes.
Yeah, he was
He
Igor, whatever. That was funnier than hell.
really. I don't
Yeah,
remember that.
yeah. What was it called? The Wax Museum or the Wax with what's the actor's name? Creepy
Wasn't that the Vincent Price?
Vincent Price. Yeah. So he
Yeah.
was like
Yeah.
Igor.
Yeah, he had the
Damn. Now
big
I'm gonna have to go
hunchback.
watch that again.
No, he didn't have a hunchback, but he looked, really. Yeah, it was
Uh,
awesome. It was
Huh.
awesome. Yeah, I
Awesome.
think he was a deaf mute, so he didn't have to act too much. It was all motion. Yeah,
I could
it was.
imagine him being funny doing that.
It was pretty. Yeah, he looked really cool in it. Yeah.
The Valachi Papers. Chino. Mr.
Chino, I
Majestic.
saw that. I saw
The
Chino recently. Yeah,
The Mechanic was on the other night.
yeah, that's
Yes.
classic.
That
Yep.
was a classic. Yeah,
The
I
real
Bronson.
loved.
mechanic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the note in the car at the end. It's like, yeah,
Yep.
baby.
You know what though?
There's
The
a couple
remake
Charles
wasn't that
Bronson
bad.
westerns that are great, dude.
Oh, Once Upon a Time in the West, man.
Yeah.
That's like that's a freaking legend classic movie right
I
there.
always thought Charles Bronson could have done like more westerns, kind of like Eastwood did, and had like a really good western career. Because
He
honestly,
He
in
kind
some
of did.
ways, Bronson was
Yeah.
even kind of better than
he
Eastwood in some ways. I think.
he did do a lot of westerns.
Yeah.
I can only think of like maybe 3 or 4 off the top of my head. But oh,
He did one where there's like this Mexican thing, border thing, and he looked Mexican. And I'm like, why aren't they thinking he's Mexican? He had the mustache and everything,
Yeah.
but he was the cop or whatever, border patrol, whatever. He's what is he? He's not Czechoslovakian. He's
I thought he was
He's
Italian.
part
no,
Inuit.
yeah, but no,
I thought he had.
he's
I thought he was
not
from Italy or something.
not
Wasn't
Polish. He's one of those countries.
Oh,
Lithuanian,
Um,
yeah,
Lithuanian.
maybe he's.
Lithuanian, yeah,
He might
or
be
Egyptian or something like
Lithuanian.
that.
Yeah,
And he's part, and I know he's part like Inuit or Eskimo.
he's got
Yeah,
that
he's
face where
got
he could.
that look of Lithuanian too. I had a friend in elementary school and high school. Him and his brother and his dad and mom, they were all from Lithuania. And
Yeah,
the older brother kind of looked a little bit like Charles Bronson. They got those big barrel-chested men from Lithuania that are they're not real tall,
Yeah.
but they're big guys. They're that DNA. That
That barrel
hmm
chested.
yes, big men like we used to ride dirt bikes and stuff together back in elementary school. We had, some kicks, 125s, and we used to blast around on them. And he had a Suzuki, and he lived on a golf course. So he had all these places where we could go ride,
Nice.
in the woods on golf courses. And we used to go over there on the weekends and stuff. His brother taught us soccer. Was our soccer coach for elementary school because his brother was in college when we were in elementary school.
DJ has a Lithuanian bakery. Another
It's
one
a
that has a
Lithuanian
mug.
bakery.
Another one that has a mug that can play all kinds of parts. Like Anthony Quinn. You think he's Greek? Anthony, is that right?
Thought he was
Anthony Quinn.
Sicilian.
Yeah, you'd think he's Greek. He could always play a Greek, but that's another guy with a mug. And who's the guy that played
Yeah.
Samson? He had a mug on him. Remember the guy that played Samson? He was cool. He did all the biblical movies.
Yes,
They stuck him in all the biblical movies.
I do. I remember that. I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Charlton Heston? No, who was
No, he was
Samson?
a big boy.
Oh God, I forgot his name.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
He got stuck in all those.
Wasn't his name like Lou Brock or?
Yeah, something like. Oh man. Anyway, he just had that face. It was kind of unique. He should have been in Ben-Hur. He played all the other ones. What connector are you using?
Polymer 80s, which
Really?
is it's their own brand connector,
Okay,
and it's
that's like
similar to like a Ghost.
yeah, it's a copy of those cuts, the dirt
Yeah.
cuts, whatever.
And I'm just trying to get the bend on it pretty good right now, so it's not overly bent, so it doesn't. That's a common thing on crappy Glock triggers is the connector. You know, even a nice aftermarket connector will sit there and pinch the trigger bar against the frame.
It's pushing too hard and scrapes up, and then you get the weird.
So having
a click.
So what I look for here is when I put that connector in, that
it's not
little
sticking way up.
Yeah, and just the tiniest little sliver of light right here.
Yeah.
You'll see, and then as soon as you have just where you can just barely see that little sliver of light right there. That right there. That's when you know you got it like pretty good. And you want it just enough so when that slide comes back and hits that connector and presses it right here, it lets your trigger bar pop over. And then when you let go, this part of your trigger sliding off this connector, that's your click, that famous Glock click that you hear.
A reset.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a couple old Ghost ones, and they did. I've tried them in a couple guns, and I didn't like it. You know, it's just
they have been. Yeah, no.
They have different angles, everything. You got to kind of try a couple different.
Yeah, I can't remember what I got for a connector. I think it was a.
See that sharp edge? See that sharp
Lantec.
edge? He's riding there. Those can grind sometimes also.
Yep.
Where it's coming over.
And one thing is that if you take this very edge of this reset edge of your connector, and you put the tiniest little bevel in that can really help give you a really positive fast reset.
It's a lot better than a lot of them can be rough and sharp.
Yep. Alright, so those are all polished. Alright, put back down my mat. Which one is the
Andy 79 Z28. What's going on, brother?
Is Andy in the house?
Yeah, he's in the house.
Yeah. All right, DJ's got to go.
Take it easy, DJ.
What is he doing? What is he doing today? DJ. We got to go do a gig. DJ's an actual real DJ for those that don't know. He's
like a disco DJ or a radio DJ?
like a disco, playing at like clubs and stuff.
Scratching records. Wah,
yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
I think he does do. I think he has done that at least sometime before.
Yeah, he's still got wax. There's
I know.
nothing
I know he
wrong.
knows a lot about music, man. Oh my gosh, he's really. That's really his thing.
Yeah, me and him talked one night, all night long, until the sun came up about music in the 80s and 90s.
You should be casting, yeah. I
I
almost
like
did
that
that.
video. Yeah.
I almost did that song again for "You Should Be Checking," yeah, but I switched over.
I like that video. People should be casting them.
Yeah, I did a checking one today. Different music though. I almost sung to that one, but didn't. I was like, screw it. I ain't in the mood.
Have you ever looked, Uncle Jim, into the conspiracy theory that that lead really isn't as poisonous as people say? That was literally designed to be like anti-gun thing.
Lead being
Unless
poisonous?
lead is vaporized in a very specific way, that it's actually like not near as dangerous as what they like touted it to be,
Oh, if you're casting?
or anything, just lead in general. Because
Yeah.
like people for hundreds of years used lead cups, plates, and spoons, and forks and knives,
Yeah, we
right?
used to fishing,
Yeah,
and then
Yeah, I can't tell you how many of those little
you bit,
Pac-Man
yeah,
fishing weights I
you bite
bit
on the
with my
weights.
mouth.
Hell yeah, that's all we did was bite on the weights. We probably ate the
Yep.
paint as
Yeah,
kids.
No.
We had lead paint as kids, so every
yeah,
time someone remodeled a house, it was full of lead dust.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
Yep.
I
mean,
don't know.
well, see, the whole reason they got shooting, like, so, shooting used to be in almost every school, some sort of shooting sport, stuff like that.
Yeah,
And how they got that out of school wasn't because of safety or anything, it was because of lead dust. They were like, lead, right? And that's why all these
Yep.
schools got rid of their shooting teams and stuff like that. So I've been like doing some research, and I'm kind of like a proponent that the whole lead thing was really like a anti Second Amendment push. Like it really was.
it could be. I don't think it's as bad as everyone said. Do you remember red lead paint, the primer? I mean,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
everyone used that on everything metal, and then you
Yep.
sanded it, of course, when you redid it. And I don't know.
I don't either. I just think that some politicians got wind of it and said, "Hey, this is a perfect way for us to shut down on the gun community and Second Amendment people," because it makes really good sense when you think about it. Because okay, we can't outlaw guns, but lead is a key component to bullets. If we make it so we are helping, because they say right on there, lead can cause damage to like growing young men and girls'
Yeah,
reproductive system and their brains for development. And I'm like, I used to chew on that stuff. I fished every day for
yeah,
years because I lived across the street from a lake.
yeah. We
And
didn't use pliers for
no, I didn't
scissors.
even
Yeah,
have a pair of needle nose pliers.
yeah, I
I wish
know.
I did. I
And
got
then the
hooks caught in me all the time.
Yeah, and then all the lead in your teeth, it was encapsulated, but still the fillings and
Yeah, I had
Well,
Yep.
lead
the
fillings. I had lead fillings. I had
yeah,
all. I had all. I had like probably four or
Well,
five.
weren't there mercury fillings too?
yeah, it's supposed to be encapsulated. I still have some, so
Oh, yeah, I think they still. Yeah, I think they do still use them.
well, I've had them all my life, so yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my
And
dad
look at
used to tell
me,
me.
woohoo, poster child.
The
Okay,
poster
never
child.
mind. Never mind, people.
You're like,
Uh,
never mind lead. It's fine. Look what and it's just a picture of Uncle Jim standing on a hill with a golf club,
In his
looking out
underwear.
in his
In his
underwear, going,
underwear,
lead did absolutely
With a
nothing to
mullet.
me.
With a
licking the
mullet.
salt wall
But yeah, I
with the
think they
deer.
really went after shotgun, waterfowl and stuff. They're really blah blah blah. It doesn't hurt anything going in the water or on the
Yep.
land. It's just going to, uh, it's just going to, gosh darn, what's the word? Corrode anyway. Whatever the word is, you know.
It's just gonna break down
Yeah,
eventually. I
it's going
mean,
to
it's
break
It's
down.
yeah,
natural. It's in the ground everywhere anyway.
It's
I
not a
mean, it's like
dust. It doesn't get in your water supply, not being a dust. So it's, I don't know. You want to hear
Yeah, I
something
mean,
funny? I used to go to a range that was really cheap. It was like $10 a year or something, but it wasn't open every day. And during the spring and fall, it would flood. And I was thinking of all the lead, it's just floating around. It's underwater, and there's cows next to them, right and left, a bunch of cow fields, and I was thinking, if there's a lead hazard, it's got to be there. uh,
yeah,
but
my
yeah,
dad used to tell me stories of, when him and his cousins used to go to like all where the oil fields or out into the oil field and stuff, where all the wells and stuff were drilled, and they would always find mercury, that was used. They would use the mercury for something, some kind of catalyst or something. I think
yeah,
for when they were plugging up the wells or something like that. But yeah, they would find mercury like just spilled on the ground and stuff, and it would, of course, it would pool together. And they were, I don't know, maybe in their teens or something, and they would just pick it up in their hands and stuff and be
play
playing with
with
it
it.
and everything. And
Look at this.
yeah,
Yeah, they used it in
pick.
gold mining too.
Oh yeah. Oh God, I saw a video of these guys in like the Amazon or something, and
Yeah,
yeah, they're pulling you know gold dust out of this freaking mine. And so they put it all into this bucket of water, and they're rinsing it all off and stuff. And then they put the mercury in there
yeah,
because it makes it like bond together or something. And yeah, they're just doing it all like just by hand,
yeah.
And
The,
these guys, like, they've been working all day, hammering and chiseling and stuff. Their hands are probably all raw and shit. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, these guys. I was like, dude, these guys are gonna die in like 2 years.
yep.
And it was all like for like a little piece of freaking gold, like that big. Like tiny little, it was like tiny, like little flakes. I was like, oh God, that's so
Mm-hmm.
bad. But I don't know. Like Dead Horse was saying, I mean, who the hell knows really how detrimental all that shit really is? And then everybody's different. Some things affect some people way worse than others, and it's all just a crapshoot, man.
lead
Yep.
paint was so good, right?
Oh, it was awesome.
It revitalized an entire industry because people could paint a building and even exterior and not have to repaint for like an ever amount of time.
It laid
Lead
So
down nice.
so
Yeah.
pushing everyone to repaint,
lead
right?
paint was lead paint was so good. Even some kids ate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
No, it was good. It laid down good. And then you had lead on cars before Bondo. So
yep,
Oh
everyone
yeah.
was leading, and that's constantly like melting it, ironing it on. And then what do? They sand it off. They use
yep.
those, what do you call it, scraper things?
Hmm.
What,
DA.
they're like a rasp. Okay. And so you're scraping this lead all over your floor and blowing it off with a compressor and doing it again. What's one of those famous hot rodders? He's still alive. He's like 80 something years old, and all he did was lead on cars.
Yep.
Okay, just constantly scraping it. And he had dust everywhere. So I don't know, man. He's still kicking.
Yep.
Garlitz? Was it? No. What was his name? Big Daddy Garlitz, I think. He's still kicking. And he's still doing the lead, showing new guys how to do lead on bodywork.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, the old school is the best school, man.
Well, it stays on there.
Yeah. It's like they
You got
say,
to have
man,
the
they don't make
metal
them like they
really.
used to.
Yeah, the metal's got to be really clean. I've watched how he does it and everything. But yeah, he'll go rasp that crap off, and yeah. I still wash my hands. I'm very careful with lead. Every time I touch it, I wash my hands. If I dig up bullets outside, and watch out for breathing the dust. I don't really care too much about, like, if you're casting. If you're making ingots, yeah, because that's some nasty grease and paint that you're, smelling. But casting, I don't think the fumes, if you got clean ingots, I don't think it's in the air that much.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're working with clean lead, already. Yeah, well, clean lead.
Yeah, you got this vaporous stuff, and I don't think it's carrying heavy lead deposits into your lungs. So I'd be more worried about dust or, wheel weights and stuff making ingots. Of course, that stuff's nasty. It stinks like hell.
Yep.
All kinds of crap on it. And powder coat. When powder coat's burning, it stinks a little. Yeah, Big Daddy AR Guns says Big Daddy Garlitz. Yeah, watch one of his bodywork videos. He's still doing little seminars he goes around to different towns. I don't know, he might be too old to be doing it now, but he was doing it recently. And my whole time I'm thinking, oh man, the lead dust when you're scratching on that and sanding it down.
Ventilation is key.
Bondo is much faster, I'll tell you that.
How close are you getting? Where did he go? He ran
It looks
off.
like he took a break.
He ran
He had to
food.
he had to get something to eat.
That horse went to get the food. He's like, where did that horse go to get the food? See what's going on over here in the chat here.
We went to Arby's.
He went to Arby's.
He went to Arby's. So, did you make your own horseradish?
No, that I didn't. You know what? We
Oh,
have some. We had some in the garden, but I never bothered to try. And how do you make it? You add
I think you have
mayonnaise
to
to it,
like ferment it or something, don't you?
something maybe like pickles, and then add mayonnaise to it or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I've never even heard of it being made before. I know
Yeah,
that you can, but
yeah, we have it in the garden, but it's easier to buy a little jar of it. But
I've
yeah,
never
we have.
had, or I've never seen like a raw horseradish.
Yeah, it's kind of like. Uh, I don't know if it's from the onion family. It's different. Uh,
Mm,
Maybe if you follow a horse around real close to its back end, you get some radish.
Maybe I'll do a video and pull one out of the ground and just chomp on it and see what happens.
It probably tastes good.
I don't know.
Train a horse to find radishes, like how you train a pig to find truffles.
Is that a real thing with the pigs and the truffles?
So what's that?
The pigs and the truffles, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah, pigs
Oh.
hunt the truffles, yeah.
Well, I guess there's like a certain breed of pig or something that they use to find,
Yeah,
truffles like out in the wild.
they'll sniff them out and then they get denied because the owner's like, nope, we're picking it.
Yeah,
That's so
maybe
they
give them a
screw
couple, but
they
get the
screw the
rest.
pigs over.
Okay.
Oh, you got one of those punch sets. I used to get those at gun shows. Is that the half brass, half steel ones?
For which one?
Dead Horse, the punch
Oh.
set.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I used to get those at gun shows.
Nice.
So I got a reloading thing for you guys since we got some experienced guys in here. Take a look at this tool. Bam.
It's a press of some kind. No?
Yes. So I got this at a pawn shop, and I was told it's a reloading tool of some sort. I'm thinking it's a shotgun, like pre-crimper.
Oh, yeah, it's a shotgun crimp. I can see the crimp end.
But it's like a pre-crimper because it's not angled
it's
in it up.
Starter crimp.
Yeah, starter crimp, right?
Can you turn one end around to finalize the crimp?
Not really. So I think this one might be 12 gauge. This one I think might be 410. And on this side, I think on that side I think might be 20. So
well, it could be how many.
But the thing that confuses me is it's 5 pedals. And all my shotgun stuff is like 6 or 8 pedals, it seems.
Yeah, you'll have 8 and what is it?
6 and 8. Yeah, 6 and 8. And I haven't seen 5 pedals.
It's kind of weird that whole thing is just to start with. You would think you could flip it around and finish. Do a bunch of starts and then.
And there's no names, no nothing on here, but it's definitely well built. It's not.
And there's no screw holes. You'd think it'd be on a wall where it's up and down.
Up and down or something, right?
Yeah, so stuff doesn't fall out of it. Your bird shot.
And I can, screw one side in and then put a shotgun hole in there and sort of pre-crimp it. I don't know. I'm at a loss if it is, because I don't know if a 5-pedal shotgun crimp was a real thing or not. Was that a thing at one time?
Yeah, that's weird.
I just bought it being told that, hey, this is for reloading. I don't know what it does, but the guy who brought it in said it was for reloading. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll give you a couple bucks for it.
So, yeah, you could make all kinds of stuff out of it. You can change the dies on it.
Yeah. Well, if anyone knows who makes this, exactly what it is for sure.
Don't you think that would have been vertical, hanging on the wall?
That's what I would have thought, but there's no holes or nothing, so it was, meant to set down your shotgun shell in there and then crimp and then.
Yeah. Huh.
It's definitely weird, man. But I'll keep playing with it and see what happens.
Does the other end have a removable?
No, the end that's on the handle's fixed, right?
Oh, okay.
So that end's fixed, but this end will go either way.
Huh.
And, so I'm guessing that just the rim, since the rim's bigger, will sit on, no matter what side, the rim will either sit on this side or this side. And you can just stick it in there and do your adjustment and pop. And maybe this end is much smaller. Maybe this is the finished end. It just doesn't look like how I would normally expect it to look. But since maybe this isn't for 410. Maybe this is the actual finisher that's tapered
I'd have
down.
to go look at one of my presses to see what the finish crimp looks like up in there. I can't remember. Yeah, I'll go down and look.
A
Yeah,
nutcracker? Yeah, maybe. Is it a nutcracker? I don't know.
no, it looks like
Maybe
it's
that'd be funny if I bought this because they told me it's for reloading. It's really a nutcracker.
Yeah.
The guy I got it from is a pretty good guy who owns that pawn shop, so he's never done me wrong. So I don't, not that he knows, but he told me that the guy who brought it in said it was for reloading. So.
I think I have that sight tool too.
This sight tool?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one I use for my front sights because it has
Yeah.
a really good sharp.
Yeah.
Well,
you
for
can use
flat
it for
or
both.
angled.
Yeah, you can use it for
the rear one. I was doing an XD sight, and the XDs have the hardest sights to take off.
They are the tightest dovetails ever.
Because they're pressed on. So I got this one, but this one only does a good job of doing the rear of the rear. It doesn't do a good job on the front. But this one works good for the rear, so I pretty much just use this one for the front, this one for the rear.
Okay, that'll do a rear Glock really easy. The red one, as a matter of fact, someone replied. I did a video on it a long time ago. Someone replied, I'm getting these replies all the time, and they're from people that don't have a channel or no videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all he said was, I hate that thing. So that's his reply. And I'm like, good, do a video about how much you hate it, bitch.
I like it. I mean, this is the first one I got. Before this, I used a brass punch and a hammer.
No, that saved my butt. I've done lots of sights with that red one.
Yeah.
I even did it on a rifle once. You can put little spacer jigs in there and get it to work. Yeah. But yeah,
I think this thing was too. I think this thing was only like $25 or something.
Yeah, it was cheap.
It was worth every penny.
It was cheap, and it's a simple design. It's using bolts you can replace, and it works.
I bent 1/4-inch brass punches trying to get that XD sight off before I bought that thing.
Oh yeah,
right. Because before that XD gun, all my 1911s, everything, it was always just a brass punch and a hammer, and maybe a little piece of leather.
Yeah.
Right. If I really wanted to worry about the finish on the sight.
Yeah.
And that's how I did all mine for years and years until I got that damn XD and was bending. I not only did I bend a 1/4-inch brass punch, then I went to a steel punch and bent a steel punch on it. And after that, I was like, I'm done. I'm buying.
Yeah, they are one of the ones that are notorious for that. I had a professional full size, that we had in the shop for putting sights on for people. I was worried about cross stripping this big sight tool on an XD once. I mean, this thing's ready to cross thread on me. The gigantic arm to make it move.
Yep.
And I was like, come on, people, you don't need sights that tight. So XD's got to back off on their dovetails a little bit.
Yes, they do.
They're not, no one's taking a grenade to them. They're not going to come loose. But
they're having to be pressed on. Yeah.
God, what was the other company that was super tight? It was either EAA or I don't think it was SIG. There was another one that's notorious for that. And you're like, oh, God, please don't ask me to put the sights on that.
HK?
I can't remember. And then you'll have the slides that are so beveled, they just twist on you. When they're clamped in?
Yep.
The slide will just twist while you're trying to push the sight. And I'm using a big professional one. And even, oh, my gosh, no need for that.
No, I never liked the XD sights after that. I was like, man, if I ever buy an XD, I'm just buying one with the sights I want on it already.
Yeah, what are they thinking?
But I love that XD gun, man. That XDS. Oh my gosh, that gun's awesome. Like, I thought that was a much. That gun just shot so much better than the Glock 43. And just,
Yeah, my 45, I had to take it down and put it in a vise and put a big punch on that thing to get it to move. Once I got it to move, I could, play around with it. And it was only shooting like a half-inch windage off, It's like, son of a bitch.
What's going on here? Okay. Be right back in a second, guys.
Are you talking about pushing sights?
Oh, yeah.
What were you
yeah.
trying to push them in an XDS or an XD?
XDs are the worst.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude. I think they glue their sights into the
No, they
dovetails.
press them. They press them in. They hydraulically press them in a press. It's literally a hydraulic press, a big ass like it's like if you had like a 10-ton press to bend pipe and stuff in your shop. That's what the machine looks like. It's like a big, huge press to push those sights on. It's unbelievable.
Well, I know that customers have brought in before XDs with those sight pushers they make out of plastic, and the sight pusher will be all busted, and they'll be like, can you help me? And I'm just look down at it and be like, gosh, another one of these XDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely not
You'd think
fun,
they
but man,
get better.
it feels like an accomplishment once you battle one of those things and you actually finish like swapping sides. You feel like you won a battle, dude. You're like, yeah, it's
Like you want to go home, you've worked the whole day, like you've done, like you're like, I'm done for today. Like I want to go home.
Hey, it's getting nice out. We had hail today.
yeah. It was like really rainy this morning. It rained all last night.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering when it was going to clear up.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice this week.
Hopefully, I plan on going shooting. I want it to be nice.
Yeah, I think midweek is 70s, nice and sunny. I think the rain is gone now. Of course, we planted some trees and it got cold at night. Mm.
What kind of trees did you plant, Uncle Jim?
Ones where my son had to fortificate a gigantic barrier around them so the deers don't eat them in 2 days. Yeah, so Honeycrisp apples. Yeah, apple trees.
Oh, that's gonna be tasty.
If the deer don't get to them first, yeah.
There's deer out there.
Is the deer outside? Where is he, front or back?
Back, way back.
Oh, okay.
We'll take pot shots up the new target.
Oh.
See if I can hit it.
Well, the swinger's hanging kind of low, so you got to aim low at that. You messed up my paper target? That's a brand new one. I was going to shoot willy bullets with it. All right. Huh? I'm on a live.
But you're talking
Mm-mm.
about
I was talking to you, but I'm on a live right now. Yeah, it's not my live. I'm a guest. I'm Uncle Asshole. Do you agree? Do you agree?
Oh shit.
you said really bullet, I was gonna say you mean pitch me bullet?
No. Yeah, so he goes out and he's taking the pellet gun, wiping out my new target I just put up before I can shoot it.
Ooh, what pellet gun is he shooting?
He's using right now just the Craftsman pistol with the rifle stock on it.
The
Okay.
1530, whatever it's called. I think it's a 1537 or 15.
It's a pump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one when I
1377.
1377. Yeah, I had one as a kid. We played wars with them. Yeah,
Has
that
your
thing.
son been supplementing like trigger time with like with air rifles like I have been? I've been doing that, supplementing.
Um, no, sometimes he just wants to get out and shoot the pellet guns. He's got a break open rifle and this one. He's got a Dana. You break the barrel and it pumps it.
That's a nice rifle.
Yeah, I got him a Dana when he was a kid. Yeah, it's a heavy duty little beast. It's none of those air compressed
Oh, and it's an
ones.
old one too.
Well, I probably bought it 15 years ago or something.
Oh, okay.
20. I forget how old he was when I bought it for him. They were good bang for the buck.
Yeah.
They're
But no,
still a good bang for the buck. Those are still some of the best air rifles you can get today, I think.
yeah, I haven't got into the compressed ones with the air tanks. They're
Eh,
up there. I might get a bolt action 6.5 Creed instead, for the money. I don't know.
yeah. Every CO2 air rifle that I ever had sucked.
Huh.
Yeah, the
Looked
seals, the
cool.
CO2's bad about drying out the seals, and then the seals leaking
Yeah,
like
the seal
CO2.
would break or whatever. Yeah, and
They're
then
just
and
kind
then
of
that's it.
notorious for that.
Yeah.
They eat
The
seals,
best
but
the
the
best rifle
PCP air
I
gun.
the best rifle I ever had. I think it's a Daisy. It's the one that has the like. It looks like a hunting rifle. Uh, it's got like the black, 4-end cap. I don't remember the model number of it, but man, that rifle was freaking excellent. You could pump it once, and it'll take a bird or a ground squirrel or something. Pump it twice, you can take a rabbit. You pump it twice or three times, you can take a rattlesnake. Man, that thing, I freaking annihilated I don't know how many freaking animals with that rifle. I was bringing
I've
home
been
snakes
I've
and
been
rabbits and
supplementing a ton of trigger time with air rifles lately, dude, and shooting like almost every day in my backyard. And it is
nice.
fun, and I forgot like how fun it can be. Because I really haven't been into like air rifles other than like dispatching like a rat in my backyard or something in the last like over 20 years. I haven't really been into them unless I needed to get a varmint out in the yard. But I forgot how fun it can be just to go out and shoot them.
Hmm.
The the new PCP air rifles are pretty legit. Like those are really nice. You
Yeah.
don't have the dry seal problems. And yeah, you either have to have like basically a bicycle pump and pump it up by hand, which is quite a bit of a workout when you're trying to pump something up to 3,000 or 4,000 psi.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely not easy. Like I pump mine up over like several days of pumping and just take my time doing it. But that also gives me like 80 shots after I'm done. Like, you know, I get 80 like very consistent with like extreme spreads in the single digits. You know, like that's how like consistent they're scary consistent now. Like so consistent you're going like, man, like I want my loads to be like this.
What about a little compressor or a tank? You know, like a
They
tire.
make they do have the tanks. They're
Yeah.
high pressure PCP tanks and they're carbon fiber wrapped. You can do the scuba tanks. The carbon fiber wrapped ones go up to 4,500 psi. The scuba tanks only go up to 3,000 psi. The steel or aluminum. So it kind of depends on what your gun's at, and you're going to get more refills. You know, and you can have a smaller bottle filled to 4,500 versus you have to have a lot bigger bottle filled to 3,000 to get the same number of charges. But the air compressors are high pressure air compressors, and they sell them on Amazon for like, you know, $300 for the air compressor. And but they're high pressure. I mean, they're pumping stuff up. They're meant to pump up bottles and air guns to 4,500 psi,
Yeah.
which is just that's a lot. You know, like I don't know if you've ever seen like one of those truck tires explode on somebody. Like that's
It's
only up to
scary.
like 80 psi.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine 4,500 psi. Like,
Fuck.
Dude, I've blown up not blown up, but I've refilled thousands of those 4,500 PSI bottles. I played paintball since 84, and we got those high pressure bottles probably in 93 or 94, and we started using them. And they're high pressure aluminum cylinders with carbon fiber wrap, and it's basically they used to use the aluminum cylinders and wrap them in fiberglass, and then they were able to get they were only able to get 3,300 psi out of them, and then they went to the carbon fiber, and now they're able to get 4,500 psi.
That's just scary.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
I
Well,
def-
one of those small little tanks, like I've got a 45 cubic inch, 45 cubic inch, 4,500 psi. If it went off, it would be equivalent to almost a tire stick of dynamite
oh
if
yeah,
it
easily.
exploded.
It's I saw a video of one of those exploding that was the size of a truck, right? It was basically like an entire truck trailer was one of those tanks, and it took out like a whole block.
Yeah,
Like when it blew up, it happened in Canada, and it was like
I've
holy shit.
I've seen entire shopping centers leveled in Florida from a scuba tank blown up.
oh, great.
Yeah. High pressure tanks, man.
I don't
You
know.
just got to be careful with them
Yeah,
and read the
Yep.
valves, pressure valves, and keep them cool. Don't get them too hot.
Yep. Forgot what it was. Like what kind of gas they were using, but there was a facility in South Texas that they had tanks, pressurized tanks, and one of them went off and it set off a chain reaction. That thing went off for like I think 3 days or something like that. It just kept because tanks kept popping, and they couldn't get in there,
I could see the news. Day
Oh
3,
yeah,
still blowing, still
yep,
blowing.
still popping. Yeah, it made the news. I think it made national news because it leveled that building. Like the first one that went off, it leveled the building, but there was still tanks like everywhere, and like every like 20, 30 minutes or something, another tank would go off, or two or three, would pop, and it just kept going, boom, 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 and they couldn't get close. And then at one point, they actually, and I think they caught it on film. You had a tank shoot out of the build, or what was remained of, what remained of the building, shot out and hit one of the response vehicles, and like ricocheted off the response vehicle, and it was just going freaking crazy, and everybody was running.
Oh
And
man,
then it just petered out.
A CNN reporter would have been better. Oh, bad, so bad.
They show around the back. They show a video camera, and it's me and Uncle Jim, and we got the tank set up, and we're taking sledgehammers and knocking the valves off of them and launching them at the CNN reporters.
Fire one, ping. Fire two, ping.
4.
Well,
Yeah, 4.
welcome to Redneck Golf.
Yeah.
Oh man, so bad.
Oh, have you guys seen that GIF of Biden going up the stairs? But it's where he was like stumbling up the stairs, but it cuts to Trump like driving a golf ball, and it's like nailing Biden every time he trips. Oh God, I was dying laughing watching that.
Well, what's
so
funny
perfect.
Biden, when he was running, one of his things was, I don't carefully slow down walking down. I run up the stairs. That was one of his selling points, trying to get in on the election. And here he is tripping going up the stairs. He was bashing.
Yeah, he was all
Trump
saying
for
how
being
like
careful. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was all trying to challenge him to push-ups and shit. Yeah, freaking idiots.
When he comes running out on the runway, oh come
Trump
on.
would have knocked the piss out of Biden in a fight.
God!
I know. Biden said he would kick his ass. I think Trump would kick his ass.
Oh, Trump would wreck him.
he's meaner. You got to be meaner.
Oh yeah.
And he's got a little bit more weight on him. He'd grab a hold of that old man and break his neck.
He was actually pretty athletic. He golfs. He was like an 8 handicap or something. So, or maybe less than that. Maybe he was a 2 once. I don't know.
Well, and he did tennis and all sorts of shit too. Like he wasn't
Yeah. No, he was
always doing
athletic
something
ever since he was a kid. Oh well, those phony dams. But the stair thing is funny as hell. That's one of my favorites. That's like Hillary trying to get into the car.
Yes, that is hilarious.
Freaking passing out. Yeah, that was. And didn't they even like leave her shoe behind? They pulled away and her shoe was still there on the sidewalk.
That would have been an awesome souvenir. I have her shoe.
Well, you just know that's when they're getting like short on the blood of like children that keeps them alive. Like that's when they're getting low on there.
Yeah, her adrenochrome levels were running low.
Yeah.
They had to rush her over to Dr. Kevorkian.
Get some lizard juice.
Yeah, get that lizard juice, that bug juice in her.
So bad.
Freaking crazy.
I don't know, man. I'm surprised that she still isn't in jail yet. Oh God, that still shocks me. Is like how even with Trump after, like how has she stayed out of jail?
Well, yeah, they put so much heat on Trump. He couldn't, go after anybody because they were just It was all defensive position. That's
Yep.
their ploy, deflecting, and they still call him twice impeached president. It's like bullshit. He was never impeached as far as
Yeah, impeached
reality.
twice. That makes sense in the first place. Like,
Yeah, but he was
Yeah.
never, it wasn't a real impeachment. It was a witch hunt. So don't, and they keep saying it. It drives me nuts.
Well, they need to realize that Clinton got impeached, and it wasn't for banging Monica Lewinsky like everyone thought it was. It was for fucking treason.
Yep.
And it was for real.
Yeah, it was real shit that he did, and they caught him doing it. And then they came up with this whole Monica Lewinsky, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bill Clinton didn't say, hey, this is what we're going to use to cover up so that everybody thinks that I'm going to be impeached over fadoodling this ugly ass girl. And
Well,
Fadoodlin'? Is that what we're calling it now? Is Fadoodlin'?
they
Where the
should
hell
at
did
least.
Fadoodlin' come from?
well, here's the thing.
It should
He
rhyme with
never
cigar.
he never had sex with her, but he just did filthy things with her. So I don't consider, you know, you getting a blowjob, that's oral sex. I don't think Bill banged her, but the thing was, I don't think he banged her because he was like, yeah, this isn't looking too much better than what I'm dealing with upstairs. You gotta be like, you gotta pick and choose your battles. He's like, if I get caught doing this, I'm gonna get in trouble with the one upstairs, and that one ain't much better looking than this one. So you gotta be careful. I'm gonna go back to remember, like the one of his security guys was a when he was governor of Arkansas. This fella was a state trooper for Arkansas, 25-year decorated Arkansas state trooper. And he told me, or he told the entire um, uh, press conference and everything that he was talking. He was like, he was saying how his job was to follow the governor Clinton around as his security guy and make sure that, people didn't do anything, mess with him and stuff. And he says he has never been assigned a protection detail before or after Clinton that embarrassed him more than Governor Clinton. He said this guy would go out jogging and meet women and start talking to him and stuff, and then he would disappear for a little while, and he would look around like, where the hell's the governor at? And he would come out of a woman's bathroom and shit, and he would be like, it was that bad. Like, he was banging women all the time. And he banged this one African American girl, got her pregnant, and her baby, he actually got a scholarship. And oh dude, you wouldn't believe the amount of trash that he's got hanging around him when he was a governor, and then he became president after that. I was like, oh my gosh. So you guys, if I disappear, die of a crazy infection or something, or
You
of,
mean
of
suicide with 2 shots to the head?
yeah,
Yeah.
2 shots to the head where they don't find the gun.
Stabbed 34 times in the back.
Yeah.
He committed suicide. Oh, how did he kill himself? He stabbed himself 38 times in the back. We still can't find the knife.
Yeah, we still can't find the knife. He must have hit it before he died.
Yeah, he must have hit it before he died.
Well, it was about the kids. He didn't want to leave a knife for a kid to find it, and then
Yeah, right? Jeez.
what are you doing over there, dead horse?
I'm taking a smoke break for a second.
Oh, smoking one of those carcinogens.
Dead horse smokes?
Oh yeah, like a damn chimney.
Yeah. Hey man, I hardly ever drink or anything else, right? So, like not even prescription drugs, like right? Like right now I could get as many like hydrocodones and all that kind of shit and muscle relaxers that I wanted. Like my doctors would just throw those at me if I want. But like I don't do any of those. Smoking's my one vice. Like I'm not giving that shit up. like I'm okay. It can kill me. Like that's fine. That's fine. I'm not giving this up.
And G Webs is in the audience. Hey, Mr. Gun Websites, what is going on, sir? Thanks for the 13th thumb. Oh, and that reminds me. I wanted to.
That reminds you of what?
You remember what we were talking about?
Nope.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. That's all right, though.
I don't remember nothing.
I know nothing.
Nope.
Man, you've been going 4 hours and 25 minutes.
Doesn't feel like it. Yeah, we've been going a little bit.
Echo likes the long chats. He's usually an 8-hour guy. Keep telling him he needs to quit taking that double Viagra. Says any more than 4 hours, you need to see a doctor.
I just like to tell people you don't need to see a doctor. You just need to see more ladies.
Yeah. You need to call the third girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. Have the wife's sister come over or something to get you something squared away. What is this I've heard? More than one say the same type of stuff.
Oh, that was about Clinton in the bathrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Sleazeball.
The one Secret Service that followed Hillary Clinton around, right? Like that guy was like, man, like he wrote a book about that, like how this badge he treated like everyone in uniform and military personnel. And how
Yeah,
bad
she
he treated
hated
the Secret
uniforms. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Obamas weren't too keen on uniforms either.
Yeah, and you know what else?
It's just the wrong uniform. It didn't have like a big swastika on it or something. That's what it was. Like, if it would have been the right uniform, then they would have been okay with it.
It didn't have a Planned Parenthood killing a child.
Yeah.
Freaking old Hillary. Freaking, although I call her old chicken neck because she looks like she's got a chicken neck. They basically, I remember hearing about this crap, and Uncle Jim remembers this in Watergate when the Democrats were trying to get people to investigate the Watergate scandal with Nixon. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were volunteering to be part of the investigation, and they turned down Hillary Clinton because they told her, this was years ago when she was just getting started, that she had a bad reputation that they did not want to have representing the Democratic Party during this impeachment, because she had her nails straight up in the dirt back then, dude. And that was during Watergate, and she only got worse.
Yep.
She was involved in Watergate?
Oh yeah. Well, no. She
Well,
was.
she wasn't, but she wanted to be.
She wanted to go after basically Nixon,
Yeah.
because she wanted to go after him, and she's like, put me on him, I'll take his ass down and all this. And they were basically trying to push her aside, like, just sit back, just get out, you're just not too dirty of a person to go after. It's like, don't throw the first one to throw a baseball in a glass house or something like that. What's that expression? People uh, don't throw, what is it?
Don't throw
I get,
stones if you live in a glass house.
yeah, exactly. Something like that. There's some kind of expression that's basically meaning, if you're a dirty person and you're a criminal too, don't
Yeah.
be throwing, stones in a glass house, because your ass might be on the second floor and come down to the first real quick. Yeah, their whole family was just. And that's why, when people like that do bad things, they never go to jail. Nobody ever goes to jail when they're that powerful or that rich or just that well connected with people. They just, and when people like that get people that go to jail that can possibly put them into jail, really bad things happen to those people. They never make it in front of a judge. I mean, look at what's his name that ended up on suicide watch, but the
Yep.
cameras weren't working, and freaking somehow he was supposed to only have like a paper outfit, because he was on suicide watch, and he ended up like hanging himself with like
He
clothing
didn't
and
hang
bedding.
himself, dude. He's on Celebrity Island living with Elvis and all the rest of them right now. Come
Yeah.
on. Like that
Celebrity
guy,
Island.
I don't believe that guy killed himself. I think he's still alive, dude.
It
I really
was
do.
it was pedophile island,
Yeah.
and yeah, someone snapped his neck. He didn't hang himself.
Yeah.
If he's
I
not, yeah,
yeah, I don't think he's dead, dude. I really don't. Like
Yeah, I don't think he's
someone
dead
like who
either.
was really close to him said some stuff that like he wasn't dead, and then like Ricky Gervais got up in front of the Oscars and was like, like said he's not dead, and like a bunch of people kind of like hinted around like hey, this guy isn't dead, right? Like so I don't know what to think about that,
what did they say? They were just using his service a few minutes ago, or what?
man.
Yeah. I was
What
just
scares what really scares me about
wrapping
that
up some business a few minutes ago.
is this is what scares me is the guy did have a legitimate business other than fucking peddling kids, right? Where like finances and shit like that. So there were people that used him for those, for that business thing, right? Like Tom Hanks, right? Tom Hanks flew on his fucking jet. Like he handled Tom Hanks' finances and investments and shit. So now, like, but like now, how are we supposed to know? Okay, you flew on his plane to Pedo Island. Did you go there to talk finances or did you go there for kids? That's what fucks with me, is because there's like a lot of people I like, or celebrities and stuff that have come out like, oh, you're on his fucking plane list. So like now we don't know which ones are like, actual evil fucks, and which ones were like, oh, I just thought this guy was like a business financer guy, right? I was only using him for that. Now that's all cloudy and we don't know for sure. That's what sucks about this, is we don't know now which ones are actually real good guys and which ones are evil fucks.
One of my favorite lines from a movie is from the movie Usual Suspects, where Kevin Spacey is sitting in the detective's office, giving this false, kind of testimony, and he's making this whole thing up as he goes. But
Yeah,
one of the best lines he says in that movie is, "The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing everybody that he didn't exist."
Yeah.
And when you were talking about that whole deal about these celebrities who possibly, allegedly were involved with this guy's whatever he was involved in, it's logged. They were there, their names are on this log. They've flown there multiple times. It's really downright just I mean, the root of frickin' evil, devious, nature to be or to know somebody that you think that you respect and blah this and that, and then to turn out, they're doing quite possibly the most evil fucking thing you can possibly think of.
Yeah, listen to this. Look in the side chat here. He was a CIA agent. Asset. Wouldn't be surprised if he just retired or was forced to retire. That he was, yeah, he could have been set up with that whole democratic thing where they are all. That's like, that goes back to, I've heard many stories of them like drinking children's blood and shit. And I mean, this is way out there in left field, but there has been some things about what the hell, retaining youth through consuming like some type of blood or something
No,
from a young.
Outlaw knows about it. It's the adrenochrome shit. Outlaw knows exactly what it is. It's that adrenochrome, right? That's what they're. And that's a real thing, right? That they're harvesting. I think that's what it is, adrenochrome, and it's like a high, dude. It's like, I think that's what it is. It's just like any other drug, cocaine or heroin or something, but
Yeah, but if you're ingesting other human anatomy parts, then you're consuming RNA or DNA, you're going to end up with that problem where you get the shakes. Like you see that they've like all those cannibals in like in the oh my god, for over in
New Guinea.
well yeah, like Papua New Guinea,
Or
yeah,
in
in
the
the
jungle.
the jungle, the Amazon and stuff like that, that a lot of those tribes that consume human flesh, they would get a disease. It's a disease that they would acquire because when you eat in a human being, something about a humans eating humans, we can't break down the complex proteins, and it causes something in your body to not be able to filter it, so it causes your brain to slowly get short circuited from it, and basically it will cause these really bad shakes. And I don't know if you guys saw old Hillary, but when she that day that she kind of collapsed, the day after that she was shaking when they were interviewing her and stuff. Her eyes weren't straight. It looked kind of like she had like a cardiac event or something, because she didn't look like she felt good at all. I was like, damn, dude, did you die yesterday? And she was just looking and talking to the camera, and one of her eyes would not, like, her right eye was looking at you, but her left eye was kind of looking out over there, and you were like, are you? And I kept like looking at the screen because I only have one eye, going, where's she looking? I'm like, is she looking at me? Is she looking over
well,
here?
if you think that like that kind of stuff's crazy, all I can say is look at like a cult like Jonestown or Heaven's Gate or anything like that. Like Heaven's Gate, they well, unlike, I guess Jonestown's not a good example because a lot of those people didn't know they were being poisoned. But Heaven's Gate, they all knew they were drinking the magic Kool-Aid, right? Like every one of them knew. Like, hey, I'm killing myself because at this certain time a UFO is flying over and is gonna like grab my soul, right? So
Okay, well,
like
hold on. Heaven's Gate. When did this happen?
like what, early '90s? Is that when Heaven's Gate happened? I think. So but like that was a real thing. Like all those people drink the magic Kool-Aid on purpose. So
Because
like
I've got
so
this
people.
members only jacket that says Heaven's Gate on the back of it, and I didn't.
that was a real thing, man. Like those people, they done drank that magic Kool-Aid, thinking aliens were grabbing their souls, right, and they were gonna live on forever on planet Xenu. So
Do,
if you think people in our government can't believe in like similar like weird shit, like I don't know. I think it's totally possible. I think it's even more likely people in our government believe that shit.
did you have people honking at you when you wore that jacket?
Oh, I
This is
just put
so
on.
bad.
I know it
Yeah.
is. It's almost as bad as I wanted to do a YouTube video, Uncle Jim, with like the Kool-Aid man busting through the wall, and on the other side there's just all the Jonestown, everybody laying on the ground, and he's
Oh,
like, "Oh, I miss all the fun?"
oh, it's so bad.
I knew a guy. My father, he was an honor guard at his VFW over in Orlando, and there was a fella that used to be a member there that was in the 101st Airborne, and he was the only corner in the 101st Airborne, and his first assignment was Jonestown. They brought him in on a Huey and they landed over there, and he had to take care of all those women and children and men that were all forced at gunpoint to drink that stuff. And
Yeah.
what they don't tell you is when you drink arsenic, that is one of the worst ways for a human being to die that you've ever experienced in your life. That is very painful. It's not a pleasant just go to sleep and never wake back up. It's a horrible, if it could be 45 minutes to an hour to 2 hours before you pass, and it's not a good way to go.
Didn't his son try to escape and get on the plane? I think
Yes.
so.
Yes.
Yeah.
At Jonestown?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know about that.
Yeah, his son wanted out of there. Little late.
Yep.
Did
Wee
I
bit
hear? Was
late.
that the same one I heard about that? Like, I can't remember if it was Jonestown or not, but like one of those cult leaders' sons like escaped the cult, like a really bad cult like that, a suicide cult, only to start another one. I was like, ah.
He
I
wanted
don't
more for
know.
himself.
I wouldn't be surprised though. Nothing surprises me with those lunatics that start those cults. Like, look at Charlie Manson. That guy was a freaking for a prison guy that just lived in prison his entire life, in and out. He was a good manipulator and persuader.
A persuader?
Well, yeah, he persuaded people to do shit
Yeah, whatever he
through,
wanted him to do.
yeah,
A
those
bunch of
kids.
young girls, really. Like,
Well, a bunch of young people, but the bottom line was he was able to pick those weak-minded people out of a crowd because he was sadistic and he know how to use people. And basically, he took the young and the dumb and he persuaded them to follow him because he was something that he actually wasn't. You know what I'm saying? He made them believe that he was something that he wasn't, and they followed him to killing people. I mean, that's what these people do. They're able to manipulate people.
did you ever watch that interview with the guy who says like Charles Manson was involved with the CIA and shit? Like, he has all the
Yeah,
proof. He was on Joe Rogan.
yeah.
Like that was an interesting chat that he was part of the LSD studies and shit, and he was like responsible and like recruiting like new people to bring them to the CIA so they could dose them with acid and shit. Like, like that was some crazy. That was a crazy ass interview right there. Bro.
Okay,
There we
what
go.
about the ones about the space thing where they all died in the bunk beds? Remember that one?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, you look at that leader and you're like, who the hell would follow that? Don't
Wait,
you know he's
wait,
crazy
which
just
one?
looking at him?
The space thing? Which one with the space thing?
Where they all had committed suicide in their bunk beds, and
Oh,
yeah,
was that
and
Heaven's Gate? That was Heaven's Gate, right?
Yeah, I
it
thought that was the Heaven's
something
Gate
to
one.
do with
Yeah.
getting on a planet or something,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was some
UFO. Yeah.
crazy shit.
and
Yeah.
you look at that leader and it's like, how the hell did you ever start following that? He is crazy looking.
They were promised. Yeah, it was a comet or something that
Something.
was gonna be coming by the Earth.
Heaven's Gate or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Heaven's Gate.
and the idea was that if they sacrificed themselves or whatever, that their spirit would be taken up by this spaceship that is supposedly representing, or looks like, they were trying to say that it was really a spaceship but that it looked like a comet. That right there, I mean, should have been a fucking red flag from the beginning. But
So how long were you in the cult? He's got
no,
the
no, I
whole
mean,
rundown. I'm like wondering.
well, no,
I'm
I
like,
remember all
hey,
of this. I remember reading about
he's
all of
like, I
this.
remember this from the pamphlet.
Yeah, from the pamphlet that they gave me.
From the
They,
pamphlet.
And weren't
they,
they
they
all
handed they
wearing
handed
Nike?
me a Solo cup, but it smelled kind of funny, so I kind of
Weren't they all
pretended like I
wearing
was taking a drink.
Nikes? Weren't they all wearing Nikes or something like that?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah,
Nikes
that
or
was.
Adidas or something. Yeah,
You can find the
Nikes.
interviews. So before they all drink the magic Kool-Aid, right? They did interviews, videotaped interviews, like with every single
yeah.
member, and they were
Well, they
telling
were
why
like
they tell
confessionals or
why they
something.
want to kill themselves, and
Yeah,
that it's not forced, and da da da, and I love you, mom. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna live forever.
yeah,
But you
yeah,
watch those interviews, and you can literally tell like at least half those people have like some sort of mental retardation going on. Like not even joking, not even trying to make fun of them. They were
yeah.
literally not all there. They really weren't.
Yeah. Well,
Definitely right on the spectrum.
that's why even if you look at the women and the young men that Charles Manson controlled, they
Oh,
weren't considered, like the normal kids during that time were in school. They got playing. They were kids like we were. They weren't, these were kids that he picked up that were on the road. A lot of these girls came from other states and they were trying to make it big in California. And, out of every girl and guy that come to California to make it big, I think they say like it's 0.00014% actually make it. And there's all these people that come out there looking for this stuff, and when they don't make it, they don't have any money to go home, so they're kind of stranded.
yeah,
And these cults and these people, that they take advantage of those kind of people, and they see them on the side of the road and just stop a van, just like Charles Manson used to do. He used to stop his van and pick these girls up and be like, hey, what are you doing? You want to go ride with me? Well, shit, it's better than sitting here in the sun with no food.
He's that guy was scary because if you haven't seen it, watch that interview on Joe Rogan. Just type in Joe Rogan like Charles Manson, and this guy has spent like 30 years of his life like writing this book and like researching all this, and like he has like so much evidence to say like Charles Manson was kind of like involved in the CIA LSD trials in San Francisco, and that
yeah,
it fucked Charles Manson up, and like they're kind of like basically the CIA's kind of at fault for what happened to the Tates, like it was really interesting. If you haven't seen that, man, it was really enlightening. I was like, holy shit. And
yeah.
I
I
could
watched
see it.
that. That was a good one.
I could totally see the CIA being involved in something like that. I can. Like, they're They've done, all that shit's already come out about MK Ultra, and that shit really happened. It's not a conspiracy theory. But at the time, if you said anything about it to anyone, they're like, "Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory."
Well, the CIA came up with that too.
Yeah.
They came up with the phrase conspiracy theory, and it was invented solely to, not debunk or dispute, but to discredit, to immediately discredit any kind of theory that goes against, what they're actually doing.
I'm
Um,
still down with this Heaven's Door thing. I want to get my members only jacket with the gold writing put on there. Could you imagine? Listen to this. Could you imagine getting a 1980s members only jacket off eBay and going up to and looking just like Michael, you with the long hair and the glasses, and go up to like one of those stores that will sew and do stitching for you, and be like, could you have the my logo for my organization done on the back of this jacket, and then be like Heaven's Gate 2,
Oh god.
the escalator ride, and be like, Heaven's Gate to the escalator ride, and look at that woman as she looks at you, because I'm not trying to make fun of you, Michael, but you kind of look like David Koresh. I mean, you got the glasses, the hair, the beard, the whole 9 yards, man. You could be a Branch Davidian. If I saw you in that footage from the 90s, you would look just like everyone else.
I think I have a members only jacket somewhere. Hold on. God damn it. Hold on.
Here we go. This one's gonna be good.
He's got it. He's trying to keep the back of it to the couch where we can't see that he's got some cult name already on there.
I don't know. When you hear about a lot of this other stuff, though, like the Branch Davidians, like they don't really they weren't really that bad people. They didn't really do nothing.
Oh, he was playing pocket pool with those young girls. That's a normal thing, dude. I mean, look, anytime you look at an organized religion, especially like the Catholic religion, look at that. When you have a guy that all of a sudden is leading a group of people, and that person is put up on a pedestal as a person who speaks directly to God, and that's what David Koresh was supposedly able to speak directly with God. So basically, oh my god, oh my
I don't
god,
have it anymore.
I thought he was gonna have one on. I was gonna freak out.
I used to
But
have one. It was like that light blue. It said members only on it. Yeah.
yeah, they made them in blue and they made them in black. I remember because I had a black one, the members only, and remember the little it was the only, and I don't even know why it had it on there. The damn jacket was super thin. You'd zip it up, and it had that collar that like a
Yep.
motorcycle strap that you could loop the
Yeah.
the two D rings and tighten it. And I was like, why would they have this on this jacket? I was just like. I'm like, are you really going to go out and ride a motorcycle at 150 miles an hour in this thing? I'm like, what is
And
it like?
this.
It's like a cotton jacket. I'm like, Jesus. I remember everybody was like, oh yeah, members only. Yeah, because that was a club that I just couldn't get into. I was like, dude, it was funny when I was a kid. My mom and dad, they worked their asses off and hearts out, to help, for the family. And I remember when my mom took me down, and I asked her, I said, Mom, listen, all the kids at school are getting these new shoes, the Air Jordans. And this was back in like 80. This was the first Air Jordans that came out, and they were like $65. All right. And we went and looked at them. I tried them on, and I walked around, and I could just tell by my mom the expression on her face that she was embarrassed. She couldn't afford them. And I was like, okay, well, these probably aren't going to be the ones I get. I told the guy that, at the athlete's foot or whatever. So we were walking around. My mom's like, let's go get something to eat. So we went over to the food court, got something to eat. She took me over to Payless, and she bought me an all leather pair of, like the mid high tops. They weren't high tops. They weren't low tops. They were like the mid high tops, because that's what the Air Jordans were. They were all leather tennis shoes, but they were called Air Gordons. And dude, let me explain something to you.
Yeah, baby.
I got to school. I put these shoes on, and every one of those rich little pricks I was in Catholic elementary school with had all them Air Jordans on and shit, and the matching socks and shit. And fucking, I put these damn shoes on, and they laughed at me from the time we lined up outside to the time we got back to the classrooms that I took them off. And because we dressed up in a PE uniform. And dude, they would just make fun of me all the time because of them damn shoes. And my mom, when I got home from school, my mom's like, "What did the other boys think of your shoes?" And I didn't have the heart to tell her they made fun of me. I just told her, "Oh, they liked them, Mom. They thought they were really nice." And she's like, "I told you they wouldn't give you a hard time about it." And I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, if you only knew." Just smile and nod your head. I was just.
You should have wrote the finger on each side on each one.
I should have.
You should have put the finger on there. Screw your Air Jordans, bitches.
Yeah. But the funny thing was, at the end of the year, those shoes were still holding together. And those Nike nylon and leather Air Jordans, those sons of bitchin' shoes were falling apart like they were made in China. My shoes were made in the U.S. And this was when
No, they were made
Payless
in Mexico.
or Mexico, yeah, Mexico. But they were made by Mexican American. They were running across back and forth from the border, I'm sure, to get the needle and thread. And freaking them shoes worked. And I tell you what, when I went to high school, I purposely wore those. I went to a private high school. Our uniforms for phys ed were like $60. And in the beginning, it was kind of cool because I got to play sports. But then they found out I was a diabetic, and they said I couldn't play sports anymore. And I was like, well, okay, well, what do I do? And they're like, well, you're going to have to dress out, because they had to make you buy the uniforms. So they wanted you to have to dress out. So you had to have a uniform. And basically, I would sit on the bench, and they said I could walk around the basketball court or the football field or whatever we were doing. And I didn't care, though, because you know what I found out? That the girl varsity cheerleading squad would come out every day at lunchtime, same time my PE was, first phys ed, and they would practice in front of the bleachers. And guess who was sitting right on the bleachers? I turned that into a little hot spot. What they call a hot spot now, where you got the phones and stuff. I call it a hot spot back then, because I had all those beautiful girls dancing in front of me, doing their cheers and everything, and I just would smile and wave to them.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I had to take home ec class, and I was like, man, what am I going to do in home ec class? No guy takes home ec class, and all I'm going to do is go in there and learn how to crochet. Dude, listen. Yeah, I learned how to crochet, and you know who never didn't have a date to one of the dances was me, because I became friends with all these girls.
All the girls.
And
That's
yeah,
right.
all the girls, and they all knew me, and they knew me. It's a funny Dave. He'll make you laugh, and he'll
That's
also
why I
ask
took
you.
home ec too, brother.
Yeah, that's what and he'll also ask you to the dance, and freaking no problem. We all have a good time. That's what I was always about, dude, having a good time and making the fun out of class. And home ec was awesome. We did some stupid things in there, but I made so many jokes. It was so hilarious. Half of my skit that I used to do on stage, I would get from my mom and dad, and the other half from school because kids were just funnier than shit, because kids, if you actually just people watch, I don't know if any of you guys have ever done this. I used to do this shit. I used to go to the mall and I would go to the food court and I'd sit there and I'd watch people and I'd listen to what they're saying and stuff. Dude, you go there early in the morning on a Saturday and you get all the elderly people and they're all going and doing their walking exercises and they all know each other and everything. And there's always, it's like they've got this thing. I'd sit with this old man and he would always tell me about growing up, and he was a Vietnam vet, and he would work out in the cornfields in where the hell was it? He used to work in the cornfields. Basically, what he did was he ran one of those big tractor pieces of equipment that cut the corn from remove the corn from the stalks, and he knew everything about corn, white corn, yellow corn. He knew all this shit. But he would sit there and talk to me, and he would tell me about the other old people and why they were in their little social groups and stuff. And he's like, now these two right here are the winners. He goes, he was dating her about a week ago, and then he left his teeth in her bed, and her other man found those teeth and wanted to know whose teeth they were. Oh, dude, he used to tell me this shit. I would laugh my ass off. He would tell me stories about these guys and these girls dating and stuff. And dude, that's how I kind of learned about life, just listening to old men and old women talk stories and shit at the mall, because it was right around the corner from my house, so it was like an easy bike ride. But we used to
That's
always have
awesome.
fun. Yeah, we used to always have fun.
You talk about people watching. Me and my friends would do something kind of similar to that, but what we would do is we would look at people and we would look for people that looked like celebrities, and then we would like, I don't know, like project like that it was really them, like it was really that celebrity that they were, kind of look like or whatever. I don't know.
What, and tell people like, hey, look over there. That's
Yeah, like we'd like if I like say, okay, like it's like me and you and Jim walking through the mall, and I see somebody looks like John Wayne or somebody, and I'll be like, hey, look, John Wayne, you know, and they'll be like, oh shit, yeah, he looks like John Wayne.
what is
Me and
dead
my
horse? What are you doing, dude?
I had a very, very stiff firing pin safety. I think the spring was too long. It was just really dragging on the bird's head on the trigger bar, like really bad. It was just wasn't right. So I pulled it out, clipped a coil off of it, and I'm just putting it back in right now, and see if that has any effect on anything.
Well, hey, fellas, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go meet up with a friend of mine.
Nice.
All
So,
right, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for joining, man.
Thanks for hanging out,
appreciate you
brother.
having me on. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Good to see you, Echo, Dead Horse, Jim. Y'all have a good night. Take care,
Yeah,
and
take care, Michael. Have a good one.
we'll talk to you all soon.
Take care, Michael.
Let's see how this
All
feels.
right, have a good one.
Okay, I think that feels better. 11-pound recoil spring. Okay. Now let's see how it feels. It's not. There's something not right with that plunger. I don't like it, David. I don't like it. Not one
She
bit.
don't feel good.
No, this plunger is just. And this is that Alpha 1 upper
Is
parts
it?
kit.
Is that the one the other guy said that he had? Who was it that was in the audience?
I don't know if that's the one he had the issue with, but it's my first time using it, and I do not like the way this plunger's feeling on the bird's head. It should not be this difficult. And I even cut a coil off of it, and it's still pretty hard to press in that plunger. I don't like it, not one bit. It should not be this difficult.
Do you have another slide of the same that you can slap on there real quick and check?
Oh, yeah.
Without having to take it apart, if you have another slide that's got everything in it already.
Yeah.
Then you'll know something's up with the upper.
Yeah, no, see, I got my FDE slide on it, and it's
like butter.
Yeah, it's perfect. Reset everything. It's definitely on this slide. There's something going on up there with that plunger or striker interface up in here. And I cut a coil off that spring because it was just so damn stiff. Oh yeah, ooh. Yeah, let me see.
You think maybe it'll take a set and it'll be better? You know what I'm saying? Once it's collapsed and up in it.
Well, I just cut a coil off of it, so that should kind of be like almost like a preset, you know.
Yeah, that is true.
But this is a cheap parts kit, so it's definitely not vetted. Okay, that doesn't look like it's spreading apart. This looks like it's. Let's see. Yeah, that feels really good without that.
Who makes these parts kits, Dead Horse?
Alpha 1, I guess.
Alpha 1.
Alpha 1. Yeah.
And what ones do you usually use?
For the upper parts kits, Lone Wolf.
Yeah, because
Yeah, they
they've
use
got some billet stuff, right?
yeah, they don't use a MIM striker like Glock does. And someone told me that the extractor was also billet on Lone Wolf, but that's not true. The one that comes with the slide kit is MIM, but they sell a billet one separate.
Right.
But at least the striker's not MIM. And Lone Wolf's been making Glock parts for over 20 years, right? Like, gosh, I remember buying Lone Wolf stuff back in the 90s.
Long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
I got a couple older barrels.
Yeah, I think that's the first thing they started making were barrels. And then they made slides after that, and all the little parts, like you could buy this, the takedown little tabs and little, all that stuff.
It's kind of funny because I have one of their 34 threaded barrels, and it's got the tightest chamber as far as overall length. And then I have a 19, and it's got the loosest chamber for free bore. It's like, come on, dudes. It's same. I don't get it.
Yeah, just a little.
Well, back in the day, Lone Wolf didn't make their own barrels. I'm pretty sure Storm Lake was the one making their barrels for like a long time. But someone told me and they told me this like 3 or 4 years ago, that Lone Wolf had already been making their barrels for like 5 years or something. So sometime 10 years ago, or who knows, I don't know. They did start making their own barrels, right? So, but I guess before that, Storm Lake was really the one making the Lone Wolf barrels.
Yeah, I don't know. They're marked Lone Wolf, but of course they put their own name on it. I know the 19 came later, and then it was a lot of free bore, which I prefer with lead bullets. So, oh well.
Yeah, it's a little easier to get them to feed correctly with the little bit more free bore.
Ogive of the bullet just hits on the 34. It's tight.
Yeah.
So, I have a min and a max gauge.
Yeah. He's like, he uses the two barrels as go and no go.
Yeah.
What's he polishing? What's he trying
The
to polish?
safety plunger. It might be the angle. I might have to chuck it up in the drill and take a piece of sandpaper to it and break this angle. The angle might not be quite right. It does look pretty sharp, but I'm wondering if the bird's head is hitting right below the bevel. And that's the... When I'm running into it, basically this is just a couple thousandths too long, and that bird's head is kind of running smack down into that vertical surface there before the bevel. I just did a quick little polish on that, so we'll see what that does. And man, that spring, even with that coil cut off, still kind of feels
stiff.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's just...
You think a spiring pin plunger spring would it have some resistance, but it should be easy to compress because it shouldn't have to hold back any kind of weight when it's resting against the firing pin. The surface area of the plunger itself should hold it back.
Okay. Striker's not sticking. Yeah, looks good. Coming through. Well, there's a tiny little bit of stickiness almost. Not enough to hold it, but I can kind of put it at the end there. Oh, look at that. See? See how the striker's held back by itself right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, like watch when I touch it with the punch. Pop. See it? Just popped forward. It kind of stuck back by itself there. It might be the striker that I'm feeling on the cruciform. As the slide's coming back, that might be what it is. Alright, let's take this side off. See, and this is the stuff we run into when you do it yourself. Little issues like this. But it's always fun trying to figure them out. What's going on here? But now I know that if I don't like this parts kit, this upper parts kit, now I know not to ever buy this company's slide kit.
How much money did you save by using them?
Well, it's not that I wanted to use them. It's not that I would have gone lone wolf because of, saving money. It's availability right now. It's kind of fucked. What was up with that? That was weird. Yeah, there's something definitely going on with the striker in this gun. The striker's getting stuck back. So, like, if I rack this slide, okay, trigger's forward. I pull the trigger. Oh, that time it did it. See, I just, look.
Yeah.
The trigger's, look, dead trigger. If I push from behind on the trigger, it doesn't want to do nothing because look at that.
I don't like that.
The striker, now watch, if I bump the gun, there.
Yep, I heard it click. Yep.
Yeah. It's that striker in there or it could still be that firing pin safety plunger interfering with the striker. It's one or the other. It's either it's either the striker or the safety pin plunger. It's one of these two fucked up. Something's not right. My money's kind of actually on the striker right now. Is where my money's at. Something's up. So I'm gonna replace this striker assembly with a different striker assembly and see what that does. Alright. Okay, so take this one out. And let's get a proven one here. And this is a Glock OEM MIM one right here. And there we go.
Dude, I'll tell you some funny shit. I just I just was sitting here and I'm watching Dead Horse work on his gun, and I put my hands across him like I've got him up on a table, and I went to put my head on my hands like I could just sit there like that, and almost collapsed out of the front of my chair like a dumbass, dude. I, for some reason, thought that my hands were supported on the edge of my table here, and I just had them like sitting out in front of me, like doo doo doo.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's not sticking. Alright, let's try and put this on. There we go. Alright. Now let's see how this feels.
That sounds better.
Nah,
What's that
it's
little click before something's interrupting the firing pin from moving forward all the way?
you know, this slide already had a firing pin channel liner inside of it, right?
Right.
Remember, like that kind of surprised me. I was like, oh, 'cause most of the slides I get don't have that.
Well, I wonder if that was a used slide where somebody stuck.
No, it was. Trust me, dude. It was vacuum sealed, packed in oil. It was brand new fucking. But I'm wondering if that that firing pin channel liner in there's fucked up. That's because it's just yeah. Oh god, that one was bad. But then again, it's it is a some cheap ass upper parts kit. I have no idea. Alpha One. Who the fuck that's? It might be made in China. I have no idea. And there's kind of something up here too with the trigger. I feel the triggers might be. I think the trigger might be rubbing inside the frame a little bit. Yeah, I think the sides of the trigger definitely needs to be adjusted. I'm gonna just sand down the side of the trigger a little. That's definitely dragging on this frame. And okay, so I gotta pull back out the trigger shoe and sand the upper left and the entire right hand side of the trigger shoe. And let me see. So that slide works good on the frame. I swapped the striker. Still did it. So it's got to be something in this slide like a channel liner, or this plunger still somehow is interfering. Let's see. What size bolt do I need to pull out a channel liner? What is it? Is it a 5/16 course, or I don't know. I know in the Glock armorers thing they told us, but I can't remember because I've never had to do it. Like I've never had a problem with the channel liner before.
You want to use a fine thread one too.
A fine thread, 5/16.
Yes, it won't chew it up as much.
Okay.
I think it's 5/16 or it's the next bigger. Been a long time.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's been a long time since I took that little course.
But the fine thread is friendlier on the back end of it when you rip it out of there when you go in there.
So I think this channel liner might be messed up. Let me see here. Yeah, so here's that company right there. So Alpha One Outdoors. Complete slide kit. So this is just judging that I haven't had any problems like this with Lone Wolf or Factory Glock. I'm gonna give the Alpha One a slide kit a big thumbs down right now.
Well, what if you before you go through all that, just change the striker spring out from your other slide that works?
I did. So I put the Glock OEM one right here in it.
Okay.
This is an OEM Glock one, and this is the one it came with.
Yeah,
and
then
it's
you
still,
can eliminate each thing.
Yeah. It still might be the plunger. I guess I can the safety, firing pin safety. I can try that, but it's man, I don't know. I think it's that liner in there is either crushed or something, because it's also I guess that one's the same way. I don't know. There's just something not right. I don't know. I have a feeling it's that liner, but I guess I can do the firing pin safety real quick. Drop out.
AAAB is saying that Smith & Wesson's dumping TC.
Yes, they're no longer they're selling TC.
Huh.
Why they've been like hugely popular. Everyone's like, TCs shoot so good, da da da, right? Like, why would they do that? Like, TCs are more popular than they've ever been.
I'm gonna buy one because I want to be able to load. I want to be able to buy a $200 barrel and shoot a different caliber, and if I don't like it, I could sell the barrel, and those things hold their money pretty well.
Yeah, you don't lose much. If you get a barrel for 200, you're not going to lose much at all.
Yeah.
Well, the Thompson Center Compass too is like a cheap rifle that's supposed to shoot really good, right?
I thought he was talking about the compass, but I love my contender pistols, or
Oh hell
pistol
yeah.
with barrels.
Yeah, they're
You've got an
yeah.
original one, Uncle Jim, with the mountain lion or the
Yeah,
what
it's
else?
like a
Yeah,
Gen 2. I'm not sure if it's a Gen 1, but yeah, it has mountain lion on it.
yeah, that's what my buddy's got with his 357 Maximum.
Yeah, you just can't use the really high powered cartridges on that frame.
Yeah, because you'll stretch the bolt, the pivot pin.
Yeah, they beefed up the what you might call it now, the what's the stainless model, the new models?
Contender
Encore.
Concord.
Encores,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But
Now
that's
it's like the
okay for
size
me.
of a $50. That center pin.
Yeah, yeah, that's okay for me because there's probably only one or two more calibers I would ever think about getting on that. I love the 44 mag and the maximum. The maximum will shoot 38's good. I mean, you got all that chamber to load for.
Yeah.
So I got to find a 5.7 case gauge and shell holder.
Ooh, for
Fun.
for
The
five
shell
five point
holders,
seven by 28.
yeah, the shell holder's the same as the 25 ACP, according to Lee. I don't know what RCBS number is. Yeah, I gotta research all that. Okay.
What for the 5.7? What size shell holder you need?
It's a 15 and a Lee, which would be 25 ACP and 5.7 by 2.8. And then RCBS, it looks like looking online here is number 45. That sounds weird. Okay. Yeah, number 45 in RCBS.
Hmm.
So 15 or 45. Finding a case gauge is going to be fun because when I go to size that first piece of brass, I want to know that I'm on. You know, when you're first
Yeah.
loading for that for the first time, that's something I want to know.
Yeah, that you're knocking that shoulder back, and you can tell just by that case gauge.
Yeah, and if I
Well,
don't
isn't
have that, that round will spike on you in a hurry.
yeah, isn't that supposed to be like one of the more dangerous cartridges to reload?
Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. Um,
Well, I remember someone like was it the Truth About Firearms or someone recently like within the last 6 months or something had an article about the 5.7 about like how it's one of the most difficult cartridges to reload.
you have to be right on it because a half a grain can spike you real quick. So, but my son has the pistol, and Idaho Rogers called me this morning, and he asked me how my son likes the pistol because his son likes the pistol. And then he said, "You know what? I bought a set of dies really cheap. They're on closeout. They don't have the pistol. Do you want to borrow them until we get our pistol?" And so he's going to send me out the dies. It just needs a shell holder. So
Oh, that's awful cool.
I thought that was really cool. Yeah, Idaho is awesome, man. He's cheered me up a couple times after, like the other night. And he tucks me in, and yeah, he's super cool guy. So I thought that that just came out of the blue. So now I'm looking for a shell holder, and then when I send it back to him, of course he can have the shell holder and whatever he needs. So Yeah, it's going to be, I told him, oof, that's a scary one to load for.
What
It's like a picky rifle round, you know, but small.
yeah. Too bad you couldn't use Varget in that thing.
Hey, I got True Blue, and that's one of the loads it likes, you know, powders.
Right.
Yeah, there's a guy that loaded about 6 different types of powders and shot them, chronographed them, everything. And True Blue wasn't too bad, so I'll give that. That's all I got to go off, really. It's, you know, a couple videos of people that are into that round. I have 40 grain V Maxes. And I'm not going to let them hot. You know, I'm just going to be middle of the road, trying to be safe. Just want planking ammo.
Well, the difference between middle of the road and hot is only like 0.3 grains, isn't it?
I know. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. Definitely head weigh each.
Yeah.
And then the lacquer coating on the brass is an issue.
Yep. You don't want to get that to come off because you're going to have to load them dirty.
But apparently, one guy did a test all 3 ways, and believe it or not, sonic cleaning was the best. And then there was hand washing with simple green, you know, shake them up.
Right.
And the other one I think was brass tumbling or stainless pins and tumbling. And it kind of surprised me, but I think it was the sonic cleaner that didn't harm the. That shows you how lame sonic cleaners are. So that was a really good video, actually, of what he tested.
I know I picked up some 5.7 brass, and I think I threw it in the wet tumbler, and it came out looking like crap because I didn't realize that it had that coating on it.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, oh, this is awesome. What happened to this?
But the other thing I was thinking is I could mist it with lacquer and see how that goes, but your tolerances have to be right on, you know.
Let's see here.
Get the airbrush out and give it a light foof. A fogging. Yeah, total pain in the butt, though.
No, I figured out what was wrong with the slide.
What was wrong with it?
It's where the plunger sits into the slide is definitely.
Yeah. Another thing I was thinking is your firing pin channel not being cut deep enough or slightly off for burr or something. Yeah.
It's definitely. It's the. I think literally the slide's cut too tight for the firing pin safety. That plunger's that firing pin safety is just it's dragging ass up in there. And then I got it when I pressed up on there with my finger, and I got it stuck up in there.
Okay.
So now I got to get this firing pin safety out. And it has a spring in there behind it right now.
Hey, speaking of the devil, he's right here. Idaho's backstage.
Oh.
Okay. Let me click on him.
You're supposed to be checked.
Hey, I was feeding the cat. Feeding the cat. My wife is yelling at me. There he is. Let me click on him. Idaho.
Hey, my ears were burning. I think somebody was talking about me.
Hey, I did a refresher on the trigger to, you know, because you asked how the trigger was. It's got a slight creep, but it's nice and light. So, yeah. Trigger's pretty
About
good.
how heavy is it?
Oh, I'd say 4.2 pounds, something like that, max. I don't know.
Oh, hell, that's not that bad.
When I was shooting it, that's why I said I don't remember, because I never thought of the trigger. It never bothered me. It was like, oh, it's nice. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you
So
only remember something when it's awful.
Yep.
yeah, so it'll have like a little creep, or not really so much creep, but a roll to it, just a little bit at the beginning, and then pow, and then the reset's pretty good. So
Sweet. Did you happen to find you a shell holder?
I was looking right now. That's what brought up the subject. So the shell holder is the same as the 25 ACP. So just so you know, the Lee is a number 15, and the RCBS is a number 45.
Okay.
And I got a
And
lot of different calibers.
I'll buy that and the case gauge, and then I can send you back that for your trouble.
Yeah, I didn't even think about a case gauge. Is there
Oh,
even one
yeah.
available for it?
I don't know, but that's a must have, I think, for that little picky to load cartridge, scary little cartridge. Yeah. Because
Well,
that way I know my volume's not messed up by, pushing the shoulder back, and all kinds of weird stuff can happen.
and if all else fails, you got the barrel
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, it's just nice to see it in the gauge, though, and the length.
I agree.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fortuitous that watching Dead Horse work there. I sent you a text to show you what I got in the mail today. Did you see that?
You talking to Dead Horse?
No, I'm talking to you, Uncle Jim.
What you got in the mail today?
Yeah, I sent a text to you.
Oh, a text. No, my phone's probably, I don't know where my phone is right now. Okay. Well, let me go grab my phone. Your phone. Come on, boy.
Echo, what are we working on today?
A Polymer 80.
Sweet.
With a stuck firing pin safety.
Did it get stuck up in the slide?
Oh yeah, dude. It's that was the problem. I knew
Okay.
something was wrong.
Well, listen. Is it what kind of slide is it? Is it a Cerakote slide?
Nitride.
Nitride? Well, that's not good. Do you have a nylon tipped hammer?
Oh yeah, I got a rubber mallet.
Oh, rubber mallet. Hold the slide like it would normally sit on a gun, and then hit it from the bottom, right where the thing is.
It's gonna pop out and hit me in the eye when I do it.
Well, that's why you point that down at the tabletop, and you hit it from underneath.
My computer monitor. That's what I'm gonna point.
Yeah, that way you can shatter that.
Yeah. Hey, I did that twice to the same computer, so I feel pretty good about myself. That was with a AR.
Wasn't that a laptop?
Yeah, that was a laptop.
Yeah, and didn't you have to bring it back to the guy twice?
No. I broke the first time. I just left it the way it was.
Oh.
Because it had like a little black dot on it now. And then the second time kind of like increased that, and then I was like, I can't use this anymore. I still got that laptop, dude. That laptop still works.
Oh yeah, that's the one you use when your other one burn up.
Yep.
I'm waiting for a pin to fly and mess up his screen.
I know.
Yeah, this pin's under spring pressure right now. It's going to come out. It's going to go flying somewhere across the room when it decides all of a sudden.
Hey, is that a wood table?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take the slide and kind of slam it down with the bottom of it against the table, it will knock that loose,
Yeah,
and
you're
it will
probably right.
contain it.
Let's see here.
It'll contain harder than that, bro. It's a slide. You're not gonna damage it. It's not eggs.
Dude, it's stuck.
God damn, that thing's stuck in there, bro.
That's the malfunction, though. We found the malfunction. Dude,
Can you
that thing
put-
is like that thing's never coming out. That thing says I'm home, I'm good, I'm staying.
Yeah, you may have to drill a hole in the top of it.
No,
Oh, no.
I'll get a pick. I'll go get one of my
Kid.
dentist picks. And...
Okay, Idaho, looks like you got a slide.
Yeah.
Idaho?
Yeah. Yep.
So what kind is that?
It's from a company called Rock Slide.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's a good company.
I kind of went all out on that. Got the enhanced extractor, stainless steel rod, spring. Spent a lot more money than I wanted to, but I figured if I'm gonna do it, go big or go home.
yeah.
And
This
I'd be
one's a
hard.
rock slide. This slide is a rock slide. It's awesome.
Nice.
I've had this one for a
You got
couple
the
years now.
RMR cut in it also.
Yep. And then I got my Glock 21 slides, a rock slide. But the Glock 35 one I bought was a rock slide. And I posted pictures of that on Instagram, and that one was not good. That one had a crooked firing pinhole where the striker, because the striker on a Glock is, vertical. It's a vertical notch, right? And
Right.
so their firing pinhole in their slide was canted to about 1130. So the striker, because the bottom of the foot of the striker has to line up with the channel in the bottom of the slide, and so it wouldn't even come through the front of the slide because the firing pinhole was so crooked. So I had to send that back to them, and then they
Did
didn't
they
have.
Did
No.
they make it right for you?
No, well, they refunded my money, but I didn't want that. I literally tried everything I could to just have them send me the right slide, and they're like, we don't know when we're doing, another batch of 35 slides. So like, our policy is just to refund your money, and then when we have it available, you just buy it again. So I was like, fuck, okay, but they refunded my money, like no problem. But I wanted just another slide, and I was kind of disappointed that they just wouldn't send me another slide.
Well, I can see that.
Idaho. Vanessa said hello.
Hey, Miss Kitty.
Yeah, if they don't have it in stock, I can see that. So they don't get nagged every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Where's my slide? Where's my slide? So they just have you buy another one when it's available.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't want to have to worry about having a customer slide and having them calling me every 3-4 days.
Think of 500 of them out there nagging you.
Yeah.
And Rockside sells a lot of slides because it's not just that their brand name they sell. They make slides for like 3 other companies that sell those slides under their own name, right?
Uh-huh.
So like they are one of the bigger makers. They're in is it North Carolina? Like by
Yeah, North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to get none of the fancy cutouts. It just looked like to me it's just a great way to catch dirt.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I'm right with you on that.
Looks cool, but I didn't want to go that far.
Yeah, and I don't like how it lightens it out front. I like the weight out front, I don't know.
The RMR cut, that was like fancy enough for me, like to be like, this is fancy enough. This is as fancy as I want to get.
Now I am on the list for one of their silencer threaded barrels for whenever they get those in.
Holy shit! This thing is just. I didn't think it was possible. I just squeezed this up in there even more. It's awesome.
Well, does it taper up in there?
Uh,
Maybe it's not supposed to go that high.
no, it's not. It's. Did I get it to move? I think I got it to move a little bit. Come on. Something.
Dead Horse has got a whole 1/4 of an inch to play there.
I'm working it back and forth in there. I can move it up and down just a
I'm still
16th of an
laughing
inch.
I'm still laughing at drill a hole through the top and push it up. So bad.
I would just send it back to him with the plunger in it. Just give me another slide. This one's defective. But no, I think I can. I'll just hit it with a little piece of sandpaper up in there, and I know I can get that working right. If I can just get the damn plunger out, the firing pin safety. If I can just get that out, I'll be good. I need a better pick. I need to go. I'll be back. I gotta go dig through my little box of stuff.
You got a stainless steel?
Yeah, I need to go grab one of my dentist picks.
That's hilarious. Only him gets the I've never had one of those stick in any kind of slide other than one that's been Cerakoted.
It's because he's on YouTube right now.
Yep.
It happens every time. Or if you're trying to do a video, something bad happens.
Oh yeah, like
Things only go wrong when somebody's watching.
Yeah, I've dropped shit. I'm like, I've never dropped that before in my life. I'm like, how did I drop it and now lose it on the floor somewhere?
So Idaho, you see I did a gas checking video. You called me while I was gas checking.
Oh?
Boom, bang, pow. Cut, print, done. Yeah, I put that out earlier today.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just been wanting to give you a holler for quite a while on that project.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
Well, I don't know when I'm going to get back, but I'm going to try to sweet talk Pam into shipping that out to you on Wednesday.
Yeah, no rush. I got to get a shell holder and go from there, and then I'm going to be scared loading that. Oh, I'm going to be scared.
That can only go wrong once.
Yeah. Yeah, my son's pistol. It's not like I could slap it at a contender, and who cares? It's going out the front no matter what.
What?
But no.
Now you're careful enough; it'll be fine.
That'd actually be cool in a contender for squirrels.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, contender pistol, a 14-inch barrel would be plenty of feet per second.
Or it'd be smoking.
What's your son's thoughts on this project?
He thought it was cool. I said, hey, I gotta see your gun. Make sure it's unloaded. Bring it here. I'm gonna try the trigger, so I can tell Idaho. And then I told him about the dice, and he was all happy. And I said, yeah, but I'm scared, son. I'm scared. And you got to clean the brass just right so you don't take the lacquer off the coating.
Really? I haven't heard that.
Yes, it's picky. It needs that lacquer for dwell time, when it fires to slow it down in there. And so you can hand do them with simple green. A guy did a video on 3 ways, and one of the best ways was the sonic cleaner of all things. You would have thought that would have taken it off. I think it was the sonic cleaner. I'll have to watch it again.
Yeah, it's probably like one of those Harbor Freight sonic cleaners. They're not super strong, and you don't get it hot. You probably do it cold.
Yeah.
And that would probably clean the lacquer.
Yeah, I have that sonic cleaner, and Lyman just put their name on that. You know that. It's the same one.
Yeah, for the small
So
one.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no
this is
way
a
that you'd want to ever anneal that brass in, because you just cook all that lacquer off.
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm thinking I can always experiment with the old airbrush and just lightly, super lightly fog. If you ever used an airbrush, you know that you can like hit something and it's like hardly not even on there.
See,
Yeah.
Jim,
And thin it
this
down good.
plays right into your wheelhouse.
Yeah, lacquer, you can thin the snot out of it too. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, isn't lacquer super thick when you first start messing with it? Because
Yeah, out of the can, it's thick. You know, you mix it real good from the bottom, you know, depending if you got gloss or satin or whatever.
right,
But you can thin the snot out of it.
you just put lacquer thinner in it,
Yep.
and
And
then you're
it'll,
just gonna then you just airbrush it, Jim. Is that what you're talking about doing? Just that
I
like
could,
if you
yeah, I
yeah.
could do it that way. It's super light. So, all right, we
I
got the
wonder if
box
that
out.
204 Ruger is using any type of lacquer or anything on it.
I don't think
no.
so. I think it's just the 5.7 for dwell time on the pistols.
No.
But it'd be nice to have a plank and load, and there's common powders out there you can use on it too, so that's not a tough part. Not sure on what primer. Small rifle? I don't know.
I think that's a small pistol, isn't it?
I'll tell you.
Yeah,
Let me
you
see
want
if the
thicker
new
than
Hornady book's got it in it.
it probably does because
See
they
here.
use you use their bullets. So I'm going to use a 40 grain VMAX.
Okay.
So you go like 35, 40 grains. Some people go up higher than that. Yeah, it could be because of the PSI. It could be a small rifle primer. I don't know.
No, I think it was this regular small pistol on the 5.7. I read that whole article. I swear it's either on the Truth About Guns. I want to say it's on about the Truth About Guns is what it's on about the 5.7, and that guy went in pretty in depth on reloading it, and I'm pretty sure it's just a small pistol primer.
Okay. Because maximum it's a small rifle because it's a maximum.
Yeah, do you need me to send you some primers, Jim, or are you good?
I'm good. I'm good on primers. Thanks anyway, but I'm good.
5.56. There's a 5.7.
Oh, okay, that's the furthest I've got it out yet. Yes. Okay,
So
I'm
that's
almost
pit
there.
rifle. So I think they're considering a pistol caliber.
Yeah, even though it's shot out of like the PS90 and stuff, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
the
sure.
Well, they
PS90.
consider that a submachine gun and not a
Mhm.
carbine. So
I
that
think
would
it's the 29.
probably.
That was the. That
If you
was
want
the
to see
first.
a really neat round, look up the HK 4.6 millimeter. 4.6, like, so we're talking like, like a 17 caliber like type projectile, but man, that little round can pierce like, NATO helmets in like, you know, level 3A armor out to 200 yards out of a short barrel. Oh, okay, we'll find a little smaller of a screwdriver here. this one might be smaller.
Boy, this is quite the operation here. Plunger.
Yeah, and this is the one out of the my flat dark earth clock. So I know this plunger was actually good, and this is the one
Oh,
that got stuck, right? So like this
no.
one, I know that like this one's I have probably over 1,000 rounds for that one. Like that one's good.
So where are you nestled in, Idaho? Did you make it over the pass and
Oh yeah, as a matter of fact,
pass
I
405?
I did pretty good time coming down through Seattle. I'm almost down to Eugene, Oregon now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a good day.
All right.
Of course, you always get that same cluster traffic right there in Tacoma, where that
Yeah.
rat's nest is off of 5. It doesn't matter. It's always bad right there.
Yep.
Yeah,
The
but I'm
same
not.
Let's
construction project's been going on for 20 years, and they've never finished it yet.
Huh.
I don't see it listed in the new Hornady book.
Under pistol?
Yeah, or rifle.
It'll be like a single page that's like actually more like half a page, dude.
Yeah, it should have been in there for years. Yeah, because everyone's using their bullets, or some people.
I've got a old manual right here. Let me take a look real quick.
Let me look at some of my old ones. I'd look at this old Lyman, this 50, and see if it's got 5.7 in it. It should. I can't believe Hornady doesn't have it.
I can always find out.
It's 204 Ruger.
I would have said a crib.
Let's see here.
Okay, yeah, so that's back working just fine with that plunger. Okay. All right, now let's figure out what's causing that thing to catch in there. All right, let's see here.
So are you sleeping in your truck, Idaho, or a
Oh
hotel?
yeah, I'm camping on the road.
Oh, okay. At least you're not in Portland.
Uh, Actually, made pretty good time going through Portland today.
Hmm.
Only took an hour and a half instead of 2.5 hours.
Here we go. 5.7 by 28 FN. It's under 22 caliber cartridges, right under handgun. It's one page. 378. Let's see.
So either CCI 400, 450s, or it's small rifle primer.
Yep.
Good news, it doesn't use much powder. Yeah.
I've got like the 9th edition that I carry around here in my truck, and it's not in it.
Mm.
Here we go. 5.7 by 28. And we got 40 grain bullets. We have 35 grain. I got VMAX 35 grain. I have 40 grain jacketed VMAX.
Yeah, that's what I have.
And 45 grain. This is a jacketed SP soft point. Holy shit, there's not much grain weight there. Okay, starting charge 5.2 grains of true blue,
Mm.
and 5.8 is the max charge.
Okay. So 5.4 it is.
Yes, sir.
What's the primer?
Let's see what we're using here for primers. Back over here. Primer. Remington 7.5. So that's a small rifle.
Okay. So it is the
Really?
pressure thing like the Maximum.
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
was my guess.
I
Says
thought it would have
primer.
been more of this like case fill, like such a small. Because what's the powder charge on that cartridge?
Oh, it's light.
5.4, right?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Max is
Wow.
5.8.
And True Blue actually uses a lot. So what's another powder? It's going to be
Okay,
less.
hold on.
True Blue, you got to
Let's
use more.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, we have let's see, True Blue, Long Shot, and we have Blue Dot, accurate number 7. Accurate number 7, you're looking at about 6.5 grains start to 7.0 max.
Wow, that's a lot.
Blue Dot, you're looking at 5.9 start, 6.5 max.
Wow, those are more.
Yeah, Long Shot 4.7 and 5.4 max.
So True Blue was the least. That's kind of surprising. Huh.
Is one of the least. That and I think this Vitabore, the N340.
Yeah.
The starting charge is 4.3, max charge is 4.8.
Hmm. Okay.
Jim, I can send you a picture of this page if you want on your
No, that's
phone.
okay.
Text you.
That's okay. I was going to do the True Blue one, and that sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's all right, dear.
I think it'll be a fun little round to play around with.
Yeah, it's just scary from what it's just you got to be right on your game loading that.
And what do you got that shoots at Uncle Jim? A Ruger 57 or
Yeah,
the FN?
Ruger 57.
Okay. Yeah, that actually looks like that's the one I'd get too.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's half the price it seems like too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other one isn't even really even in the picture.
See, I remember when 5.7 came out, I had a buddy. He always liked to buy multiples of everything. He bought 10 5.7 pistols. Okay, and then all the ammo you can get, especially the piercing ones.
Yeah, the FN, the fancy schmancy expensive stuff.
But the first thing I shot was the 90, the bullpup, and that was what I shot first. And then he got those. I shot those later. PS90 was pretty fun.
That FN 57, that's still about a $1,200 or $1,300
$100
pistol.
pistol. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a time where they were down to nines, high nines or something. But yeah, it's
And a couple of years ago, I think it was about 3 years ago, didn't they come out with a Gen 2 on that FN 57? And then the
yeah,
price skyrocketed.
yeah. And the safety is up on the trigger. It's kind of it's going to be something you're not going to be used to. Where the safety is, where you swoop down your trigger finger. But on the Ruger, it's traditional, so you don't have to think about it. It's like whatever, 1911, whatever.
Well, ever since that Gen 2 come out, my son's just been bugging me. He wants a 5.7. Well, then that Ruger came out, and I told him I'd consider it.
Yeah.
And, now with, everything going on, he's just full bore. And he didn't like what I told him last time. I said, get a better job, make more money, you can buy your own gun.
Yeah, 5.7, I'd be looking for someone that traded it in because ammo's too much of a pain, and try and get a deal, get it cheaper because someone put it on consignment or traded it into a store, whatever. They probably didn't shoot it a ton. And there is places that make the bullets, the piercing kind, all kinds. There's all kinds of weird type of bullets for that.
Yeah. Dead Horse was talking about that they make a lot of different bullets for that 5.7 cartridge. I've
Yeah.
shot the AR-15 version, that I think they called it the AR-57.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't, the AR-15, but it took the P90 mags, and it would sit on top of
Yeah.
the gun, and then it would eject the cartridges out of the mag well for the yeah. And I've shot a couple of those. Pretty
Huh.
neat.
Yeah, I guess I bet they have an upper of some kind where you can, I don't
Oh
know.
yeah. Yeah, you can just still buy an upper and then just buy the magazines, and you can shoot the right on top of any AR-15 lower. It'll just snap on.
I'd be better off buying a contender barrel for test loads.
Yeah.
And then we can check before we blow the sun's gun up.
Yeah.
Hey, we know a guy that can probably make that happen.
Yeah, I talked to him about, we talked for a while about someday, doing the lugs, welding the lugs on handy rifles because you can't get those barrels anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and the contenders. You just got to copy the lug and mechanism, and That's the tough part. And then just get any barrel that's the same type diameter, chamber it. But you got to weld that darn lug on. And I know that Logan down south, he works for, what is it? 3 letters. They make contender barrels. I know they have a jig. They have to have a jig where they do their lugs. You just stick it in there and weld it.
Yeah. He's no longer with them now.
Oh, he isn't?
No, he put out a video about a month ago saying he was no longer affiliated and with.
Okay. So he's probably pissed. So he separated it.
Well, I've known some guys that's got some barrels from them.
Yeah.
And it was hit or miss,
Yeah.
of being any good.
Yeah.
Of what company? I'm sorry.
Gosh, what is it? BDM.
Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of it.
I go brain dead, but they make the contender barrels, South Utah.
Yeah, the something pre-fit barrel.
Something berry, right?
No,
Bullberry.
No, it's 3 letters. TMB, BTM, BM.
yeah.
Because the Bullberry barrels were made in southern Utah, and they made contender barrels and stuff, and those were good.
Huh.
Yeah, that's not it. I found the name right on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of it right now.
Yeah, see, when you do a company with initials, do it right so everyone remembers, like something like GAC.
Yeah.
How do you forget GAC?
Or ABC.
Yeah. AAA, like in the phone book.
Yeah. And for giggles, just, wait for the weekend to come so you can get all the, we're looking for an Alcoholic Anonymous program. Do you and you're like, bring them all down, sign them up.
I got my curiosity up. I'm going to have to look up and see what that outfit was.
BCM, VM. Gosh darn it. Here, I can do it right here. Just look up. Where's my phone? Here we go.
All right, here it is. It wasn't it's preferred barrel blanks.
No.
That's who it was.
No, that's not it though. Hang on.
That's the one he did the work for.
Preferred barrel blanks. That would be PBB. No. Here, let me look it up. Contender barrels. It was. Oh, come on. Quit doing this to me. Man, whenever you're in a hurry. Why is this? Okay, let's do it this way. Let's see, MGM? No. Hang on. Here we go. Now I'm getting all contender stuff.
Yeah, like I found a company where the guy sells just the contender receiver, and you can get a trigger job, you can get an extended hammer pin that comes off the side so you can cock it when you got a scope on the gun, and but he was saying that he only got 4 contenders last year total all year. That's what he got from Smith & Wesson. He says he can't get them. And then I've been looking for one. And
I thought it was MGM. Let me do another
I don't know.
search.
That sounds familiar.
There's an
MGM.
MGM. It's Thompson now.
Contender barrels. For some reason,
MGM custom gun barrels.
yeah, is it South Utah?
Well, this preferred barrel is where he did work, and it was in Hilldale, Utah, which is down there by St. George.
Yeah, but I thought.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but since he left there, he's really went back and he's putting out a YouTube video about every other day.
Mm.
It's a 435 number, so it has to be
Something
Utah.
machine.
It's 435. It's a 435 number, so that's
Yeah.
Utah.
Match grade machine, MGM. That's where he worked.
Was it?
If you look at his older videos, I'm Logan from Match Grade Machine. Yeah, Match Grade Machine. Taco has one of the barrels. I just couldn't think of the MGM. Yeah, let's see. They're down by the desert here. Let's see the contact where they're at. Yeah, there's Match Grade Machine, and then my 22 barrel is made by the other company, and it's a good barrel.
The Hilldale, Utah, down south.
Hilldale?
Hildale.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if the company was doing two types of things, but Match Grade Machine was
Yeah, because
like,
I'm watching a video right now done by Preferred Barrel Blanks, and it's Logan doing the
what
spiel.
for contenders though? I think
No,
that
this is for just a Remage barrel.
for what? Like an AR barrel?
Just
Or
an action.
oh, okay, yeah, that's something different though. Because he was working for MGM, and it's like, oh, he's doing contender barrels. Taco ordered one in 300 blackout, I think. And then they sent the whole gun to Kenny, and he didn't want to feel obligated, so he did a video and sent it back. And I was like, damn, where's my barrel? Send me a barrel. Send me a gun. I'll test it. But I'm too small of a channel. I'm a peon. So,
It's just
alrighty.
amazing of just how many manufacturers are in Utah.
Yes.
Yeah. We have that rifle company that does the super lightweight rifles for hunting and stuff. Which one is
Christensen
that?
Arms.
Dead Horse. Which one is that? That's in
Christensen.
Christensen.
Yeah.
That's in by the jail down there. Where's that pawn shop? What's the town?
Lazy Dean.
Yeah.
Centerville.
No, but before that,
Gunnison?
Gunnison.
Yep.
It's down by Gunnison. Yeah, under Thompson Center, I got Logan a picture of him just on a Google search, and it's MGM. So he was that was his contender part of where he worked.
Yeah, and also on this Preferred Barrel Blanks, it's got MGM admin, so it must be one of the same.
Yeah, there must be like a side thing. Yeah, affiliate. Yeah. Okay, everything's making sense. Coming together. Yeah, there's all kinds you got suppressor companies, you got molds, 3 mold companies here. Yeah, there's a lot you got Barnes Bullets. There's a lot of manufacturers around here.
Spear.
Spears here?
Their headquarters. Yeah.
No way.
Oh, really?
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
I didn't know
Where's
that.
their manufacturing at?
I think it's split between two other states,
Is it?
Dinner'd be awesome.
California and somewhere else, because California I think got too expensive.
It would be awesome if Lee moved a plant here. Oh, I could go down and just give him oh yeah, baby. I could say, hey, you got to do this and this and that to this. Quit making
Now,
that out
wasn't
of plastic.
that Barnes Bullets, wasn't that part of the
That
Remington
got
group?
they got bought by Spear, yeah,
Did they?
and
Okay.
Remington and the Vista Outdoors own Spear, so. But they also own Federal, CCI, Uncle Mike's, Redfield, like just
Yeah,
like it.
it's still Barnes on the building. I've driven by it.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it's still Barnes.
I tried to go in there and the doors were locked. I think it's just factory only. No looky
It
loose.
yeah, that yeah.
Tried to go in there and say, hey, you got any factory seconds laying on the floor? That would be me.
Now that Acura Bullet outfit uh, up by Boise, they pretty much they run a little small storefront there.
Accurate molds?
Acura Bullets.
Oh.
Well, they'll let you go in and kind of give you a little walkthrough, but you're still going to pay for anything if you want anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. If they gave a free tour bag of stuff, I would go in there disguised with mullets every day, a different guy.
And Uncle Jim's got a disguise for every occasion.
Yeah, I'd put the teeth in and the orange hat on. It's like, yeah, baby.
Grandpa,
Yeah, Grandpa, they would never know.
you go in there and start whacking them around with your
Hickory,
cane.
hickory. You young whippersnappers. Oh, it's funny. It's funny. Grandpa just popped up one day and it's like, let's do Grandpa. And so I'll just grab something in the closet and boom, there he is. From then on, you got to wear the same stuff. So, yeah. I like characters. It's probably from growing up on JP Patches and Jerry Lewis and all that crap. They always had characters. That's my favorite. How's it feeling?
Definitely better, but not quite right yet. Like
Mm.
the
Sounds promising.
yeah the plunger is I sanded it down, but the striker seems to be getting a little hung up inside this slide. I I'm wondering where.
I wonder if it's getting pushed up too far.
I'm thinking that that insert is still somehow to blame for maybe both the plunger and the striker feeling just kind of wonky. It's definitely not right. See if I can get it to stick. Yeah, see, look, I can get the striker to stick back. See that?
Mm.
And if I smack it, like, I probably get. Yeah, see, I smack it, it comes unstuck. But if I push the striker back, look, it just stuck back. Smack it, comes unstuck. Oh, just got the stick, and boom. Oh.
Well, noticing we had Pat show up in the side chat for a minute.
Pat?
Yep.
I got my screen on dark to save battery. Huh? Where is Pat? Oh, there he is. Yeah. Mobile surf. You want to go out, Leon? Come here, boy. There you go. Go get a mouse. How long's he been on here? 6 hours, 30 minutes. Look at him go.
Alright, so I guess I will just replace that striker with this striker and see what happens.
Oh, sorry, Leon.
I think it's that. I'm gonna have to pull out. What did he say? Fine thread 5/16. I think I need to pull out that channel liner. I think I'm just gonna keep going in circles here until I just start over.
What, you still can't get that piece out of the slide, the plunger?
No, I got the plunger out and all sanded down and everything and polished, and I stuck it back in, and that seems to be moving pretty good now. But the striker's still hanging up a little bit, and for the life of me, I can't see any burrs in there or nothing. All I can think of is it's somehow that liner that was already in there, and I just don't. That just kind of bugs me. That liner was already in there to begin with. I don't like that, not one bit. I can see why they do it, because they're like, oh, maybe not everyone has the tool or whatever, but that just...
Or knows about them, and what's this piece, and chuck it over their shoulder.
Yeah.
It just looks like a plastic tube.
Yeah, it looks like an old piece of receipt tape.
It's
They're like,
never
look,
a job well done unless you got extra parts left over.
yeah.
This must be the packaging.
Yes, this is part of the packaging.
Okay, how's this side chat doing? I'm going to click on it. There's Patty's back.
Pat came back. Oh, yes, he did.
I didn't check the little spring rectangles. He gave up and got a beer. He must be talking about the cup.
A West Covina Dead Horse said he says Dead Horse, the G26 slide I did last night is sticking the same way. Use the white channel liner, you know, the firing, the striker liner.
Yeah, I got a white liner right here, and that's what I was going to use. Like, there it is right there. That's what I was going to use. This white, but this slide already had this one in it. You know, it came with it. The liner, when I went to go put this in it, and I was like, all right, wait, it stopped. Like, what's going on here? Like, and then I looked down, I was like, oh my gosh, it already has one in it. So
at least he didn't get the hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the significance of the white one? It's just their brand color?
I have no
diameter. Okay.
I'm guessing it's just nothing but brands.
Okay, so they can identify it was theirs.
Okay, so yeah.
You know, what if that liner was in there when they finished it or something? Heated it up, dunked it in the tank.
Dude, I have no idea. I do not like it. It's It's bugging me right now. I'm like, what the hell? This is just not. None of the brand new strip slides I've bought in have come with a channel liner yet from any company. This is the first time. Oh, okay, so see, this striker does not seem to be.
Catching on it is bad.
It's not staying back like the other one was. The other one was actually like getting stuck. I would push it to the rear like that with my thumb, and it would just stay there until I tapped on it. This one doesn't seem to be doing that. So I guess let's put this back on.
Probably it.
Yeah, winner, chicken dinner.
Oh.
What's the reset sound like?
Oh my god. I know what's wrong now. I'm a dumbass. I keep thinking that this is kind of like a normal Glock, but it's not. This is a 11 pound. It has an 11-pound recoil spring in it. And this striker spring is probably a 6 pound. So that means I should pull out one of these. What is this one? I think this one's a 4-pound striker spring. So let's try this. Let's pull out a 4-pound striker spring here. Zev. Because I bet you if I just swap, yeah, that's actually what I'll do. Is I'm going to take that spring out, and I'll put this 9mm spring in. Now we'll put this back on. Let's see here. Oh boy, yeah, I can already feel that's going to wanna. Yeah, that feels much better with that. What is this? 17-pound recoil spring, which is factory, I think.
Is that on that 22 TCM?
Yeah, I just put the 17-pound spring in it, the factory, to see how it felt in it.
It's said to use factory trigger springs on that gun and firing pin springs to see what I'm saying?
It's still an 11-pound recoil spring.
Yeah, when you pull it, you'll see the slide move.
Yeah.
Because it's weak. You know, the recoil spring's so weak.
Yeah. Do you like that? I don't like that.
What do you mean?
The idea of, pulling the trigger and watching your slide go forward. That's just not. That's not right. That's not right. Okay. So.
Dad is saying check the retainers for the spring.
I think it's the channel liner in there. I'm going to try this really light spring, and if this doesn't work, then that means I've literally gone through everything. There's only so many parts on this. But, oops, that's not right. Alright, there we go. It's perfectly aligned. This is a Zev spring, probably a much higher quality spring than
Oh
whatever
yeah.
was in that parts kit. But it's also only I think 4-pound spring, which is, I want to say the stock is 6 pounds. I can't remember.
I think it is.
Okay, there we go. Alright, so now. What was this the. Yeah, see, there's something up with this liner. Because now, all I did was swap springs. Same striker, same plastic, same cups, and now it's sticking back. When this one was just working, so it's just that spring was and it was overcoming whatever was hanging it up, and now something's hanging it up, as in that channel liner. Yeah, it's got to be this a shitty channel liner that came in this slide. It has to be like there's.
And how do you know that the channel liner doesn't have a piece of plastic coming down into the springs?
Yeah, there's something just not
kosher.
Yeah, it's definitely something to do with that channel liner, dude. I should have pulled that off right away. Now I gotta go dig out some bolt or something, because that's the one thing I don't have is the proper channel liner removal tool. I have the installation tool, but I don't have the removal tool.
Well, all you need is about a 4-inch bolt.
Yeah, but I gotta make
the
sure
proper size.
I think it's 5/16 by like a fine thread, like Uncle Jim said.
Well, they tell you in the Glock class to use a coarse thread, but it's actually easier to use a fine thread because the coarse thread eats that entire liner up.
It eats the back end of it, yeah. To pull
Yeah.
it. Yes, it does. So does the fine does, but it's finer.
Yeah, and it doesn't usually, like I've had it when I pull in a stock one out before, I've had it ball up along the bolt, the screw, and jam the damn screw in the freaking firing pin channel. I was like, I pulled it, it made it about 1/4 of an inch, and all that gook jammed the liner and against the bolt.
I gotta tweak my brightness. I can't see what Muscovina is saying now. Trying to keep the battery going.
He's like, I found a bunch of detents and springs looking for the Glock parts I dropped.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah.
Was it in that shag carpet, Pat?
Everybody busts his balls about the shag carpet.
He's got a collection in there. I just know it. Unless the vacuum got it.
The ARD tents are the worst too. Because usually those are brass, so they're not magnetic. So you can't just take a magnet over your carpet. Like, yeah, the ARD tents are by far the worst to lose. And then you know every time you vacuum one up.
Wonk. You hear that tick?
I wanted to see a video on Pat take his carpet, roll it up, go out in the garage on a smooth floor, shake it out, and place your bets on what comes out of there. He can do a carpet giveaway. I'm going to give away whatever in my carpet.
Shoot, nowadays he probably have $60 worth of a parts kit in his carpet.
Oh yeah, springs, primers. Oh, definitely some powder.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm back on out of here.
Okay, have a good one, Idaho.
Yeah, we'll catch you down the road. See y'all in the funny papers.
Okay.
Be careful out there, big guy.
Yep, happy travels.
I'm gonna swap different rear back plate too. Try that. Which one have I been trying? There we go. Let's try this one.
What's Pat up to?
I'm guessing he's in the control room at work.
He's working right now.
Well, actually, it's getting time where he'd be coming home, I think. I don't know. Let's see. I got to click on the. Right now, my carpet ate a 1909 Mauser sight spring.
Oh my God.
And a Lee Universal Expander plug.
And a what was a universal extent?
A Lee Universal Expander plug?
Oh, yeah. I know what he's talking about. To the universal expander die. Yeah. That's a big piece to lose. I mean, that's like
that's
it's
a deep carpet. That's a 60s shag carpet, probably. I don't know if I told this story. I probably did. When I was a teenager, I moved in at my dad's house, and the only room was in the attic. So it was just studs, you know.
Right. Wasn't finished.
And so I'm like, hey, you know, and this is back when all the vans had it, carpets on the inside and everything. I was like, hey, instead of doing the walls, let's just buy some carpet and nail it up, you know, ceiling, walls, everything. And Pat's gonna laugh his ass off. So we go to like the Goodwill or something and get this carpet. It's like, yeah, that'll work. And it's this ugly, you know, green, whatever, shag, really thick shag. And we get home, we start nailing it up, and all this bird seed and crap starts coming out of it. They must have had a parrot or something. I had bird seed everywhere for months. You bang on the ceiling or the walls, bird seed comes out. Oh, it was hilarious.
You're lucky you didn't end up with rats.
But it was cool because we made it so, you know, the rafters come down. We cut out the chest of drawers, went in there, so all you saw was the face. So
Right.
everything was flush. And then where I slept, there was this little dorm area. So you go in this triangle and you're sleeping in a little cocoon triangle thing. So
Oh,
you
that's
could only,
cool.
yeah, you could only see my feet if you're looking from, like, you open the door of the room. But the bird seed was funny as hell. And we're like, son of a bitch, that's what we get for being cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so funny. I got to see if Pat's laughing. I know he was laughing. Yeah, he is laughing. Bird seed. Oh. And then I had compartments so I could hide my bong in there. Parents wouldn't know. You know, you could pull a flap and you had all the studs in there. I had shelves
Yeah.
and yeah, I had all kinds of hidden compartments in there.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude. That is hilarious because I could see
Yeah.
it because it would look all modern because everything was flush.
Yeah. No, it was an easy way to do it, and it was insulating. And if it wasn't for the bird seed, it was an awesome pad. I had Farrah Fawcett on the wall, and oh yeah, it was all typical early '70s.
Washington flag.
No, not in that room. No, I had one little window where I could dump my pee out the window. If I didn't want to,
Get up.
let them know that I'm up still. Yeah. 2 a.m. That gutter smelled like crap. Oh, that was funny. Oh, 67 Rebel. 67 Rebel AMC. Just ordered a 80%. Now he's laughing.
He just ordered an 80%.
Yeah, man, I'm thinking 10 millimeter frame right now.
Yep. I'm thinking the same thing, Jim. You're a 10 millimeter guy.
Oh, I could always get the frame and worry about the rest later.
Yep. Well,
Yes, you
if you go by just what the ATF's threatening, it's kind of the frame and the slide you need to worry about right now, because that's the slide is something that they want to, restrict and serialize too. They want the slide to be. They literally want the slide to become, part of the firearm.
Is this going to be grandfathered, or are they going to make all
We
the
don't
people?
know. We don't. So they're talking about having a new type of gunsmith classification that is basically like a serialization gunsmith, and they're calling it a gunsmith. But here's the thing: under that license, they're not allowed to work on anyone's guns, alter, repair, modify, nothing like that.
They just
They are
serialize.
just serialized.
They document.
And yeah, exactly. And so you take your slide in, they scratch some numbers on it, and your name, state, city, zip, and you're done.
What a pain in the butt.
what a garbage person to do something like that.
Yeah.
Guaranteed not to catch one criminal. Just make a bunch of people into them.
Well, it'd be a lot easier if they just had it so any FFL can just visualize and document, just like doing the transfer, and say, yeah, I did it right. It was the right size lettering, blah, blah, blah. And there's a form, Instead of having special guys you got to ship something to, you can just go down and it's just like doing a transfer, They take a picture of it, whatever. Oh, well. And charge you a fee.
Well, if a Democrat came up with it, they're going to charge you a fee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's getting a 45. Okay. AMC.
That's what I did too. I got a 45 because that's what I wanted.
Yeah,
Oh,
I might
Yeah.
wait and see what the fiasco if it gets knocked down or not.
I'm hoping it gets knocked down and it doesn't gotta go anywhere. I'm really hoping for that. That would be the.
Because if I got to jump through hoops, I'll just start looking for a used, 29 or 20. 29 wouldn't be bad either for hiking around with.
yeah, I got a 30.
But the grip sucks compared to those 80s. The 80 grip's way
Yeah,
better.
that's the problem.
A
I
large
got a
frame
I got
grips.
a I got a 30, which is the same as a
Yeah,
29, just a
yeah,
45, and
yeah.
I it dude, it's a Glock grip.
Yeah, it's a brick.
I mean, the people are like, "Well, what does it feel like?" I'm like, "Picture a brick. Now picture a small child with a big file and him grinding the edges down to make it somewhat ergonomic. There you go." But like I've always told people, Gaston doesn't care if you like his pistol or not. He sold millions of them.
Yeah, I know. They're like, we're the best. Screw off. We don't need to improve perfection. It's like
And that's what exactly their downfall
that was their
is.
downfall.
I mean,
They didn't. It took them forever to make a single stack. Everyone wanted a little pocket gun. Uh,
like literally, like people were begging, make us a 19 uh, frame with a 17 slide gun. And you know what Glock did? 17 frame with the
I know.
19
Yeah,
slide. Like,
yeah, I know.
it's like.
Yeah, yeah, I know. There's a lot of things it could have done. So they could offer a different frame model. It's like those polymer 80s. Different grip.
Colors.
Yeah, you have your choice and call it the American. Oh well, they just are too arrogant on that.
What are you feeling there, Dad? What's going on now?
Oh, there's just still something not right about this slide. It's the
Did you
frame's fine. The frame, I put my other slide on it. I vetted the frame pretty well. Like the frame's doing everything it's supposed to. It's this damn slide is just acting. Oh. And
well,
I
have
really
you
don't feel like digging through my because you don't understand what I go
Oh,
through.
yeah, I did, dude. I've seen
To
you
get
dig
a
through the
nut and bolt ready to go. I literally have to go out and just start pouring like great big huge jars upside down, like one at a time, and then just like, okay, is it in this pile? Because I have like a nut and bolt collection from hell. I could probably build like a '58 Buick Roadmaster with like my nut and bolt collection. So
You want to call it a night?
yeah, probably should. I'll find the nut and bolt tomorrow. Plus, it's freaking dark outside right now. I'll find the nut and I'll find the right bolt. It's pretty much done. It's just it's got to be that firing pin channel liner. Like I said, there's this pulling back on the striker by hand and getting it to stick back like that is just That's just not in any world normal. Although it's not sticking back now, it might be getting a little better. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Have you shined a light in there and looked at that liner?
Yeah, I can't tell. It's just too black and too.
It's too black and you can't see if somebody's already tried to remove it.
Well, it doesn't. It looks brand new to me. I can't see any marks or anything, but it's just too black to where I can't tell if it's maybe slightly ovaled or just something's hanging it up. Like, who knows what it could be, you know? It could literally be like bad machining on the other side of that liner that's squeezing that liner down just like a couple thousandths, you know, which is squeezing the spring around the striker and causing it to hang up, right? It could literally be something like that. So.
Yeah.
You want part of an apple? If I cut it up.
Okay. So close.
So close.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to find out for sure if it's this liner or if it's this upper parts here. But everything, swapping slides. Everything's telling me it's this. It's this liner inside this slide. I thought it was weird when I first saw that it had one in it. It just wasn't right.
Mm.
It wasn't right. None of the other ones I've bought have come with the channel liner already in
Yeah, the simplest piece in the slide, and there it is. You know, the simplest made, non-moving part. Just bad luck.
it. Have you ever gone down and visited a Delta Team Tech down in Orem?
Oops, I was on mute. Delta who?
Delta Team Tactical.
Mm-mm.
They're down in Orem. There.
Oh.
Davidson Defense and is the same company, Davidson Defense.
All right. What's West Covina? What is that emoji? Mm.
Pickaxes? I don't know.
Are those hammers? Those could be hammers, Echo.
No, there's a link out there in the
Yeah, there's a
thing.
link at the top of the chat, West Covina. I want to visit those thrift store thingies you and Taco go to. EAP or whatever they're called. Uh-oh.
EAP.
He gone. Hey, there's Pat.
Well, I thought I'd hop on and say hello before you say goodnight.
Howdy, Pat. What's going on, brother?
Uh, Doing a Wi-Fi access point right now, programming that sucker up, and I don't know, same old, same old. You got to do a Q1 crossover cable in a little while, and then I'm going to go home and play with blocks. So this
Did
is
you?
great. Yeah, the last couple weekends, that's all I've been doing.
Wow.
Oh, you should have let us know, man.
So you were saying, Pat, that you had that all you did is swap to the white firing pin channel liner?
No, I had a white channel liner in the slide, and I was getting the same hang up. And it was late at night last night, and was going blind with those little spring retainers. They had hit the carpet like 3 times. So, but it was hanging up just the same. And I thought, I saw earlier you had that white one out, and I thought maybe the white ones are bad, but I guess not.
Yeah, the one that's in this one's black.
So, Pat, did I get your carpet or what? It's a true story.
You're lucky that's all that was in it was seeds.
I know. I know. We looked.
Yeah, Jim, you should get a couple of these. They're just fun to do. They're so much easier than doing an AR lower. It's pleasant.
Well, I need a big frame that feels better, and that's what those are for a 10 mil. But now you got this law, rumor stuff. Don't know what's going to happen. I don't know.
Well, the nice thing is when they come to your door to collect them, they don't know how many you've got.
Yeah, that's true. Unless they do a Giuliani and take all your devices and see what you ordered. I don't think they'd make it that far. I've had enough. I'm not. Yeah, I don't think they'd make it that far.
Yeah, that's cruel and unusual punishment by any Republican state representative. I'd be like, sorry.
Well, what they did to like EP Armory in California is the ATF raided them, took all their computers, figured out who they had sent lowers to, and then went to those people like directly to them. So all they had to do is just go to the company. So granted, there's a lot of companies, but if they start going to the big ones first, Brownells, Midway,
Midway, yeah, that's what my thinking is. They start nailing them. I'm hoping Utah has a law where it says, "Screw you! Anything Poly-80 around here is okay."
Florida did. Florida said that that it's illegal for any of their cities or towns to institute any new anti-gun laws.
Yeah, but they got to come out and specifically talk about that. I don't know. I'm digging the grip. I never felt the Poly-80 large frame.
It feels just like the 17, man. It feels
that's
just like
unbelievable.
this frame.
Yeah,
it really does.
That is a huge selling point.
Like the difference when you're holding them side by side and just really looking at them is so. Like it's easy to close your eyes and get them mixed up. It so is. It doesn't feel like a whole different gun. It feels just like the 17 frame.
Hmm.
That is the best thing about it too, I think.
Yeah, great woods packing gun.
Yeah, and Jim, what I'm doing is I'm going with a 5-inch barrel. I'm going with a regular 21 Glock 21 slide, and I'm gonna put the threaded barrel on it with the little thread protector to give me a little
Yeah,
bit more longer barrel.
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, I finished up my Glock 21 a while back on the frame, and I was waiting for the trigger assembly for it. It's on back order all over the place, but just got that in Friday.
Hmm.
The trigger housing or the whole lower parts kit?
Well, I got a whole lower parts kit, but it's the trigger housing that's been hard to get.
Yeah, they've been on eBay. Just that trigger housing's been selling for $50, and the lower parts kit's been selling for like 150 and stuff like that, right? Midway just barely got those housings in for like $7, and they put a limit of only one per person, so people couldn't scalp them on eBay for $50. So I was pretty happy to see that.
Try and find a Glock armor that's retiring. You should have bins of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the cream of the crop right there.
Hey,
Finding a
here's
guy.
what I got. This is what I got. Our police department, they ordered back when the Gen 4s came out. They ordered 270 um, Gen or Glock 22s, and basically after they got them, they stopped loading when you put a firearms light on it. And Glock came out. They figured out that they had an issue going on. They offered us, the cops, they offered everyone a whatever they wanted. You know, if you pick out a different model gun, different caliber, we'll go ahead and swap them out for free. And they went with the Glock 21 SF. So I now have access to as many Glock replacement parts for free as I need, because I know the armorer for the St. Pete Police Department, and he's got tons of extra stuff.
You hit him up and bring your grocery bag.
Yep.
Pat, I might have a trigger
No, I
for
got it already. Well, I
a
have 3 more to
19.
build. I got 3 frames. If you need one, I
No,
bought 3 so far.
as I recall, I think I had a
Yeah,
trigger
I
for
got
a
a bunch here
19.
too. I got a bunch of frames because I was like, you know what? One for the wife, one, 5 for me, one for the kid.
Yeah, exactly. It's been my trouble is I built a Glock 17 for the little woman. She said I want it smaller, so I did a 19. No, smaller. So I just did a 26, and I think I'm gonna watch out with the 26s.
And
They
then she
got the
said,
43 frame.
Yeah, they got the 43.
Yeah, I got 2 of those coming just in case.
with the 26, she said too small.
No, she thought it might be okay, but no, I got 2 of the 43s coming, and I'll never be out in the range shooting them because she wanted them in blue. So
Oh, the titanium blue?
yeah, so I got a whole bunch
Yeah.
of them in blue.
Or the
Oh, that's
robin
cool.
egg blue. Which blue? The titanium blue or the robin egg?
Uh,
The robin egg's like Tiffany blue. It's like a
yeah, they
really
look they're Tiffany blue.
okay.
So if you want a Tiffany blue with stainless slides.
Yeah. Yeah, the titanium blue is like a lot darker blue, like this roll of tape, and the Tiffany blue is a lot lighter, brighter. Yeah, that's cool. I couldn't find any of those robin egg ones. I was thinking about doing one of those, but I couldn't find that color anywhere.
I've been getting them from Rocky Brass. The price has been okay, and they got them in stock.
Rocky, yeah, I bought it from Rocky Brass too. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I didn't see them there. Armor Ally, Rocky Brass, Botac. They're kind of like the go-to places. But Brownells does have an exclusive color and texture available that you can only get at Brownells. And that's the Coyote color, which is a darker FDE than normal. And their texture, they call it the aggressive texture, but it's actually less aggressive than the regular one. It's just finer. It's like the same texture, just finer put together, and it actually feels less aggressive. But they call it the aggressive texture.
But yeah, I'm done for the month. I ordered 3 up for this month. I think I did 3 or 4 last month, and it's been going on. I got a shelf full of the darn things. I don't know what the garbage man's going to say. The
Recycle guy.
all the jigs. After you're done with them drilling the holes, you got to chuck the jigs.
No, actually, dude, the jigs I've been watching, used jigs, sell on eBay for like $20. I'm not even
Really?
joking, dude. I'm not even joking. Like, don't ask me why, how, when. Like, that's all working out, but it's a thing. Like, they're selling the used jigs, just the jig.
Wow.
Like, I don't get it. Like, why? But they're actually selling on eBay, believe it or not. So.
Because you cut into them, don't you, a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit,
Yeah.
but they're still good. You could definitely reuse one, right? But they all come with jigs, so I don't get I just don't get it. Like, but B-Bar, like they're selling them, so there's something I'm not seeing that they're using them for.
Maybe first timers, they don't know the jig comes with it, and then they're like, "Son of a bitch, the jig came with it."
Well, actually, I know what it might be. So people in California, I don't think can buy them with the jig. That's got to be separate, because that's why the Glock store sells all the SS80 lowers separate from a jig and stuff like that. So someone was telling me like that was a California thing, that they can't sell it with the jig. Or if they're in California, they can't sell it
You
with the
can't.
jig, right?
Yeah, I don't think
So that's why the Glock store.
I don't think the jigs are legal in California. I think they consider that a manufacturing device, and because
Well, the Glock
something.
store sells them in California. The Glock store sells them. It's just that they
Okay.
sell them separate.
They can't sell it as a kit together, because
Yeah.
that would be a completed kit.
That's some kind of California thing. But
Yeah, DOJ.
that's why everyone like bitches about the SS80s, is they think that it comes with the jig, just like and Polymer 80 makes the SS80 for Glock store, but they think it comes with the jig just like all the other Polymer 80s do, and they order it and they're like, wait, where's the jig?
Rebel is saying for Pat to put them in the neighbor's garbage can. You see cop cars and shit. That's funny.
I kind of felt bad throwing the boxes out. They're nice boxes.
What's that?
The cardboard box is a nice cardboard box.
Yeah.
And it's pistol size, and it's kind of nice. But now, checked all those too. But it's better than when I was a teenager. You remember the embarrassment, when the garbage truck would come by and 3 full cans full of bottles would go into the back.
I've told a couple of people, like, if you're, not confident on your Dremel skills, or really don't have experience using that kind of stuff, Dremels or snips or anything like that, even a razor knife, however you're going to do it, use that jig to practice on. So after you drill your holes in your frame and all that, and before you, take the Dremel to it, take the Dremel to that jig. And you can practice on that jig and get your speed down so you're not like burning the plastic. And you're.
Same with stippling, if that plastic stipples well.
I couldn't think of any place to stipple these, Jim. They're
No, they have the. Haven't you seen the Ready Mod versions?
What's the front strap look like?
The same as the side.
Yeah, okay.
But they have Ready Mod versions of these that are completely smooth everywhere, so you can put your own stippling.
Huh.
They're called Ready Mod. Those are for guys that just like straight up right away want their own little pattern.
Yeah. Stippling you can always knock down anyway if it's too much from the factory or whatever.
And this, when you first grab this, like, it feels pretty, like, kind of like there's some like sharp spots, but that instantly breaks down once you just handle it a couple times. Like, and it's like once you handle it, a couple dry fire sessions, or a couple range sessions, like, it just feels awesome. It really does.
Okay. 3/8 inch lag bolt just screwed into the sleeve, finger tight,
3/8.
then pop it out.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a little bigger than 5/16.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
And then yeah, I've only had to do it once, and I used to find thread and it worked great, so doesn't chew up so much. I only went in just enough to pull it out to 1/8 of an inch, maybe a hair more. It didn't take much.
Yeah, he says basically it's just finger tight. Then you just could pull it out on the corner of your dining room table.
Yeah. Wait a minute, he said pull it out on your dining room table.
Yeah, he said use the corner of your dining room table on the head of the lag bolt, and just kind of. That doesn't sound like
professional.
No.
On your kitchen table. That's all right.
And listen to your wife. You built a $200 polymer frame, and now you're buying a $3,000 dining room table. That would be my luck. That would be my luck.
Yeah, don't you already have a habit of ruining your wife's stuff?
Oh yeah, dude.
Guns?
You drill a hole
with gun
in it
parts.
with the jig. Yeah, with the jig you drill right into the table. Priceless. That's funny.
Okay, let's see here.
Measuring grains is here.
Oh. Howdy Howdy, howdy, howdy.
He didn't say bye. So, Pat, you're almost done with work or what?
Well, I just finished the access point, and no, I got to wait another 15 minutes till the place closes. And I better go move my car before I get locked in. And then I got to flip the phone system over on this new cable that I've got. I got to wait for closing. And cross your fingers, this should go easy. And I'll be out at 9:15.
Okay.
But right now, I'll be right back. I got to move the car. So I'm going to hop off and make room. And how about the Packers? Love the Packers. They're going to need a quarterback real fucking soon, though. But love the Packers.
Brett Favre come out of retirement.
All right.
They get a good draft or something?
Is Tom Brady coming back?
Boy, I don't know. But I thought that was pretty cool that he got bumped and then boom, Super Bowl in your face.
He's like, wait, I'm too old. Wait, let me show you.
Yeah, well, when you get dropped or whatever and then turn around and win a Super Bowl, that's like in your face.
Yeah, that's just like, yeah. We've got him. He stomped him. He stomped really well. He did a really good job, and I was really proud to have him as our quarterback.
Yeah, that was a pretty good story there.
Yeah, he told all the teammates. He says, when we take the field as a team. If one of you take a knee, I'm not playing.
That's right. I did appreciate that. And, he works hard, practices hard. So I wasn't a Patriot fan by all means because of the Seahawks, coming from Washington. But after he left, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can root for this dude now. It took him forever to get his spot. He was too skinny, too slow.
Yeah.
Too easy to tackle, blah, blah, blah. And he in your face again. He keeps in your face.
Well, he just kept working at it. He didn't give up.
That's right. So you got to respect that. That's old school.
Yep.
So, yeah, good for him.
He learned from Elway.
Yeah, poor Elway. He missed out on a couple.
He missed out on 3, but then he won 2 in a row,
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
He lost 3 in a row before he won the 2 in a row.
I remember the one Super Bowl he decided to run or something. He got smacked.
Oh, yeah.
Got right back up and kept playing.
Elway was a big guy, dude. He was a big quarterback, right?
Oh, he was 6'3", 6'4". He was tall and big.
And bow-legged.
Yes. Yeah, he had some goofy legs. I remember when he played against Dan Marino, the Dolphins, and it looked like 2 old men on the field trying to play football. You saw Elway, he would snap the ball and he'd come out of there and he bow-legged with his hip hurting. And then you see Marino with his knees that don't bend anymore.
Yeah.
Trying to get the ball.
Elway, I remember the Broncos for the longest time never gave him an offensive line, any kind of protection. He holds records for the most sacks, most times being sacked in a season. And maybe even a game or something like that, all sorts of crazy records about getting his ass kicked, right?
Yeah.
Because he had no protection for years. He had no protection and still took the Broncos to the Super Bowl, right? So
And poor Marino, he should have had a couple Super Bowls under his belt, you know.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Well, they kind of had the undefeated season, right?
They had the 1 year where they were undefeated. But was that with Elway? Or not Elway, was that with Marino?
I thought that wasn't that with Marino?
I don't remember if Marino was on board then.
Yeah, I think Marino is one of those great quarterbacks that never got one. Hey, Derek, can you look up and see if Marino ever got a Super Bowl? I don't think he did. Because you're talking about the season with Butkus, not Butkus, the running back, straight in your face running back. Love that
Super
guy.
Duper?
Not
Duper?
Duper.
Is
No,
that
No, Duper was
He was never on a Super Bowl.
Bazooka. Bazooka. What's his name? Zonka.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
Zonka would run at you 4 yards at a time, and there was nothing you're going to do about it. Nothing. Yeah. Zonka. So that was the era with Zonka, and that's before Marino. They had that goofy-looking quarterback with the glasses when they went undefeated.
They had one Super Bowl appearance, but they didn't win.
Yeah, okay, they had an appearance but didn't win. Okay.
Right, yeah.
And who is the quarterback before
Well,
Marino?
what was that appearance during their undefeated season?
What year was it?
Or did they lose in the playoffs during that undefeated season? I can't remember.
He was in 29.
I thought it was a perfect all the way through.
No. They lost.
They didn't win
Because
the Super Bowl.
although Dolphin fans are super upset, like, perfect
Okay.
season, and he didn't win the Super Bowl. I can't remember.
That had to be early 80s.
84 or something, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, let's see here. Dolphins, perfect season. All right. Oh shit, 72.
Yeah, dude.
Okay,
That
yeah,
was
so
that was the year I was born. That was 50 years ago.
They had to have Zonka on the team. I'm pretty damn sure.
Oh, and they did win the Super Bowl. The 72
Okay.
Dolphins are the only NFL team to win the Super Bowl with a perfect season.
Yeah, no Marino though.
Don Shula, yeah.
Yeah, that was Don
Who was the
Shula.
quarterback?
Yes.
Where he had glasses. He's goofy.
Coach Don Shula and notable players Bob Greasy, Earl Morrell, and Larry Kasonka.
Greasy. It's not easy being greasy. Man, he could have sold a lot of hair commercials. Greasy.
Hell yeah, tires.
Oil.
Yeah.
Grease. Hey, grease. Just selling grease. Oh, it'd be funny in hell. Why didn't they think of that? Oh, well. Yeah, poor Marino. Laces out, Marino. Look at Leon, dear.
Above my head.
Yeah, he's ready to fall in the fireplace. He's up on the rafters playing on the handrail. Mm-hmm.
What is he up over the fireplace?
Yeah, he's on the handrail up above. And then he's playing around where he's all bent over one side. Yeah.
Yeah, risky. He's probably doing it on purpose to get attention. He's like, if I do this, watch.
No, he's just crazy. Tree cat. He likes high spots.
Uh,
Yeah, this is 100% that channel liner. It's, yeah. Son of a bit. Well, I'll tell you who I'm calling tomorrow. Being like, you guys need to not do that. And they're gonna be like, do what? Put channel liners in your slides. And then they're gonna say, we don't put channel liners in our slides. And then I'm gonna be really confused.
he's like, no, there's a knockoff company that makes these cheap slides that.
No, I bought it right from them.
I know, dude. I know. I'm just
I'm gonna give
playing
them some
with you.
shit. I'm gonna give them some shit and be like, hey, I had to file down a firing pin safety that was working in another slide, like because two of them were getting stuck in there, and you have a channel like there's two. I ran into
Marino.
two issues with the slide. I'm not happy.
Oh.
In the last minute of the game.
Oh,
To the Chargers.
Okay, that's where they got it from. My wife's saying Marino lost the Super Bowl by a field goal with a few seconds in the game to the Chargers. So that's where laces up Marino.
Yes, yes.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, that had to have hurt.
They were on the Chargers' 30-yard line.
And they missed a field goal, 30-yard line, and lost the Super Bowl. Oh my gosh, I don't remember that. That's just bad.
That's just embarrassing.
Stoyanovich?
Stoyanovich.
That's who it was. Stoyanovich.
Yeah, they called him Stoyanovich after that. Oh, well. I like the old football.
Yeah, if you want any competition anymore, you almost got to watch college ball nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can go on YouTube and watch some certain players, back in the day, and it was a totally different. Of course they were slower and stuff, but they were mean.
Yeah.
Butkus, Zonka was a great running back. He just put his head down right in your chest, and that's what you're getting. That's what you're getting all day today. What about Franco Harris?
The Steelers, they were hard.
Yeah, but they were. Oh.
Well, gents, we've been on here 7 hours and 30, almost 8 minutes. You guys want to call it a night for tonight?
Yeah, let's call it a night. I need to go get me something to eat.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Hey, not a
thanks for
problem,
joining
Uncle
us,
Jim. Thanks for coming on with us and hanging out.
It was fun and interesting and everything.
Yeah.
Cost me a frame.
We'll do this. We'll do this some more, gentlemen.
Okay.
To everybody in the side chat, thank you very much for coming and hanging out with us, and we appreciate it.
Poor Pat's running up the stairs right now. Sorry, Pat. See you, Pat. LOL, perfect hurry.
Okay, we just gonna shut it down?
Yeah, you cuss rebel money too.
All right, gentlemen, take it easy.
Night, guys.
Thanks.